Hey, can people hear us?
Hello, everyone. Hopefully,
You're coming in really softly.
things are working. Oh, I am.
No,
I
now it's
start.
better. Now it's better.
That's better. Okay.
Okay, great.
I don't know. I'm constantly living in fear of my computer resetting on microphone levels because it has done it a number of times in the past, and I don't understand why it does it. Um, but seems like it's okay, I guess.
All right, we'll call it good then. Good. So yeah, here with isidafo as usual. So we got a couple things planned. We will go through the card ratings and all that because we sort of traditionally do that. But then we're also gonna try playing some Tony Suck baseball.
Talk
So
ball.
a little bit of suck ball, yes. Uh, I probably should have named that differently, huh?
I like the name. I thought it was a good name.
So what we're gonna do, yeah, we're gonna try to actually maybe should we show people how to get set up and you can kind of register and all that if you want to, and then do some card ratings, or what's the best way to do it?
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable to me.
Okay, and then we can always hold on. I think I may have put this white text in some place that's unreadable. But maybe it's just unreadable because of what I have up. Yeah, see, it's okay, it's readable there, probably.
Yes, as long as there's sort of a blank background behind it, not other text, it seems pretty readable.
Right. Okay, good. So, kind of we mentioned
We
last
can also,
week, we've been
no,
playing what? Yeah.
I think. Hold on, I have an idea.
Well, you can put a link in and pin it as well. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was gonna do. I'm actually going to use Twitch properly for once. Do that.
Properly. Whoa.
Well,
Are
sort
we
of.
allowed to do that?
How long can I put this in for? Let's say two
All
hours.
right. So I've kind of thrown a front end together so that everyone who wants to can kind of play with this a little bit. So what you can do, you can basically go and set up an account here.
Oh, oh, what did I do?
Once you have an account set up and log in, you'll be able to kind of look at tournaments and you'll be able to join our tournament on stream. And we'll talk through this, after we do the card ratings. But you can actually set it up right now. Once you register for the tournament, you can go pick some players. Okay, you have a cap of basically 10,000 points to pick players. Decide the ones you want, set a lineup, and then we're going to run something later on stream and see how it goes. So we'll definitely talk more about it and kind of what's going on later on stream, but that's kind of going to be the plan. Losing a little bit of text there. Let's try it that way. That's kind of going to be the plan. Um, but in the meantime, maybe we should then try to get some of the card ratings done, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Um, well, we can start with news. Any news to go over first this week?
I don't think there was news on PTCS this weekend, but there's no real news about it. It just exists.
It
Uh,
exists. It's I is this the worst format actually? I mean, the live one was not great,
I think the live one was worse, probably.
but I can't tell because at least with the live one, it was a new format, and these are not new
Well, so
formats.
some of them were new form. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's not great. We have 150 years of baseball history to pick from, and you know, we keep picking the same out of the same five for some reason. So I'm not quite sure why. I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, no, I'm not sure how to solve that. But I do think one of the things that TCS was supposed to be was a little bit of a selection for teams that are strong at building rosters. And so part of the challenge usually is you're given a new format and you have to solve it on the first try. And they haven't done that here. Like, they really intentionally seem not to have done that, as best I can tell.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
like even if you look at the weekly, the cap in the weekly is precisely the same cap as another tournament that exists. Right?
why would you want different formats when you could have the same ones over and over again?
But it means it's a different kind of challenge. You actually don't have to learn how to build a roster to play in this one. You can kind of do it in an entirely data-driven way. So it's a real change, I think, in the idea behind these tournaments.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, it's I don't know. Yeah, it's
But
not the way I would do them. Let's put it that way.
yep. Well, anyway, why don't we get some card ratings done, and then we can kind of play around. Sound like a plan?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Um, let's pull up some card rating stuff. I guess I need to load into something that has better background text, right?
Yes, that would probably be a good idea.
Okay. See if I can get this to load. I will admit I haven't looked a ton at card list here. Why is that not outputting? Whatever.
I've actually looked at the cards this week.
That's cheating.
Yeah, I know, it's a ridiculous thing to do. No, I mean,
Well, I looked at one of them because I pulled a silver and sold it for 500,000 points.
yeah, it's a decent card. I mean, it's a playable card, I think, but that's
Oh,
not the
yeah,
reason
it's a
it comes
playable
out.
card, but I thought 500,000 points was probably more valuable.
Yes, I would say so.
Is that the most a silver has sold for? Trying to think about other
Um,
cycles.
What's the silver is sold for? It's got to be up there at least. I mean,
I remember there
there
were
were,
silvers that were kind of sustainably like 50K at the end of, I
yeah,
think,
that's true.
PT22, right? Because they sort of put all the newest releases in one of the team missions for, I forget what it was called, but like the version of PT Elite that time.
Yeah, there have been 100Ks certainly. There was that Brooks. The Brooks, I think the Brooks
Brooks
L10
was a
was
couple
like
100K, right?
300. Yeah, I don't know what the highest sale was on Brooks. But the L10 was somewhere around 300 for it, I believe.
Okay, so there probably was a sale close to
There
500 on
probably was a
Brooks.
sale close to 500 at some point or another, but I don't know. But it was the same sort of thing where a strong league card got bottlenecked by a single silver.
Right.
There have been much higher priced diamonds, certainly, like unplayable diamonds that have been higher prices because of
Right.
bottleneck. Um, uh, yeah, I don't know what else. I can't think of.
Yeah, other news, or should we start looking at cards?
Yeah, I guess okay. There could be the case that there's been a. Let's see. No, it doesn't. It looks like the highest L10 silver combinator is the 72 Granky at 325. So probably there was not a 500K sale.
I'm gonna bet the DeGrom Combinator sells for under 500.
Yes, it did. One already sold for 260,
For 260.
which is probably a pretty good price for whoever bought it there. I mean, if the regular one is selling for 200-ish now,
Well, if you were planning on buying it anyway, yeah.
yeah, I mean it's going to be a little bit annoying to boost, but not super bad. And it is in the playable range, so Yeah, it seems like I probably the sort of correct price is somewhere 400-ish, I guess.
I mean, it's tough to tell because what's going to happen is they're going to release a new Spotlight pack that's going to be like DeGrom's only or something.
Right. No, but I mean the question is like, if you're someone who's, obviously Pedro's a really good card for PTCS. If you're going to do Pedro today anyway for PTCS, like, what's the price for DeGrom to combinate DeGrom? Probably 400K, right? Like it's
Yeah, is Pedro worth it for PTCS? How many formats does he play in?
2.
Yeah, so I feel like that's a lot to do for a card that only plays 2 formats.
Yeah, I mean it's an unbelievably strong card that plays 2 formats.
You sold a base DeGrom for 500. Yeah, I sold a base DeGrom for 500. Actually, sorry, I sold mine for 499,999.
Okay, well you got beaten by 1 point then. You're underpriced.
I underpriced mine. Darn it. Well, the link
Yeah,
broke. Let me.
I think the Commodore sold today, I believe. So if the Commodore had gone up on Wednesday, I bet it would have sold for more. In fact, it would definitely have sold for more.
Makes sense, yeah. Matthew's saying the link broke.
Did it break? Because I had the same thing happen where it broke after I registered, but that's not a problem.
If it breaks after you register, it means I broke something with the registration, but I think you'll still be registered.
Yeah, that one was okay.
So I will admit, I basically just threw a website together to be able to play with this. I have not done much, in the way of, quality assurance or anything like that for the website I threw together.
Oh, I guess yeah.
Yeah. Are other people getting the same thing that it breaks when you register?
Seems like a couple people have had that.
Okay. Let me see. If you find the error, I can try to help.
It's probably the same error. I think I sent you the one that I got the other day. It's probably the same one.
Yeah, okay. If someone sends me the error, I can always try to debug this live, but the point is I wanted to sort of set up, okay. Sorry, no, Burn Ergot, that's actually intentional so that the real error is available.
Yeah. It's just it doesn't break. You still the registration still works. It just you have to
All right,
log
hold
in.
on. You know what? Let me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have access to things.
Let me just try one more time to fix the registration. Let me see what I did. Aha! Okay, I see what I did. I can actually fix that one immediately.
Oh, well that's good.
Oh no, it's definitely a bug. It's just that I can actually fix immediately. Have to find, okay, where's the register code? Okay, there's the register code. All right, I believe it will now be fixed.
There you go.
I'll test this.
Oh, I suppose it would
It
also
is
be
now,
good.
all right, it is now fixed. Sorry about that.
It would be good to post the link to the tournaments as well, I suppose. Huh? That would make sense because
Yeah, so actually, as soon as you log in, you should have a link to the tournaments at the top.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay, registration will now not break. Cubs fan, that means you did. Okay, sorry. If it looked like it broke for you, you are actually registered. Just go to /login. So you can, you know what? Let me see if I can. This is what I get for deciding to kind of focus on actually getting the game to process and not, yeah. Like I said, we're very early in the stages of figuring out whether it makes sense to develop something. The goal of having the website up is not to kind of play the game from the website in the long run, but basically to be able to make it so that people can look at stuff. So it's very much done with that in mind, but it means if there are a few like simple quality of life things that you know that I can throw in to make it easier to test, then you know, yeah. When can you design uniforms? That is probably somewhere fairly far down on the feature list. I think much higher on the feature list are going to be things like pitcher fatigue, which is one of the discussions I wanted to have with people on stream today. Um, anyway, we're going to come back and show a bunch of stuff with this later. I think we should try to go through some cards first because we always, try to get that done on stream. We'll do that. If there are any other things people want us to talk about with PTCS, something like that, we can do it, and then we'll try running some tournaments and seeing how that goes. Yeah, this is definitely not alpha testing. This is I'm starting to throw a game engine together, and it's at a stage where like there might be just enough in it that it's kind of fun to play around with, but
Yeah,
it's not a full baseball sim yet, and I'm going to explain some of the limitations when we get there later.
Whatever the letter before alpha is, it's that.
Well, okay, in Python that would be an omega, right?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it depends which alpha, I suppose, actually.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. But anyways, if people want to discuss PTCS stuff, I'm happy to kind of do that. But let's do some card ratings and then we'll get to this. I don't think it's that complicated of a set to rate, but admittedly, I say that having only just downloaded the thing and not looked at any of the cards, so we'll see, right? But let's see if we can get the card ratings knocked out, right? In the meantime, yeah, if there's other stuff people in chat want us to talk through, we're happy to do that. Let's see. Yeah, I see that we did release a bunch of cards. Well, we'll see how wanted they are when we go through them. But yeah, a bunch of cards got released this week. Yeah, the formats are, I think, a little frustrating. I don't have a problem with deciding to have tight caps. That's a design choice.
yeah,
I do think it's a design choice where all four PTCS, or at least the last three PTCS and PTMS, have kind of all catered to the same set of cards. And, I'd rather see a little bit more of a mixture. But
yeah, I think these formats would have been much better if they had these caps with floors on them.
But I think the other big change, well, especially because most of the cards that you need to qualify for a level are different than the cards you need to play the tournament at that level. So it's kind of rewarding people that are building at multiple levels. Seems to be the intent. But the other thing is, often the PTCS, what makes it interesting is it's a challenge for roster building. Because you don't have data on that format, you have to kind of figure out on the first try what's going to be, what's going to be the right way to build.
Right,
and this is the first PTCS in I guess technically like 2 years they've been doing it, right? Mostly a year and a half, but they had a limited one before. But this is the first one where they've actually given you formats that seem to be quite intentionally exactly identical to things people are playing in dailies or weeklies.
Yeah, I mean, there's open, which is open.
Right. So open is not interesting at all from that point of view. But even, the iron is a low iron. There's already a low iron daily. Okay, they've picked a park. So yes, technically they have picked a park, but we can look at Citizens Bank Park, right?
Yeah, I mean, slight home run plus, but like it's not a big deal.
It's
I mean,
let's see, I can show it. I think the way to show it is here, right?
yeah,
So this
it's flat.
park is basically flat. 1.991, right? It's a little bit home run plus, but it's a pretty flat park, modern era. So you're really not giving people the same kind of challenge in roster building that we've tried to give them in the past. And maybe this is just kind of recognition that they think they've driven away all the modelers.
I have no idea.
I don't know. But it's a weird thing to do. I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
in any event, if anyone wants to come discuss it, this stream is always open. Oh, actually, I did notice this. One of the new affiliates whose name rhymes with Seawit. Apparently, just another stream I was on ended up raiding in, and I discovered I'm actually banned in his stream, which is hilarious because I don't think I've ever chatted in his stream.
well, that was the problem. You didn't send enough messages. He's going to get rid of you.
Clearly, but but for Seawit or anyone else in the community, if you disagree with the points we're making, we're happy to have you come in our chat and talk with us, and we're happy to have a civil discussion with you on stream. So we're not afraid of other viewpoints.
Not at all.
Yeah, well, so it's true that they're the caps, but actually, even for example, the weekly, they chose an 1822 cap, which is exactly the same cap that actually exists in a daily.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's slightly different because it's logo, but yeah, it's not much. The other thing is that like
the weekly is open 1822 cap. So
the weekly's open. Okay.
So you could actually run your gold cap roster, but you'd be giving up the chance to run hundreds that are much bigger than hundreds.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is like, we've made it so that, Maxwell and Welsh and Ryerson and Hunts and, Westrom are in every format. Right? I don't understand why not put floors in some of these. If you're going to do a lot of caps, like that's great. I'm in favor of that, but like, I like one idea I think that would have been very, if you want to go this route where it's not just like, gold and gold, you do where the bronze cap is, high iron floor, low bronze, high bronze floor, low silver, high silver floor, low gold. So you don't have any overlap, right? Like,
well, or what you could do if you're not going to have kind of a unifying theme between the formats anyway. So last year there seemed to be this idea they wanted the formats to link to the top prize card, so that maybe restricted some of the different choices they could make. This year they're kind of delinking it, right?
Sure.
Yeah. This year they're kind of delinking it. But if you're going to delink it, then I think what you could do is you could use restrictions. So for example, you could have, even if you wanted to use these kinds of caps, you could have different era restrictions or card type restrictions or different combinations so that even if you're kind of always rewarding having some low iron combinators, you need to use different low iron combinators in different tournaments.
Yeah, that would also.
So that instead of Hunts playing in everything, there would be the one or two Hunts plays in, and then he'd be ineligible for the others, and you would instead reward people that had invested in different combinators.
Yeah, I think that's also a very sensible approach.
Even Seawit, I don't know what Seawit agrees with because I intentionally am not allowed to know. But Seawit's welcome to come in our chat and have that discussion, and we're happy to discuss it. Anyway, let's go through some cards real quick, should we?
Oh, we have cards. There are cards this week.
Yeah. All right, Jack. I assume it's Dosher. I guess it could be Dosher.
Yeah, not a player I had ever heard of before.
No, neither have I. Before and that's always fun.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like quite a lot about Play Perfect Team is that we get new players, which I don't know. So.
Is he related to? There's a Herm as well, who's about 20 years older. I wonder if they're related.
I have no idea. I don't
Yeah, there's a
think I heard
Herm
of
who
Herm
looks
either.
like he played several seasons in the 1870s and early 1880s.
Okay.
Um, anyway, yeah, as for Jack, so, well, I can see part of the reason that I hadn't heard of him is he just doesn't seem to have played that much, actually. Like looking at this, he's got one season with over, yeah, he's got one season of 71 innings pitched, which is basically nothing in 1905.
Yeah.
And then a few years later, he got 44 innings. And I
Okay.
guess it's the 1905 season that's picked.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. There must be a story behind, kind of why he. There must be a story behind kind of why he ends up with a card then. But okay, it does say Son of Herm. Cool. Uh, anyway, as for the card, well, the good news is my model does kind of like the card. The problem is that it's not combinator eligible, and so
Yeah. I
even in
mean,
low iron, I think the base version of this card I like quite a bit, and he's going to be behind all the combinators.
yeah. I mean, the base version I have is the best starter in low iron, and as soon as you start thinking about combinators, he's like 28th or something. I don't know. Way down the list.
Right. Yeah, I think I have him second. There's this live Tyler Alexander that I have almost identical, but like very slightly better.
Okay. Sure.
Sorry, hold on. I'm looking at VL. Yeah, two-way. No, two-way. Yes, I have him as the best. Sorry about that. Um,
So
no, sorry. I again have him second best. If you think you can start Ichiro.
you can't. He's 15 stamina. You can't start him.
Well, this
Actually,
guy's
I'm
46 stamina.
yeah. I didn't realize actually until just now he is 46. So actually, my model doesn't account for that because I haven't bothered to put it in because I just never used them as starters. So
Yeah,
actually,
so I think he has to be a reliever, which
he's
will
probably
make
just a good. I mean,
him a little tougher then.
yeah, he's probably just a good reliever. I mean, again, like if in a no combinator tournament, you certainly play him.
Yeah,
Um,
but as a combinator,
but
it's just not going to work.
no, compared to the combinators, he's
Okay,
crushed.
so he just becomes an F because of the combinator. All right.
Yeah.
Mariano Rivera, we got a 49 Rivera. So this is 1995. So is this the year that he was kind of still a setup guy for Wetland then?
I believe that's correct. Yes,
Now
he's
this
still
is the
like
card. This is the card that's going to be good combinator food. This is the food set.
oh, it's the year before. Yeah, because I thought he made like two starts to start of his career, and then they sent him down. They called him back up again as a setup man for Wetland. I think I could be wrong.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
This is the this is the starter Rivera. Okay.
but
So
I
this
also get the
one
numbers mixed up.
will be combinator eligible.
This is the best food card that's been released this year so far.
I think so. The only thing that would make it better is if it were like a silver.
Yeah, or yeah, that would be better. But I mean, with a Jeter or a Posada or something, this would have. Geez, I guess
Yeah,
it's got to be over 100
the
points for an
Sheffield I
iron.
think is still worth boosting because of how splitty he is too. Bronze, I mean.
Yep. Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
and then, or Diamond A Rod is going to be great. Like that.
I don't think the card plays much, but I think
No,
we
I don't either.
can give him an F for food.
For food.
I'll give him an F for food.
I mean, this whole set really is a very good food set. Like this is a much better food set than
Well, yeah, it's the
the
thing we were
food set.
discussing last week that what makes food is not kind of what the food set was trying to do. It's players that
Right.
played a lot of seasons with one team consecutively so that they're going to have a lot of seasons overlapping with cards. And the
Oh, that.
more they overlap with existing cards that are in the meta, the better food they're going to be.
Well, I hadn't noticed that before. That's kind of interesting. So he's got the same problem with his overall that the Iron Ichiro does, where his picture is the wrong overall.
Oh, is he not a 49?
He's a 49, but his picture says 47.
Huh. That's a weird choice because Ichiro, at least, I think, is a good 46 and an even better 44. And this would be
Right.
a bad 47 as well.
Yes. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. The card doesn't play. It has the same amount of food points no matter if it's 47 or 49 or 58 or so. Like even as a 40, this is probably not great.
Right. Wait, burner guy. Okay, even if you thought the guy threw in the 80s and actually threw mid 90s, wouldn't you adjust to that real quick?
Yeah, I don't know. Gold
No.
Bob Miller to defeat bronze Bob Miller. That's not even that good though, right? That's
No, because they don't actually get the overlap.
that should only be 150 points.
Yeah, because they don't count as overlapping seasons. They just get this same card bonus.
Yeah, that seems like it's not an ideal one. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
same card, which is I believe 10 points, and then it's times 15 because he's a high gold, so it should be 150.
Yep. All right. What do we got next here? Up to full iron, Francisco Rodriguez. Um, I'm guessing you're gonna like this more than I do because I'm gonna punish him a lot for this enormous split. So,
I didn't like him, but let me look.
because I look at this split and sort of say, unless you can make a lefty specialist work. Well, okay. So here, I actually think this is worth the discussion. So normally the problem with this card is going to be you can't make lefty specialists work, right? The funny thing is, this is a right-handed pitcher that's a lefty specialist. And so if you run this card as your closer in a non-cap tournament, there's a good chance people are going to pinch hit lefties against him.
I mean, there is, I guess, the issue that in gold and iron, there's like you're going to run to cards like Travis Lee that are really going to be a problem for this thing.
Yeah.
Or Foley or something. I mean, I do have it. I'm just going to talk about L5 here because there's no point to talk about base iron.
Right.
I have it as the best VL pitcher in iron. Now the thing is that I only have it barely better than Bill Campbell, and Bill Campbell is
Right.
also good for his righties. I just love Bill Campbell. Bill Campbell is my best friend.
I mean, I think the card's not going to work. But I think there may be. The funny thing is, this might be the only card that I've kind of seen in several years of playing OOTP where the only place I could ever consider running this in the bullpen would be as a closer. You can't even run it as a high leverage card.
And honestly, I don't remember the last time I've set someone on the closer role.
Yeah,
I mean,
because you're basically sort of saying the card only works if you get people to pinch hit lefties against him.
I don't know. I think I think it ends up being not very good.
I think it's still an F, but
Is it interesting? Maybe we
it's
give it
funny
a D. I mean,
because I look at just kind of the model. The model says this is an F minus, but because of the huge splits, I'm not 100% certain there isn't a clever way to run it.
yeah, it feels like there could be something. I don't see the something, but it feels like there could be something. I guess is kind of where I'm
Yeah,
at.
so I think this is an F, but this is of the Fs. This is actually an interesting F.
No, this is the kind of card that should be getting printed, right? Like,
I agree. Yeah, I like printing this one. I just the other Fs are not interesting Fs. This is actually all right. Scherzer. So and now we're just kind of paying full price for a card like this. So base version, I've got this. It looks like second among starters, with really low stamina. Is he going to be borderline or not? Because he has real pitches, so
no,
I guess he's
he won't be
not
borderline.
borderline, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have him. I have him at base. Actually, I have both number one at base and at L5, but he gets The L5 helps him a lot because it boosts his control VL quite a good deal, which is really the
Right.
only problem with the card.
Yeah, so
Um,
I think this is a pretty good one. Has any combinator sold? No combinators sold. There's a 30K buy order.
yeah, which would be a very good price, I think. I think this one should sell for quite a lot more than that, probably.
Probably, and I think he should be pretty boostable.
Yeah, it shouldn't be bad. Um, you can even feed in PTMS Ryan Zimmerman. That'll get a lot of points.
There you go. Um, yeah, so I
But yeah,
think this
there's like
one's solid.
there's a
I think the stamina is going to be a real limitation for a bunch of formats, especially because some of the other iron options are low stamina too. So you're really going to have to run 13 pitchers probably to handle it.
I mean, the thing is with my okay, my so he's my number one L5 starter for Iron. My number two is Brizzalara, who also has very low stamina, and then Moyer, who has not zero. Um, and Kuntz also
Well,
sort of.
actually the other card I'm going to bring up is the Burley in a
Yes, I was
moment.
going to mention
That's
Burley.
the other
Burley's right after
card.
that.
So of the two, I have Scherzer ahead of Burley, but because Burley has 96 stamina, I think Burley's actually the better card for building
I
rosters.
mean, I have Scherzer quite a good deal ahead of Burley, like almost a quarter of a run of
I was gonna say
ERA.
I have it almost a quarter of a run also, yeah. But even with a quarter of a run, I feel like the gap to the bullpen is enough that if I could only have one of the two cards, I might pick Burley.
Um, I don't know. I think
It's close.
I mean, I have four relievers ahead of Scherzer. Um,
Yeah, okay,
I
maybe
I think probably
probably even rate them together, right? I mean, because we were just mentioning
yeah.
Burley.
I think I would probably take Burley. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd probably take Scherzer of the two.
And
Especially because
Burley also okay, Combinator Burley has actually sold. Um,
I think it's also probably the case that Scherzer is going to be a better card to put in the bullpen than Burley in some kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
higher
he should
level cap
convert better
because
as
of the
well.
home
I
run.
agree.
Well, also the home run is Burley's going to get clobbered once any kind of like gold or diamond bats come into the picture.
Yeah, well, a high level Burley though does get some of that fixed
A little bit, yeah,
here.
a
So
little
right,
bit,
because at level 5, Burley's going to be what, high 60s versus lefties, and yeah, it's almost tolerable.
almost tolerable. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, definitely,
this is now basically Bill Lee.
sure. Yeah, but I mean, you're not really wanting to play a Bill Lee against like the good gold bats. Like that's very scary.
You're not wanting to, but you can run Bill Lee sort of in caps and kind of come
Yeah,
out
I mean,
semi okay as
it's
you
not a
know.
disaster certainly, but
I mean, I'm running him as a bullpen arm, not as a starter if I'm doing it.
yeah. So I think okay, certainly for an open format, like open iron, I would take Scherzer. I think for a cap, you can make a good argument for Burley. In fact, maybe he's even just straight up better in a cap because of the stamina.
Yep.
Um, so I think probably
But I think you're right. Scherzer's probably the better. So maybe Scherzer's like an A and Burrow's like a B.
yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay. But I
I
think
mean,
both are interesting. I also think that both have clear flaws. So if you're sort of already running an Iron Combinator roster and, kind of boosting one of these cards becomes a marginal upgrade, it might be okay to kind of skip one and wait one more generation before upgrading.
yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I mean,
But if you don't already have kind of your Combinator Iron rotation, these are reasonable ones to build.
yeah, I mean, certainly, this 17K sale for Burley is underpriced. I mean, it should go for more than that.
I think so, yeah.
Um,
All right. Cloninger, what do we got here? Not this Clon.
oh, he's
I
not worse. London and Trader. He's better than L5 Sherry Smith for sure.
hold
I
on.
mean, this control is massive, and Sherry Smith doesn't like
Um,
have
hold
as
on. You've
much
got this Tony Cloninger listed, and I'm not
stuff
finding him
to
in the
control.
card shop.
He's definitely because you're in the Combinator. That's why.
Ah, thank you.
Um, I think also the other thing I would say about cards like Sherry Smith is I there's been a lot of discussion. I've seen a lot of discussion in various places about kind of that, you know, stuff is not a particularly important rating, and I really really disagree with that. Um, I think stuff is actually in many places a quite valuable rating. Um, and I don't quite know how this idea started that stuff is kind of not useful this year, but I that is not in line with my understanding of how the game engine works, particularly in certain kinds of formats.
Well, I think it's when Spore kind of tried to say that there is a shape this year, and that's the real mistake. So I do
Yeah.
think it's the case that changing stuff from, say, 50 to 70 in many cases is not that valuable. But,
Sure.
but,
Well, I don't.
yeah,
Uh, I'm not. Okay, you know what I'm thinking
not
about. I'm not.
yeah, yeah, not universally,
Yeah.
yes. Not universally, but in many cases, if I had a choice of like, so I think the other way to think about it is what the game engine's doing for very low ratings is it's really punishing you for having very low ratings. So it's maybe the case that, if I have a player that's all 50s in rating and I could choose which one to make a 70, stuff wouldn't be the first one I'd pick. That's
No,
almost
you
certainly
choose.
true.
No, you choose control
Yeah, it would be pretty far down the list
almost
actually of which
certainly.
one I would pick. However, if you were to take a card like Sherry Smith and sort of say you can bump any of his ratings 10 points, you'd get the most by bumping his stuff because he's really being punished for having extraordinarily low stuff.
You'd get the most by pumping his stuff in some formats.
Yeah, yes, fine. I mean, you're right. I'm trying to.
Like I have a very hard time.
At some point, we're going to have to talk about the thing, aren't we?
Yeah, the thing is real. Like I'm convinced it's real.
I'm. Yeah, I'm sort of fairly convinced the thing is real too.
But the thing is, I don't think the thing is just for one thing. I think maybe the thing for all the things
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
differently.
I agree. I think all of the things have the thing,
Yeah,
which.
which means that basically our models are wrong. We just don't know where they're wrong and which spots.
No, I think you can fix it. I think you can fix the thing.
You can fix it, but I haven't figured out the way to fix it yet.
Because the problem is you have to predict the other thing.
No, I don't think I have to predict the thing. I think I already know the other thing. I think I just have to. I think. I think I have to figure out how that thing is translating from the other thing.
Right. Okay, this seems like a longer discussion. We
Yeah.
should clearly do a thing stream sometime.
Yes. Well, I mean,
We'll,
should I
we'll
just show?
fully like, Mystery Science Theater 3000 the thing or whatever,
Maybe
right?
I should just show the stuff and see if anyone has an idea,
Okay,
or
yeah,
at least show the stuff from the start of the year.
right. Anyway, let's come back to this on another stream.
Okay.
uh,
I mean, Cubs fan Steve, this is the same question. PWM is sometimes less important than control, but not always. Usually it is.
if you have to answer yes or no, the answer is yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, all right. Tony Cloninger, what
I mean,
is this? This is a 58?
well, I mean, it's for the I don't know. It's. I think this is more of a story card than a playable card. Let's say.
Okay.
Um, Obviously, it's not a good card. It doesn't hit, it doesn't pitch, it doesn't do anything well. It just sucks.
No, it doesn't suck. If we had a suck, that would be getting an S.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, this is a pretty easy F minus. Yeah, it's just a terrible card.
I
It's a
think
bad card with base. It can't be combinated. It's just awful.
yes.
So
Pretty
Coast
much.
Steve, it's not so much that, it's more that the I don't know how to say this in a way that's actually true. The impact of PBABIP compared to the impact of control on the relative rates of the things which they control is not the same. But
And
it's not.
you can move more than one base on a walk. It's a
But it's
live.
also not the
It's a
same.
live ball. If you want to try to take second, you can try to take
Yeah.
second.
The thing is, it's differently not the same, depending on the format, right? Like that's the thing where it gets tricky.
All right. I think
But
we
we're
should
way off.
promise them that we will do a thing stream at some point.
Yeah. But at this point, I should just show that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should do a thing
Maybe someone
stream
has
at
an
some
idea.
point, but probably not when we started late and wanted to like
Yes, agree.
go play some
Let's
suck ball.
stop talking about the thing and get on with the cards.
Right. Speaking of stop talking about, Aroldis Chapman. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a weird. I mean, okay, in PT24, this is the best card in Iron by a mile.
Yeah.
In PT25, it just doesn't work.
No.
The one thing I do want to say about this card, which is not to do with this card exactly, because I think it's still bound no matter what, is I think this card, kind of like the Edwin Diaz in 24, is a really good example of why the correct thing to do for modeling is to make separate wobble weights for each pitcher.
Yes, that's a good point.
Right, because like the value of the various outcomes of Chapman is way different from every other pitcher in everything.
I agree.
So that remains, for me at least, an open question of how to do that in a kind of efficient manner instead of, like I could do it very slowly, but I haven't been able to figure out a way to do it efficiently.
I will also point out this is a card that I have getting almost a run and a half better as a level 5.
Yeah, I mean it goes from sort of unbelievably bad to just like regular bad.
It still doesn't work, but like yeah, there's a huge gap just in these few points of control. So, all right.
God, I might have. I'm well.
Do you give him a minus or not? What do you think?
I think it's interesting enough shape, at least, that it probably doesn't get the minus.
All right,
Maybe
that's fair.
there's something at some point.
Let's go on to Miggy. So this is actually it's listed as a right fielder. This one. Okay, so it's a right field Miggy. And I guess at level 5, he's actually going to start to pick up a little bit of meaningful power.
Yes, I mean, yeah, at that level 5, I do have this in the sort of DH picture in bronze. Obviously
The
behind
problem is that there are
or
too many
Barney.
first basemen I want to run, and he gets squeezed out, I think.
Well, I guess you could think of playing him at third potentially. There is Buddy Bell there, who's probably just better. Yeah. So that's, maybe you can try to squeeze him in the outfield. I guess there's Dunn. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, if you run Bell at third and then the right, right. There are just a couple too many because I think I like the shape of the Vince Coleman from last week enough that I want to run him somewhere also. And you start to get squeezed for outfielders.
And honestly, you're kind of obliged to play this Bagley, even though it's not a combinator. So
yeah,
maybe it just doesn't have a spot. I mean, it's kind of close at a bunch of positions, but yeah, maybe you're right. It just doesn't quite fit.
Okay, I think it probably just doesn't quite play. It's definitely not an F minus. Like it's fringy to begin with.
No, so. It might even be like a. Actually, maybe it's a D because it's a 64. I mean, there's potential for low bronze. Maybe I
Well,
think
there's
maybe it's a
exactly
D.
one low bronze tournament that's ever been offered.
Well, that is true. And last cycle we also went. I don't know what low bronze. Low bronze is. I don't.
And we
What's
know
the rating?
actually we know we're several weeks away from a refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, so then probably it is an F. But if we had a
I guess it does.
refresh,
Well, maybe it has enough positions.
all right,
You
all
could.
right, we'll give him a D. We'll give him a D.
Yeah, it feels like it's close enough to a bunch of spots that there's going to be something. There could be some kind of chemistry thing I'm not thinking of.
All right, we got a Mets version of Verlander. So this is the card from the Topps traded edition, right?
Actually, I don't. Why is he a
Why,
Met?
I was gonna say, why is this a Mets card?
I thought when cards got traded, they
No,
ended up
but it
on the
actually
team that
makes a
got traded
big difference that
too.
this is a Mets card for a bunch of things.
Yeah, though I don't know if it makes it better or it makes it worse.
Okay, I don't know why this is a Mets card, but it is a Mets card. Um, Let me see where I've got him. I still think I'm not going to have him too close because the splits, right? Yeah, I've got him great VL, not good enough two-way, but there's again kind of this idea that maybe there's some funny bullpen trick with reverse splits. Other than that, I don't think I'm that interested.
Yeah, I think I generally agree. Like, there's, I think it's just kind of, you know, better starters
No, no,
in
no,
in
Mr. Wrestling, the bronze PTCS is the single low bronze that's been offered this cycle.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna play,
all right.
Miller and Bannister and Evaldi and Trout and yeah,
Yeah, all right.
both
Santana, how
against
about Santana? Is he any better? Not this Santana. This Santana. Um, and again, you kind of have these reverse splits. So if you can find that trick to make the reverse splits work, all of these cards maybe become interesting if you can kind of find some trick that I'm not thinking of to kind of make it happen. Otherwise, there just aren't enough ratings points here.
Yeah, I have this one actually a bit worse than the Verlander even.
I do too,
Um,
yeah. This one it doesn't have as many points, so it has to be, that much stronger to work.
right.
So, all right. Uh, Jeff Bagwell. Um, no Combinator version available, but that's a lot of ratings points,
But that's
especially
okay
versus
because
lefties.
oh boy, that's a
Um,
VL bat.
I have this bat. Yeah, I have this bat like 2.5 wins better VL than anything else in bronze.
Yeah, and then the L5s of anything
Yeah.
else in bronze. I mean, the first
No,
card which
no,
I have
I
better than
only have it like a win better than my level 5 Sheffield VL.
the first card that I have better than this VL is a level 2 or higher gold Cecil Fielder. So, uh,
Yeah, it's not nearly as good VR, but this is the rare VL card that is so good VL that I have it as the best two-way bat.
no, I mean the thing is that even though this is not Challenger eligible, you are obliged to play it in bronze. I mean, they're like your bronze roster will now be 25 commoners and Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, I think so.
Um, it's just ridiculously strong. I mean, like honestly, you can play this in gold VL and it will be totally fine.
I think I'll give him an S plus then. Let's give him an S plus.
Yeah, I mean, again, ideally you do want to platoon it if you can, right? Like Joyner is a, I would take an L5 Joyner over the Bagwell as a two-way. But you know, uh, yeah, it's a very, 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 very strong card, obviously.
All right, on to silver. We're trying to move along here so we can get to our Tony Stock.
Yep.
Because we still have to do some PTCS drafts too, don't we?
Oh yeah, we could do this.
Yeah, we have in our usual drafts on stream. All right, we need to get moving then.
Drafts. Okay.
Um, all right, so it actually really doesn't matter what we rate this card. I mean, you look at the price. This is really Pedro. We're just calling him a silver. So you're not really buying this card because of his value. Having said that, I think he does actually have some value, especially at a high combinator level.
Yeah,
Like I've
I
got
generally
him
agree.
a little outside the top five in silver, but only a little bit. So in the right situation or park, he probably jumps in, and certainly as a combinator, he'll get up there.
Yeah, at L5, I have the Saberhagen and Moyer from last week kind of in the top tier, and the second tier is like Granke, Sabathia, Swindell, and this DeGrom. Okay,
And, and
it's
Jaime Navarro will probably be ahead of this when released as well.
as a base, I think I have them relatively close.
Yeah, but DeGrom will jump ahead if you at a high level.
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, I think it's very similar to Silver Granke, Max LP. I think they're very similar cards. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Um,
Okay, so that puts the card probably at like a C or something, C or
yeah,
D.
maybe I think a C is probably about right. It's
Um,
certainly a playable card,
but it doesn't
but
really
not
matter because you're not buying the card for the playability. You're buying it for the
no,
mission value.
no, and spoiler alert: the Pedro's pretty good.
Yes. Navarro, well, we just talked about him, right? I mean, Navarro would be sort of like a C, except that he can't be a combinator.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
think the
yeah.
problem with Navarro, he's once we start talking about non-commoners, we have to bring in Mamba Cat and Brissy into the conversation, and they're
And
both
then they'd
played a
be,
lot
yeah,
better.
all right. So this doesn't work. All right. Let's go on to gold. Trying to get moving here. Which commands don't seem to work, Mr. Audit?
Also, I think your game just disappeared from the stream for some reason.
Ah, that's right. No, S plus works. See, it returned the number. It replied with 11. We've had 11 of them so far. All right, Gridzelonic. So we're up to gold. And again, other than literally tomorrow, there is no low gold tournament, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I just the problem with this card basically is that Dicky Thon and Gene Segura are just better versions of this. And
And you can't
so,
make a combinator and have it jump ahead.
right. I mean, the thing is that Dicky Thon is so strong, you're probably playing him anyway, right? Even though he's not commoner eligible.
In silver, yes. In gold, I'm not sure, but you know.
He's certainly in the discussion. Yeah. I mean, and yeah, Gredzelenic is just a weaker Thon who's a weaker Segura who's a weaker
Yeah.
Thon, basically.
All right.
So it just doesn't fit.
It's an F. I mean, probably it's technically an F minus because it's behind Thon, but you know.
Those lines, I mean, if Segura didn't exist, you could think about this, right? Like,
Yeah.
especially a non-commoner gold, you'd be considering it, but it just gets killed by Thon and Segura. It just completely killed. Yeah, Thon's a 77.
All right, Ichiro. So I think you can make an Ichiro work with the right shape, but it then has to probably have more ratings points than this. Is that would be my
So
guess. Let me see what the model says before I say that too strongly. Um, no, my model actually kind of says it's willing to try this and right if you can get it to a high level.
yeah, my model says at L5 this is the best right fielder. At base, it prefers both the Joe Adele
Yeah.
and this.
As I say, my
And this
model doesn't like this at base, but actually level 5, it's pretty good.
yeah, there's the Dell, there's the Jeff Devan, and there's also this Bobby Bonilla who just is the next card. Like Tactile Neck says, the right field only is a bit difficult. But despite that, I mean, I think the fact that the cards that are ahead of it at base are all basically not commoner eligible.
Okay, yeah. So
Uh,
actually, probably, this is kind of the opposite of some of these where the lack of combinator hurts it. I think the base card's an F, but the high level version's playable, so it's probably more like a B or C then.
yeah, I think like a B at high level.
All right,
Which I guess
that sounds fair. Yeah, I think that's about right. I mean, we're kind of
Yeah.
evaluating this based on what happens if you invest in it. So,
Yep.
and have combinators sold on this one? One
I
sold
think there
for
was one at like
200K.
300-ish. Oh, 200. Okay.
Uh, I'm just looking at the spread on the Ichiro here, and I'm trying to figure out if there are typos or if that's just an argument.
Where?
The Iron Ichiro Combinator.
Iron Ichiro Combinator. Ah. My guess is the sell order was up first and someone put up the buy order hoping the seller would sell it to them. By mistake.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway, what do we got next here? Bobby Bonilla. Limited edition. That. Aha. I see what they're doing there. Okay. Uh,
Oh,
fair
can,
enough.
can you can you get a screenshot up on stream easily? I own one of these and I want to send you the screenshot of it.
Not that easily, but I can if it's important.
No, it's just funny, but I'll send it to you anyway because it's funny.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, this is in some ways kind of the opposite of Ichiro, where at base I have this as like the best card at 5 positions,
But it's not combinator eligible, and
but it's not
so
kind
like
of
I wouldn't run this over my combinators right now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like okay, at base I have it as the best, first baseman, third baseman, but as soon as you start to talk about the combinators, now it gets behind like a whole
So
lot of stuff.
Mr. Audit, we're rating cards basically based on the way we've always done this is how valuable is this card to a competitive team? So generally, pretty much at every level below Diamond, we're assuming the competitive teams are going to be combinator heavy, and that's what they're running. At Diamond, they seem to start to be a little bit more of a mix. There are very few league teams that are running like a full combinator deck of perfects.
Off Soul Eagles Cup.
I see that. There's one I'm aware of. Yeah.
It's interesting actually because Soul Eagles this week is doing quite poorly in perfect, despite having many combinators, because it's finally the case that the good hundreds are starting to get good enough that running combinators of the bad diamonds and hundreds is actually like super, super awful.
Right.
So,
Yep.
yeah. Do you see the thing I sent, by the way?
Oh, hold on, let me see. Oh, that's what it is. I have the fancy thing now where because I'm streaming, it kills.
Oh, it blocks the.
Oh, that it puts the numbers in the wrong place.
Yeah, it just puts the numbers on top of the other numbers. It's great.
Yep. Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, at base, this Bonilla is probably like an A or something. And that, yeah, the thing that shifted, they're still running all kinds of garbage, so it doesn't matter, right? This Junior Caminero, Lawler,
Yeah.
Yamamoto, Clemens, Rivera, Nomo, Howard, there's so much garbage, it just doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. Okay. So right. So Bonilla probably just becomes an F then, which is
Yeah,
he's a
I think
strong
it's just an
card.
F.
But yeah, I guess if you're running, I mean it's true. Like I'm running a competitive team, I would not put this card on a roster.
Yeah, I think one thing which I would have done, I think the Bonilla is a much more useful card than the Grids Atlantic. I would have much rather seen this Bonilla be the PTCS reward than the Grids Atlantic, because at least non-common teams will use the Bonilla. Non-common teams won't even use the Grids Atlantic.
I agree. Yeah.
Um,
And they're both they're low gold eligible if you ever run that. So
it would have been a pretty easy switch to make that I think would have made both cards a bit more kind of in line with what they meant to do.
All right, we got an A-Rod again. Got some power. 82 range is probably not enough. I'm just looking. Yeah, I think with the 82 range, it's probably not enough, and then the bat's not enough to really make it work.
Okay, so I'm going to say something which is probably a bit surprising here. At base, I have this nowhere close. Well, I wouldn't say nowhere close, but not definitely, behind Thon, behind Segura, behind the Grids Atlantic, behind Christian Guzman, at L5, I have this as the best shortstop field goal because the defense gets bumped enough and the back gets pretty good, and it just kind of seems to work out. At least
So
according to my model.
I barely do. So the problem is I have it about 2 wins behind Segura, and then he jumps just ahead of Segura because the cards I've got ahead of him at base, the top 5 VR shortstops are all not combinator eligible in my model.
Right.
No, hold on. Figgins will actually jump him as well at level 5.
I also have him as the number 2 DH at L5. So maybe there is a build where you can DH him and use this backup shortstop for something. I mean, probably not because Thon is going to be on the roster a lot, and then it will sort of negate the need
All
for
right,
it.
so maybe give him a D for DH.
Yeah, maybe a D. Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be a C. I think it may be.
Well, I guess one question is, so compared with the other, so what's the combinator going to cost you on this? Well, okay, 200,000, nowhere close because it's going to be like a marginal upgrade. But
Right. I mean, it will be unbelievably easy to boost.
that's what I was going to say. Is I bet the food will be keep tabs on it, but I think my price on this has like one fewer zero probably than what's out there.
Oh, I mean, your food at some in the long run is that Iron Rivera, which were just really great.
Yes.
And in the short run, it's probably still a high diamond Jeter because that card is the food combination for every Yankee. Um, I did.
Yeah.
I sort of. I didn't realize this before, but I sort of looking through this set a bit. Um, I sort of realized I think there actually is potential for chemistry issues at some point down the line with these OTP 25 cards because a huge number of them played for those Yankee teams, right? You have Rivera, Jeter, Sabathia, A-Rod. Like
A
you
lot,
can
a lot
rack
of them
up
did. I
a
think
lot of chemistry
the
very
one thing
quickly.
that will come close to saving it is that even though there's a lot of chemistry, kind of the top cards were released at different phases.
We don't have the A-Rod and the Rivera yet.
Yeah, it's true.
Um, and I mean, you get a Chapman, you get a like Chapman's about
Yeah.
like there's a lot. It feels like it could become very dangerous if there's sort of a mistake there.
They would never make a mistake like that.
I guess even Ichiro gets a few years with those guys, right? And Jones
Yeah.
and yeah, McCutcheon actually too. Oh, that's his daily. That's not. Forgot I said anything about McCutcheon.
Oh, to answer your other question, yes, you can post the Discord thing as well. But maybe we should do that again later in the.
Oh yeah.
Let's get through the cards and then we'll switch over to talking some Tony stock. All right, Kevin Napier. Um, what?
I mean, at
Isn't
base,
isn't this isn't this just Logan Webb but missing a little bit?
I have this at base is
Hold
by
on,
far the best starter in gold.
one
Kind of
sec.
like not really all that close actually.
This is basically Logan Webb.
I have it a good deal better than Webb. I'm. It's still behind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 combinators,
Yeah.
but still enough. But I think non-common teams should basically all be playing this.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
And there will say there is
Non-combinator teams should definitely be playing this in all of the zero gold tournaments they should be running.
right. You do get some amount of chemistry from the PTMS Sweeney. It's something. It's not a lot, but it's something. But yeah, it's not gonna catch any kind of good combinator team certainly.
All right, diamond. We got one low diamond, and then we got a ton of hundreds today, or
No,
now we got some
a
hundred
ton of
ones.
perfect. 200 ones.
We got a ton of perfects.
Yeah, a ton of perfect.
All right. Evan White. I really like the 106 range. I think this is more a center fielder than a right fielder.
So
So let me see where I've got him.
it's kind of funny. I actually think the opposite.
You think he's a right fielder?
Yeah, because Willie Mays is
Oh,
so
because Mays
good.
only plays center, you mean?
So I think what you're doing in Diamond, and I do have this set up in Diamond ahead of the gold combinators, is you're playing Mason Centerfield both ways, and you're platooning Finley and White in right field.
Yeah, it's a VL right field. It's a VL only right fielder, I guess, is really what I
Yeah,
would use him
no,
as.
it's the platoon partner for Steve Finley. It is better than the L5 gold, I think, for that. So okay,
So the
it's
problem is,
totally
I think I'd rather run Devannon.
really.
I think so.
Oh, I don't think so. I
That's a
don't think I
lot
had
of
it all that
I.
close. I can check. I don't think I had it particularly close.
And in full diamond, I'd rather run K-line.
Yeah, full diamond certainly is not going to play. Yeah,
Um,
I have him a good deal ahead of Devan and VL, and obviously VR is way ahead.
VR is way ahead, yeah, but VL, I think I would
Yeah, I
just
mean,
take. I think I'm just going to take my 137i with Devannon, and
so I would definitely play this in low diamond. Um, yeah, I don't think it's like a critical card because again, like lefty pitchers in low diamond, I mean, they don't really exist because it's DeGrom and Syndergaard and Webb and Livan Hernandez and gold combinators that aren't lefties and like okay.
yep. And hey, Laszlo, we're trying to get through the card ratings because then we want to play around with this sort of new sim we've been fooling around with. So we're trying to get through the card ratings first. I guess there are one or two drafts we'll do, and then we'll kind of play some Tony Suck. That's the plan.
Yep, yep.
But if there are any other things you would want to ask about from the week, we're happy to go through them. Let's see. So yeah, so White, and I guess there's
So
one low diamond weekly right now, right?
there's
But
a
the
low diamond weekly.
daily is
There's a daily.
alive.
There's a low diamond daily. There's a low diamond daily.
Okay,
It's
it's
in
the weekly that's
1996.
alive, and
So
it's the daily that's
there's a
okay.
weekly also. The problem is the weekly isn't for. The thing is that there's the good weeklies and the useless weeklies. The weeklies which award rainbow historical packs are just garbage. You should never enter them.
Right.
Like they're pointless. um,
No,
so the
they
low
they
diamond
do
week,
provide points.
yeah, the low diamond weekly unfortunately is one of these high diamond high historical rainbow pack ones. So it's just a pointless format. There's no point to enter it.
Okay, but
Uh,
White, so he's a platoon bat that actually, because the glove, you don't mind having a backup, so sort of helps for roster building. So he's what, probably like a C or D ish,
yeah, I think somewhere between C and a D. I mean, I think the fact there aren't lefties in the format that he plays in is pretty harmful.
something like a C minus. And
Yeah, and he doesn't
then
have
if
left
you
field.
if you're at the point of actually running a diamond combinator team, then you're never
No,
playing him
he's
because the
crushed.
combinators will jump ahead.
Yeah, that is crushed.
Okay. Then we got Mini Minoso. See, now that would be a fun build a lineup sometime. Each decade of Mini Minoso.
That would be a fun one, and you could easily make it all the different tiers too.
Yeah, definitely. Now, having said that, I'm having trouble really liking this one.
Yeah,
I think I just like the Bob Johnson better VR. I mean, basically, I like the
I,
tournament cards better, and I like the Ellis Burks better VL.
yeah. I
Because
mean, for me, this is I think probably the most disappointing card of the week because it's just Bob Johnson but worse.
yeah,
Like, there's nothing here that is better than Bob Johnson. It's just Bob Johnson's profile, except they made it worse and they gave him third instead of second.
yep. Okay,
So
so yeah, I don't think it's an F minus. I think it probably does play over the low diamonds, but yeah.
yeah, it plays with low diamonds, but Bob Johnson just kills it.
Do you check where which points? Sorry.
Where are the points? The points on
Oh, you mean where the points on the card? You mean yeah. Oh yeah, okay. As a PTCS reward, it's definitely an F minus. Yeah. I mean, this
Yes, I mean I
is
think yeah.
not a card you're really excited about having won a bunch of rounds to earn.
No, I mean it's a card which is just strictly worse than a 60K card that's been in circulation for what 3 weeks now.
All right. You know what? You're probably right. All right. We'll give it an F minus one. All right. Fine. Fine. We'll
I
give it
mean
an
I
F minus. That's fair.
yeah.
All right.
Minoso does feel like he's been a player which PT has struggled with a lot. Like he's had a tough time getting good cards.
Yeah, which is weird because I feel like you can give any player a good card by giving it an overall rating so that it's a little bit overpowered.
Yeah, which is
Like there's a
kind of what
rating
you
you can give
do
this
for
card where you would be happy with it.
right. Yeah, and for PTMS or PTCS awards, that's kind of what you should be doing, right? Like
Like
a lot of the
I
time.
think if this were the gold reward, we'd feel this is a jump ahead in the gold meta. It plays ahead of some but not all of the high end gold combinators, and it has just enough positions that it's
Oh
interesting.
no, I think this beats the gold combinators pretty handily. It just doesn't beat Bob Johnson is the problem.
Let me see. At
Like
level five, I'm trying to see. I can see at level five, it's close. Uh,
it wouldn't beat an Adele if you could combine an Adele, but you can't.
right. Yeah, so that's
Um,
fair. Okay.
so yeah, I mean,
Andrew
if Bob
Jones.
Johnson didn't exist, then this card is like it's not a great PCS award, but it's like it's useful. But Bob Johnson just completely shuts it out of every possible universe. So that's
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway,
So this Andrew Jones feels to me like a little bit of an overreaction now to the bronze one having been too strong. This one only getting one position makes it really hard, it looks like, to roster build, and then it's behind the center field. It's like it's behind Willie Mays and
yeah.
stuff.
No, I have this as the number 2 center fielder in Diamond, but Willie Mays is better and 4 points less, so I don't see how you're ever playing it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right. David Ortiz. Well, all right, we got a David Ortiz. Maybe this is a card I will just go out and buy because it's David Ortiz. So it better be good. You know what? I don't even have to look at the card. It's a David Ortiz. We're giving it an S plus.
Oh boy,
You're gonna make me look
this
at the card, aren't you?
this Norm Cash and George Sisler guys, and they're pretty good.
Okay, so if I do actually rate this card fairly, he's behind them. He's behind Ty Cobb. He doesn't have much in the way of defense because he's a DH, and there are
No,
serious reasons that this card, probably should be an F. But it's David Ortiz.
no, I mean this card. I think you make this a low diamond. It's very much in the meta. It's not. It's that 94 is kind of the right rating for this card, but giving it 98, I think, just kind of makes it not play.
Do I have to give David Ortiz an F?
Yes, you do.
Can I give him an incomplete?
No. Yeah, that's Taxlex. That commercial is amazing. That commercial is great.
Stupid having integrity on the stream and all that.
Listen, in a few cards, we're gonna get to give Derek Jeter an F. So
All right, fair enough. I'm just saying. All right, we'll have integrity on the stream. We'll have integrity on the stream, but I'm just saying people can say all sorts of bad things about what we say on stream, but you at least got to admit we call them like we see them.
yeah, we're listen. Jeter, we're gonna get to say no. Jeter is bad because he's worse than Garcia Parras. That should make you pretty happy, right? That's
I've been saying that for decades. All right, James Paxton. Well, okay, this is at least appropriate that the David Ortiz card with the flag background, the cool backdrop loads, and James Paxton for candidate doesn't.
I have to say, I know it's apparently some kind of rights they didn't have it. It is really a shame we couldn't get the picture with the eagle on it for Paxton because that would have been amazing. But yeah, you can't do much about the rights.
So, Jack, we're trying to get through the card ratings because we're going to go play some Tony Suck baseball as soon as we get through them. So, we got to eat our vegetables first,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Okay, I have this card is really good.
Yeah, I have it. It's kind
I've
of a
got
tier ahead of
him number one VL. I've got him number two overall, but it's really kind of a group of three. So it's him, Carpenter, and Dizzy Trout. I have pretty close, and he happens to be number two out of those. But it's
So I have mine is more like Paxton first, and then a group of four: Riho, Carpenter, Syndergaard, DeGrom, and then Trout kind of in the tier after that, along with like Levon Hernandez.
okay. And I think that the difference between that, is the thing, and how
Almost certainly,
yeah.
almost certainly it is the thing.
And I think your version of the thing for Diamond is probably closer than mine, so I tend to trust your rating better here.
Oh boy, I don't know how to answer that.
All right, we'll move on, but I think the point basically is that this card clearly gets an A, right?
Yeah, I think there's two other things worth mentioning with this card. The first is that this is the only playable lefty in, well, Hampton is kind of somewhere, but this is really the only playable
Yeah.
lefty in Full Diamond. Also, it is much lower stamina than all the other cards we talked about.
Yes, it is. Here we go. Load. We got it to load.
Yeah, I am curious. In terms of chemistry, these cards are kind of their own type, so they're going to be kind of probably a bit difficult to
That's
get chemistry
true.
with.
So you're gonna have to have a combinator version of this card to get chemistry, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you can get the combinator. Okay, it hasn't sold yet.
Yes, the Combinator would play in League, I'm sure.
If you can boost it, yeah. He kind of bounced around just enough. He's going to be tough to boost, but you know,
Yeah, I guess he had what 4 or 5 years without his career with the Mariners. I don't know if there's anyone who's good for him. And then he went to the Yankees, and then to the Red Sox, and then back to the Mariners. Right?
I guess the
it?
point is when you're looking at a league card, you just pay the 200K to boost him.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the max price to boost any card is 250K. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay. What do we got next here? We're on to the hundreds.
We are indeed on to the hundreds.
There we go. So see, we're making progress here. No.
Right,
In honor of James Paxton, we're making progress.
Very good.
We're making progress. Buster Posey. Not that Buster Posey. Oh, is there no? Aha. There we go. I swear I can use this website.
Are you going to put 101 now? It's important.
It's true. It's the Spinal Tap version.
Yes.
So after releasing a really good PTCS catcher and then a PTMS catcher, we're releasing a catcher so that we can get ready to release a catcher.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are now 3 catchers that are playable in League, right? There's Dickey, there's Posey, and there's Gibson. Everything else is not playable.
And I think I want to platoon Posey and Gibson probably.
That's what I would do also. I have Gibson and Posey very, very similar VL. Obviously, Gibson's a lot better VR. And then Dickey, I do have better than Posey VR, but enough worse VL, and there are lefties that exist in League now that I would rather have Posey in my roster than
Dickey.
I
think that sounds right.
There will be parts where you're probably Dickey, but
it's the weak side of the platoon, so maybe this is more like a B and Gibson's more like an A.
Yeah, I think this is also a place where the fact that Gibson plays other positions comes in very handy because you can very comfortably play Gibson at first, at DH, in tournaments you could play him in the outfield.
Maybe. So I'm actually a little worried here. I'm a little scared that my manager is going to decide to put this card in center field in extra innings.
Yeah, I don't love that he has center field. I wish he didn't have center field. I like the other positions that he has, first, third, left, and right.
Yep.
But I have this Gibson. We can check. I think I had him reasonably similar to the Frank Thomas as just a hitter VL.
But catcher eligible.
But catcher eligible, which is great. And also, he is better defensively at first.
Yep.
So I think Gibson is the kind of card where he just does so many things that you're kind of always going to find a spot for him for a while.
Yeah, sounds right.
So I'm much more worried that Posey will drop out.
Posey's probably like a B, and then Gibson's an A or A plus.
Yeah, I think we're making an A plus for Gibson. I think without Posey release, Gibson's probably an S, and with Posey,
yeah, that was my thing. The fact that they've got the 2 means you're okay if you're missing 1, basically.
Yep. And the other thing I guess we should say about Posey and maybe Hamels is that you have to acquire one of them in order to do one of the missions for Pedro. Or you can acquire a worse card for cheaper. That's also an option. But you have to acquire one of the hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
McCutcheon. L.E. McCutcheon, actually.
Ellie De La Cruz. This is You got the central card.
Yeah. Well, he hits lefties, kind of.
I mean, I have this thing just
I think he
absolutely
just,
clobbering
yeah, I
lefties.
think he's going to be your best VL bat by quite a bit. So I think this is the first perfect LE that actually is really sort of essential to a full build right now.
Probably. I mean, I don't have him enormously ahead at DH, but the fact that he plays center, particularly left, the left field was really important because of Griffey, only playing right.
Right.
Um, so you want to platoon him, obviously, and it is the short side of the platoon, even with Tanana around. But yeah, he's tremendously strong VL.
Yeah, I think because he's the short side, maybe it's not quite an S, but it's a really good card. Maybe it's an
Yeah, it's a
S
very good
anyway,
card.
just because of how good he is VL.
Maybe. I mean, I think, yeah, maybe. I'm somewhere between A and S. I mean, the
S
thing is that
S minus?
yeah, maybe you can try to build a park on this. The left field is pretty useful.
Yeah, Toxamix, there are some lefties that have come out recently.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of three playable ones at the moment. Well, maybe four, but mostly it's Tanana, the new Hamels, and the Lefty Grove, and then Streeter is kind of somewhere,
And then
but
there's
not in
this
the main.
Pedro who's rated so well that probably if he threw with his left arm, he'd still be, playable in league.
Yeah, yeah, that page is a little good.
Um, yeah, all right, we'll give him an S minus. All
Yeah, I
right,
think that's fair.
Derek Jeter F minus. Cole Hamels.
Okay, that actually, well, probably not the minus, but I think F is
Okay,
the
do I have
is
to?
the right
All
rating
right,
for
all
Jeter.
right, all right. I'll look at Derek Jeter. What? Okay. Can you check the card database real quick?
Sure,
Does that actually say 101 infield range?
it does. I mean, obviously,
Okay, I
this
could have sworn that I heard Sporer say on stream that he would never release a Derek Jeter with range. That was
so I
one
don't.
of the things he could never do because he was going to keep the game honest and historical.
Yeah, I mean, in 2009, he did have a very good defensive season. Obviously, small sample size, defensive metrics, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
But
yeah, but we know that the defensive metrics, don't equilibrate that quickly.
yeah, I mean, I think the way that I would have done it this year, and with throwbacks available, we in PT20 we had this Jeter for his Hall of Fame induction, which was a very strong card. But back in PT20, you could actually train the guys. You could train them at any position, and so people play Jeter at basically every infield position except shortstop. Uh, and this particular bat would not have been good enough to make that work. Um, but you certainly could conceive of a Jeter with a bat good enough to make that work. Um,
Yes.
so that's the way I think that I would have gone about instead of doing this, because I said, I mean, yeah, he's just behind Garcia Parra, but even without that, he's behind, well, a lot of other things too. Artie Wilson or probably Shane Dienst or
Tulowitzki, he's probably
yeah,
behind Tulowitzki.
yes, well,
Um,
obviously.
I do have this card is pretty competitive with Nomar VL. VR, I have Nomar
um,
pretty far ahead.
I actually still have no more. Well, yeah, it's close-ish VL, but I mean, you're never playing it, right? They're both single position. You can't fit them both. It's
Right.
um, so yeah. I just don't. I mean, maybe if it comes down to price enough, it's some kind of a budget option. But other
Mr.
than that, I
Audit,
just
there's a good reason he made the catch in the stands because that's where he should be playing.
he honestly he would have been a totally fine defensive third baseman.
He doesn't have the range for third base.
You don't need range at third base. Like he did the things that you actually need to do at third base, right? He got to the balls that were hit to him,
Yeah.
and he didn't make errors on them. Like it was so strange because like third base is the position where you want to play a player whose defensive profile looks like Derek Jeter's.
Yeah. Okay, so the cards are run of the mill F, but I'm just going to leave that up there.
That's fine.
Come on, we had to give David Ortiz now. You got to give me one.
Yes, we'll allow it.
Cole Hamels. Well, so this is kind of funny because this is a fairly flat shape where the color makes him, I think, it's a good card, but the color makes him look like a much better card.
Yeah, so I will say after getting finally perfect league data for the first time in a while, I have some updates to my league model, which I think have improved it a good deal. So I don't know. I don't remember what we said about Ed Walsh last week, but I like him quite a lot more now than I did before. So my league starting pitching tier list kind of looks like Pedro Martinez by a lot. Second tier, Tanan and Jose Fernandez. Next tier, Walsh Bieber. And the tier following Walsh Bieber includes Hamels. It's Hamels,
Probably Cott, Sutton,
Streeter, Grove, Page.
maybe Page. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Scherzer.
And actually, the other card I think is going to be up there is Carpenter, but it depends on the thing.
I'm fairly convinced Carpenter is not any good in league.
Okay.
He's in open. I'm less convinced. In league, I'm quite convinced he's not good. Well, I should say imperfectly.
Okay. So then Hamels probably, if you really have every card available, it's an F, but it's close enough that these are all expensive cards. He probably should be a C or D.
Yeah, I think it's probably like a C, something like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so I should say about Carpenter, I'm confident Carpenter is bad in Perfect League. I'm not confident he's bad in Diamond League. He might be okay in Diamond League because it heavily depends on.
Let me see how he's doing for me in Diamond League. I haven't actually looked at my Diamond League yet. He is okay. Yeah, he's doing okay. He's not spectacular.
The problem is that it matters which Diamond League you get on the likelihood. If you get a good Diamond League, it's going to be bad. If you get a weak Diamond League, you'll probably jump up over some cards that will be better in stronger Diamond Leagues.
Right.
League kind of in some ways.
I actually haven't looked. I'm curious. Am I in a good or bad league? Probably in a weak Diamond League, but I don't have a very strong team right now.
I don't know what the best way to say this is, but I think in a lot of ways, League works backwards from the way it worked in previous cycles in terms of which ratings are good for pitchers.
Yeah. How do I know if I'm in a weak league? If I have strong teams in it, it's a strong league. If I have weak teams in it, it's a weak league, right?
Search for Pedro Martinez. If you have 0, you're in a weak league.
It's a good question. Are there any Pedros in this league? There's a bunch of Pedros in this league.
Okay, then you probably have a reasonably strong league, it looks like.
Okay, maybe I have a strong league. I honestly haven't looked. Okay, apparently I'm in a strong. Okay, apparently I'm 500 in a strong league then. Oh well. Right. So, Joe Morgan. This is your top reward?
Okay. This is a really interesting card to me.
He's good
so
DR.
I guess so I start off with I have him as kind of the best second baseman by a good deal. I mean, about a 1.5 over Wilson, and then he'll move Wilson to shortstop where Wilson will also improve Garciaparra. So I think it's a fairly substantial.
Are you including Dunlap? Because at Dunlap I have closer than that.
No, I have this beating Dunlap pretty handily. Um, I mean, I want to platoon them probably, but like it's Dunlap's not a huge amount better VL, and Morgan is obviously way better VR. I think before the release of Posey, I think I would have said I prefer Gibson to Morgan because I'm a little worried about the roster building side of Morgan, where like, okay, he's better than Artie Wilson at second, but the fact that Artie Wilson can play shortstop is tremendously valuable. And in a month, Morgan will 100% need to platoon, right? There'll be some better VL card released where you'll have to platoon it. And then it gets tough to fit it, right? It gets really tough unless that card also plays shortstop, whichever card that is.
Right.
So, I think after the release of I have this as a kind of a better short-term card than Gibson. I think after the release of Posey, I would prefer this one to Gibson if I had to choose one of the two. But I am worried a bit about in the short term. I think it's great. It's probably a 2.5 win upgrade to a strong league team. Maybe a little less if you have Tulo. In the long run, I'm worried that this is going to get run out of the meta relatively fast. But we'll see. I mean, it depends what gets released.
Yep. Sounds about right.
So I think probably in the end, I think it's probably a relatively similar card to Gibson. So it's probably like another A+.
That sounds fair. I forgot. I'm going to just do one important thing.
Maybe it's an S-. I guess maybe it's an S- now because it is enough. It probably is enough of a short-term gain over what Gibson is giving you that you're willing to take on the long-term risk. So maybe S-.
Okay. That sounds fair. Then we got Pedro, who's clearly an S+ because it's Pedro.
Yeah, I mean the card is a.
Okay, we can look at the card too if you want, but it doesn't really matter. It's Pedro. It's an S+. Okay, the card's also an S+.
There is another really nice thing about this card, which is that it happens to get an unbelievable amount of chemistry with Garcia Parr because they were both teammates for a long time and they have the same year.
Yes.
So,
how do we like the mission design? I love the mission design. I got to sell a DeGrom for 500,000 points.
Fair enough. No, I mean, the thing which I would say about the mission design is, we're starting to get missions now that are substantially designed around spotlight packs. Missions where you have to acquire all the cards or all but one of the cards or things like that. I think if you're going to design missions around spotlight packs and then put some but not all of the cards in spotlight packs, I think that's a bit of an inconsistent choice.
Right.
I thought the spotlight packs from last week, they were still negative value, but I thought in terms of what they did to the economy, they were a lot more sensible, where you include a huge number of sets where sort of all the good cards are in them, but they're not so prevalent in them that those sort of the market will get flooded instantly. This one I liked a lot less because it flooded the market very quickly with cards like Hamels and Posey. And it also didn't really accomplish the goals of doing this mission because it left out one of the critical cards for the mission. So I think this spotlight pack was just kind of inconsistently designed and not thought through sufficiently. But I like the one from last week a bit better.
Yep. Yeah, see, there is an A-Rod up here, 333. Yeah, what is DeGrom currently going for? He's still going for, what was it, 200 plus last we saw, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at some point he's going to come down quite a lot, but it could be some weeks before that happens unless he's in a spotlight.
I don't think it'll be weeks. I think it's... The thing is, I feel like there always seems to be a sharp cliff in terms of what people will pay. So there are a certain number of people that will pay 200,000 for a copy of this card. But I think there are very few people that will pay, 90,000 but won't pay 200,000 if pushed.
That may be fair. I mean, there was, okay, I did buy one at I think about 200K. I did that because I'm in perfect league, so I wouldn't have if I wasn't probably.
Right.
But I mean, I would not have paid 500K.
No, but I think the point is 200 is around the level that sort of you're paying for a strong combinator. So there are people that
Um,
will sort of pay that, you know, there are people that'll sort of pay that to get one big addition to their roster. And that's really what this is. It's the big addition isn't DeGrom, it's Pedro.
right, right. I mean, you're basically paying for half of Pedro or a third of Pedro or something, and then the
Right,
other
but
part
it's
is
similar. But it's similar to the
kind of.
combinators. Like I think I was showing a combinator watch list, and this isn't exactly a list of what I want to buy because I don't update it. But like this Andrew Jones is a good example. There were sales in the 200 to 300 range, but I
Yeah.
would bet if you were now to list this car at 100,000, you wouldn't get takers.
I bet you could take us at 100,000. I don't know that you could take us at 200,000.
I
It
don't know.
is still kind of a lot ahead of
He
the
is a
rest. Oh, there
fair
was
bit
one.
ahead, but I feel like at this point, the people that were willing to pay 200,000 for one got one.
Okay, Caged Wisdom is saying that actually one did sell at 200,000. Okay, I mean that's
Okay,
not super
that may be
shocking, I
wrong
guess.
then. Yeah.
He is definitely still in the meta. I mean, he's the best center fielder still.
He is the,
But
no,
obviously,
he is the meta card. I agree. Um,
every you know, the longer you wait, the more chance there is that something good gets released.
yeah,
Sort
well,
of.
eventually he'll get surpassed, but
It was unlikely he'd get surpassed in the week after his release, but now that we're a month and a half after his release, at any moment we could feasibly see a better
yeah,
center fielder.
that's fair.
Um, so that's kind of why
Um,
his price should go down a bit.
but I guess my point is that sort of I feel like there's a bit of a cliff in terms of, you know, there's a set number of people that will pay, in the low six digits for one combinator card for whatever set of tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I
But there
think
aren't
the
a
way
lot of, but I don't think it's kind of a gradual, you know, I think there's basically a gap. There are the people that'll pay a bunch, and there are the people that will buy things close to the minimum, and then it's not clear that there's so much in between.
the way I've kind of been thinking about the combinators a bit is like, okay, for the entirety of Perfect Team up until this cycle, you know, well, for like 95 plus, probably more percent of the actual of people trying to play competitively, the main goal, by goal I mean the thing you're kind of willing to spend points that will not return on, it was league, right? You'd be, people would spend points on league cards, understanding the league cards would not return them value.
Right.
And now commenters have basically done is they've added an alternate goal, which is to dominate a particular level, where you can sort of spend points that will return in order to sort of be really, really strong at some level, but you will
Right.
not have the points then to spend on league also.
Right.
Um, and so a small number of people in each level have made the choice to give up on using league as their goal and change it to dominating a level as their goal.
Right.
Um, Now, how many people that is different for each tier, for different, it varies, but I think that's kind of, I think it's kind of the way I
Right.
would think about it. Yeah. Well, so it does return more than all the value. The question is, does it return all the value above what's necessary to keep up the team? And that, I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
So you will return points over the course of about a month, buying like a
No,
full
I
season
think you
level.
can. I think if you're willing to only play one level, you can probably return about enough points to stay on top in that level if there are no more than about three other teams doing the same thing.
Well, but the question is, can you make enough to do that and keep up in league? I think is the
No.
question. Right, and I think that's what I mean by you've changed your goal. Right, your goal is no longer to spend your excess points on. By excess points, I basically mean the points that are above what's necessary to keep your
Right.
your tournament team at the level it's at. And so you don't have excess points anymore because you're spending all your points on keeping your tournament team at the level.
Right.
Um,
Yep.
so
All right. Should we do one draft and then we'll play some Tony Suckball?
yes, let's do it.
All right.
Which draft
What
first?
is it? We got a 1919, the one we usually
Oh,
do.
okay, the dead ball-y one.
Oh, and we actually got some
Uh,
interesting dead ball choices. So this is actually a tough decision because on the one
It's a very
hand,
tough one.
Henry McHenry is kind of a two-way card and not awful for dead ball because not complete dead balls. 1919, so the homer prevention helps a bit. Okay,
Okay, I guess the first question we should figure out is Collins enough better than Holiday at third that it's worth giving up the positions for it? Because okay,
I think he is. Yeah,
Turner, Young, and Appling we're never taking, right? Those are out.
right.
Um, so
No, I think
probably
actually Holiday is probably better in 1919. The more I look
you
at
think
this,
so? Well, if we think it's all close, we should take Holiday because he has every position,
I
right?
think he's better in 1919 because you're losing the avoid K, and he's just got more BABIP. He's got more I.
Okay.
The gap power is probably not enough to make up for it, right?
Okay,
But
so
the
then
question is then, is it ever McHenry?
Holiday versus McHenry. There might be. The thing is, one thing I think that we have learned doing this draft all these times is that kind of when you get the good pitchers, you need to take them.
Right. And especially in 1919, I think it's McHenry.
Yeah, I think it probably is McHenry because you just don't see enough pitchers. As long as you get
All right,
no good ones,
we're going McHenry.
you just lose.
Okay, well, this sort of helps bail us out a bit. Okay, Dotel's actually kind of funny in that if I thought you could actually start this card with the 23 stamina in
Yeah,
1919, I
we'd
would
have to
take
think
him.
about it, but I don't think you
You
can.
can't. Holiday's also kind of an interesting bat. Doesn't have chemistry with Holiday, unfortunately.
We also didn't take Holiday.
Uh, but Perez has all this BABIP.
Yeah, just seems
So I
great.
think it's just Perez, right?
Yeah, yeah, and he also plays two positions, which is good.
Yeah.
He's not going to get in trouble anywhere.
Okay, and this is actually pretty good also. It doesn't okay, so this doesn't quite fit the era, but we've got a few interesting options again. So
So
first
this is
off, I
seems
think
really
we're
tough.
taking Keith Hernandez and his ridiculously high
I
BABIP.
think so. Yeah, I think so.
Like I think that's pretty clear. But
But Brett Boone is a real card.
I was gonna say I wouldn't have hated ending up with Boone, and I wouldn't have hated ending up with Candy Jim. 1919 doesn't fit him perfectly though,
Oh,
but
I did learn by the way when I was doing that
it's Keith. Yeah,
when I was going through all the Commoner stuff. Candy Jim Taylor is the card with the lowest stuff that isn't one.
nice.
He has 6. It's actually relevant though because his stuff goes up with
Oh,
Commoners.
you know what? We got
That's
some
constant
we
stuff.
actually got some more good options here. So this Jay Bell is just a dead ball shortstop.
Just no, isn't Piper Davis also really good?
Yeah, I said we got two good cards here.
Well,
Piper,
Win is good too, probably, or at
that's
least
true.
decent.
Well, Wynn's not as BABIP-y, but
Lowe's is also we should consider Lowe's at least because we're getting a lot of pitchers now, and
this is
we
5 of 14 plus a reliever. I don't think Lowe's is that good. I think Bell is like about as good of a draw as we could get, and Piper Davis is pretty close. I think we just have to take
yeah,
those two, right?
I think probably that's right.
There are a
Royster, I think
few
is
others.
also
Like actually, I wouldn't have hated being stuck with Lowe's. Even this Royster, I think you
yeah,
can make
Royster's
work in
not that bad.
1919.
Yeah, he probably could.
Okay, well, it's the wrong fit, but I'm still tempted by Cliff
Nah,
Floyd.
I don't think you can take Floyd. It's just not enough bad.
His gap power. And it's a weaker round. So Cepeda, is okay on one side. You're losing the power, but
Yeah, he also needs a platoon. Um, I've never seen that Pedroia card before. I have no idea if it's a good dead ball shape or
if you've
not.
never seen
But
it, it can't be good, right? It's usually the way it works.
well,
No,
sometimes
not a good dead ball shape.
I thought maybe with Pedroia he'd have high BABIP, but I guess not.
Uh, does Ricky want to play
Um,
dead ball? No.
no. I mean,
Um,
Jung Ho Kong is kind
has one
of
side that's okay, right?
like yeah,
Well, he's a little BABIP-y. I mean, maybe we hope we back
maybe
him up,
yeah.
but maybe I think it is Floyd.
And we
just by
just DH him one
default.
way and hope we find a platoon.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
There's a DH here, right? Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
DH. Yeah.
Oh, we got the best dead ball card. We've won the draft.
Dave
We
Kingman.
have the best dead ball card, Tim Foley. Well,
Oh,
take a look at Tim Foley. He's
oh.
just the perfect dead ball card.
Well, is he the better dead ball card or Dave Kingman?
I don't know. Actually, Kingman's not that bad.
Stalker is actually not bad, by the way. You know,
We're
if we
getting
run him at short, you move Bell to second.
Yeah, I'm becoming very worried about this pitching situation, I have to say. We're getting a lot of pitchers and we're not taking any of them.
No, we're getting relievers though. We still have 9 starters coming.
Okay. So maybe it's Kingman
I think
and
it's Stalker.
Stalker. Yeah.
Wait, you think it really is Kingman?
No, I think it might actually be Kingman.
Can't be Kingman,
Like,
can it?
by 1919, there are actually home runs. They're not zero.
I want to take Cy Sutcliffe and put him at catcher, I think.
Oh, I don't hate that either. I don't mind that.
He's got a ton of BABIP. He doesn't walk as much as I'd like. He doesn't really catch, but, you know,
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think we should do that, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Still no pitchers in this round. But I see a couple cards I like. So this isn't a dead ball shape, but I'm still tempted by Hairston.
How are we going to play him with Floyd, though?
Does Swisher have a dead ball shape? I mean, not really,
Not
but he has
really.
enough glove.
He does at least split the other way. I like that. I'd rather a card that splits like this than splits like Hairston.
What is this being sorted by right now?
AI Manager's most favoritist card.
But I'm trying to figure out what this is
I don't
actually
know.
sorted by. Usually it sorts either by overall or position by default.
Got me there. Does not appear to be sorted by any of the things displayed on the screen.
Okay, let's sort
Mr.
by.
Audit says upside down last name. Oh, I think you were right. I think you were right.
Aha! Very good.
Yeah.
All right. That is not a dead ball shape. That I was hoping would be a dead ball shape. Is it just Swisher by default? I mean, this would be a round to just throw a pitcher
Yeah.
somewhere, but we literally have no pitching options.
I think it is Swisher by default. He might end up being a platoon with Floyd if we don't see anything better.
Let's see.
And then
Is there anybody with any BABIP here?
do we just take Hairston because it's the only other good card we have, or we try to find a
I
backup?
think so, yeah. I mean, problem is Hairston can't play defense anywhere either.
No, I mean it's not good. We don't have a use.
No,
for
it's
him,
basically just a duplicate of Floyd. I mean, there's nowhere to put him.
Yeah.
We could just take Dick Padden because his name's Dick Padden.
Always a good choice. I mean, the card sucks, but
okay, here you go. Kevin Seitzer at least has the right shape. He's not very good, but
at least he does something different from the other cards we already. I guess he's still kind of useless because we do have already a bunch of.
He is useless, but he's our best pinch hitter.
We just want whichever guy can pitch the baseball. We don't have a single one of them.
We are offered some pitchers this round and Austin Adams.
Okay, let's not take Austin Adams with dead ball.
Are you trying to tell me you don't think this is a dead ball shape?
I'm gonna say no, not a dead ball shape.
Okay.
Not so much. It's not really in any era shape in PT25.
No. Okay, Nick Johnson. I mean, there's nowhere to put him, but he's probably their best bat.
We have to take a pitcher of some kind here, right? We can't afford to keep taking none.
Well, we've got 2 live pitchers in Austin Adams.
Savali might have a lot of PBAB. It's not impossible.
Okay, he does have some. He actually does have some. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so does Hoenn. So you know what? I maybe this is a pitcher round.
Just take Hoenn and Savali. Yeah.
Just try to count towards 7, right?
Yep. The other cards seem useful.
We have chat. We have chat arguing about
Yeah,
how seriously we're taking the game. I can
I
tell
think there
you
was
that you
enough.
are both taking the game more seriously than I am this week.
I think there's been enough of this quibbling in other places. I think let's probably, you know, maybe try to talk about other stuff.
Which team is Dr. Zevier again? I forget actually.
That's I believe Gotti.
Gotti. Okay.
Okay, so this
Um,
is AG because AG is really good.
yeah, it's always AG. Definitely, it's always AG. Gotti. Okay, I don't think I've run into that team much, I guess.
They play a lot of bronze,
Okay.
a lot of bronze combinators. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, I've sort of been playing exactly as much bronze as I need to qualify, and then mostly doing other
Yep.
stuff. So
Yep.
I probably just
Yeah,
haven't
it
seen him so often.
makes sense.
Okay, so Messersmith again is the wrong shape.
Yeah,
Walking Cross looks. Must have bought the Combinator. Yay.
I do get a bit worried about actually his blocking, or really more correctly to say his catcher ability has been renamed blocking.
Yeah.
Um, in this point.
That's probably fine. He's our backup, I guess. I mean, the problem is no one else to take, right?
I
Not
guess. Well,
Landry's.
where are we at on pitchers? Can we take Jim Roland or
I think we're okay on
Howard?
pitchers. We need well, we need to find two more starters is the big thing from our last
No,
set.
Savali. Okay, guys. Can we talk about something like this is not going anywhere. There's no relevant discussion here from either person. Let's just move on.
Yeah. It's all right. I can I can say that you're both better at bronze than my team.
Yeah, Mr. Black,
That's
you're
as
you're
far
you're
as I
you're
can.
you're both talking. You're both talking past each other. Neither one of you is saying anything to the other person. You're just saying stuff into the wind. It's pointless. Just stop.
All right. Okay, Bill Lee. See, we were talking about Bill Lee before. Now this is actually exactly where you want Bill Lee. That's great. Uh,
Yeah, Billy's really good.
and we still have six starters remaining, so that'll be the other. We could just take a second pitcher here. Uh, we have actually all our positions covered. So the question is, like, Roush has a ton of contact, but it's not BABIP.
Yeah, I don't like Roush so much. But
And I'm just seeing if
we
there's
need we
anybody
need
BABIP here before.
we I think we need a pitcher. Mr. Wrestling, I like Howard. Tresh is okay. Roush is useless.
So Tresh, I've been running in a bunch of tournaments. Just actually, it's short. You know. Um,
Yeah, I think that's probably where you play him, particularly if you if you
Yeah, so like even in a lot of gold cap type stuff, I'm using Tresh as sort of a backup at several positions, but primarily getting time at short because it's tough to find kind of combinator shortstops in the mid tier that you can boost. And Tresh is pretty boostable, whereas like the Stevens or Day or that kind of card, you know,
have to say I I had bought my first Negro League Combinator um earlier this week, which is the Toriente.
it's a good card.
Um, very good card. I'm happy to have it. I expected it would be unbelievably painful to boost. It has turned out to be expensive, but not that painful.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I guess there's always just the 200K boost anything option.
no, not. I'm not even doing that. Just you can sort of rack up enough points with the irons and bronzes that you just need to find like one diamond per level,
Okay. That's
and then
not
it kind
bad
of
then.
works. Yeah,
I'll,
it's
I'll
expensive,
just throw a
but
picture
it's
in and
not
we'll move on.
painful.
We
Yeah,
should
yeah,
go on to the.
yeah.
Um,
So stripling is really good, right?
Where's Stripling? I didn't even notice we had Stripling, but I'm gonna guess he would be. Yeah. I mean, I'd like a little more P
Oh,
Babbitt, but even so, it's
and
fine.
probably Petita's fairly decent.
He's gonna be even better, right? Except that he's a reliever,
Yeah, but we
so
should
he's
still take him. I mean,
probably never using him.
we need pitchers, and we offered some decent ones, so let's just take them
Okay, well
now.
now we're up to 7. So all right,
Okay,
actually now we have some options I like on this round again, right? So first off, Bartlett. It's too bad he only plays short, but the bat really does fit.
that's nice. We have Bartlett. We
Um,
have
Algie McBride is an excellent option. Three
isn't that Coke?
positions.
That I don't know if you pronounce that name, but Koke Alexander, isn't he like kind of
He's
okay?
completely flat.
Oh, he's just. I thought he was the other. Oh, I thought he was Charles Earl.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what I
he's
thought he was.
completely flat. I think McBride is pretty clear. The other card that you're gonna have to work hard to talk me out of is, all the eye on Matt Joyce.
Yeah, I mean the battle is rough.
So it's probably Bartlett. So the idea of Bartlett would be actually you platoon him with Floyd at DH.
We could do that. That's not awful.
I think we could do that, right?
McHenry might be better though.
Yeah, that's. But remember,
Huh,
McHenry is starting a third of our games.
that's true.
All right, what do we need? We need nothing
We took
specific, right? At least one
we took
outfielder,
walk
but
we took Walkenfuss. I thought Mr. Audit, unless I'm misremembering. We just didn't set
yeah,
his
we have
position.
Walkenfuss, so we're
Um,
okay on catchers.
that Sandy Vance, I think is okay. I don't know where we're at on pitching.
Ahmed's probably fine. We have the
Ahmed
the
looks good.
minimum 7, so
Yeah,
nothing wrong with
Ahmed is
taking Vance.
definitely good. Is Vance better than any of our? Vance is probably better
I
than
think
one of
he
our
is,
random
yeah.
bronzes, right? So we can probably take.
Ed Morgan one way is probably fine, just as a bat. Dietrich's not going to work in 1919. Probably want one outfielder, right? So maybe is it just Jacob Young to cover positions,
Yeah, or Hatton
or
maybe.
or,
Hatton is
or
decent. I mean, he's not an outfielder, but he's
Cross?
a decent card.
We still have room for both, right?
Okay.
Hatton, I hate this bat shape for dead ball.
Yeah, it is not great for
Actually,
dead
you know
ball.
what? Dietrich's probably a better shape than this.
Like I said,
No,
true. Ahmed's
Dietrich's
gonna be
still
better
worse.
shortstop.
Dietrich's still worse.
I don't know. It doesn't really matter then. I mean, we don't want these players. Does Reyes have any speed? Because we could just take him as a pinch runner.
Yeah. Um, why not? It doesn't matter, right? Hold on. Does Richmond have any? Is this bat good enough to be even worth this roster spot?
Okay. If you guys keep going, I'm gonna time you both out, and then if you keep saying stuff, I'm gonna have to time you out again. Just please stop. This is stupid. No one else cares besides you guys. If you want to go talk about it privately on Discord, go for it.
All right. I think what everyone. It sounds like chat wants to get on to Tony Suck is really what you're
Yeah.
saying. And we can come back at the end and do our TWIP draft and stuff. But let's play a Tony Suck tournament.
Let's play a Tony Suck
All
tournament.
right, hold on. Let's make a couple settings. 3-man rotation. It's actually a pretty good 3-man rotation, all things considered. And we probably almost have enough. I think we could run
Uh,
this as 2+6, see if we want to.
Probably we shouldn't. I think we're taking too many innings from McHenry.
Probably, and also McHenry because he's gonna. All right, and then what do we got here? So I think Cy is actually a starter both ways. That's just an excellent dead ball bat.
Yeah, I think so, almost certainly.
Probably Hernandez both ways. Yeah, Piper, Bell. Okay, Cy Sutcliffe is not our backup left fielder. I don't think he. Oh, I guess he's a better backup left fielder than Walkenfuss. But no, Algie McBride's our backup left fielder, right? No,
Maybe
no. Actually, I
McHenry.
think Algae's just starting and right. Hold
McHenry's
on.
starting. Hold on. This is very wrong, actually. We should also probably. This
Huh.
is very awkward. We probably want to get Jung Ho Kong in VR, but I don't know what the best way to do it is.
Just Perez. You'd have to let Cliff Floyd pretend to be a left fielder.
Oh, that sounds very bad.
I think Kong is just backing things up, is the answer.
All right.
Something like this one way and the other way. Okay, no, Floyd is not DHing the other way. So that becomes Bartlett. Not completely, I guess. I don't want to actually. I don't want to run AG in center VR, do I? I don't know who else to run in center though.
No, we just play AG.
It's AG by default, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
AG by default.
This looks fine otherwise.
He's probably good enough defensively. All right. Then VL Bartlett comes in and does no, don't want defensive replacements. I think it's still McBride over Swisher. All right, this is not bad. And let's play the AI set lineup lottery.
Always. Well, no, the thing is, it actually works in this because
It sort of
because
works in this, but like Algie McBride's actually a good bat here, for example.
no, like it ignores power, and you're supposed to ignore power.
It's true. Yeah, whatever. Can't be that bad. All right. I think we did enough of this. Let's go play some Tony Suckball, shall we?
Ball, suck ball.
All right. All right. Let's try some of this Tony Suck thing. Let's see if that'll be more fun. So, that's the wrong one. And let's go from here. So, if anyone wants to play, we'll kind of talk you through what we've done. So we mentioned this on stream last week. You know, we've actually kind of been playing around with trying to put a sim together that's more a pitch by pitch thing. So exactly, Mr. Black. I found this new game. It's called Suckball. Now, to be fair, that's an acronym. And we can put a link to the Discord in as well if people are interested.
Oh yeah, I can if you got one. Bailey, I think that depends very strongly on how close your league team is to competing. If you're in perfect league, then it makes a lot of sense. If you're not in perfect league, you're in both PECS and you actually think your team realistically can win perfect league. If you're in it, then it makes some sense. Otherwise, doesn't make sense.
One last stupid question. How much is Pedro going for if you just buy Pedro instead of doing the missions?
There has not been a sale yet.
Okay. Because sometimes that's actually the other answer to think about. Right?
Yeah. There's a buyout rep at 120K, which obviously will not fill, or well, I shouldn't say obviously, presumably will not fill. Hopefully will not fill.
Right.
But yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
but remember you get the team score for the missions.
that's true. I mean, the thing is, like, you are getting a discount on Hamels or Posey in addition to this, so that is worth something.
Yeah.
It's obviously not as much as the Pedro, but you do get some value from that.
True.
And if you're trying to compete in tournaments, a card like the 94 DeGrom is a useful card. Some of the silvers are useful, some of the golds are useful. So, you get some amount of stuff.
Yeah, 20 teams you keep the Grom right now, right? Yeah,
Probably
something in
more
that
than
range.
that.
I mean, I guess maybe a little more, right? Maybe 2/3 of perfect league ish. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say perfect league. I found, to be, at least this week so far, quite a lot softer than I would have expected it to be. Like the number of good teams is much lower than it was in 24.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Which
not a good
in
league.
some
I'm
ways,
definitely not a good league team right now. I'm not putting any resources into it. I don't think I've updated my league team other than just randomly pulled a card, stick it in there for several weeks.
yeah, I mean, it's in some ways sort of surprising because like on the face of it, would have thought that going down to 12 perfect leagues, the 12 diamond leagues from
Yeah,
24
yeah, yeah.
would have made perfect league stronger, but it seems like it just hasn't. I don't know why exactly, but
Well, I think it's there because there are fewer teams playing the game seriously.
yeah, that could be the case. It could be a result of that.
Uh, Anyway, so what we're going to do is we've kind of set up a tournament where we can kind of play around with this game engine. So kind of remind you, there are a few things that we've done to kind of simplify the game, partly to help us test the engine, and partly because it's a little more intuitive to start to build things. So a few things that don't exist in this model right now. We're not doing pitcher fatigue because actually one of the things I wanted to ask chat was about a few possible pitcher fatigue models and kind of things that would make for a combination of decent simulation but also good gameplay.
Oh, should I
Uh,
post the Discord link?
oh yeah, sorry, we can do that. Yeah, I can. Or I can do. You got it. All right, all right, all right, here we go.
Got it. Oh, you got
I
it.
think
Okay.
that's the one. Um, okay, so
So
that's one. Uh, Another one is we've kind of simplified the fielding. So range is important, catcher framing does something, but the other things are, we're basically kind of treating as league average because it's easier to calibrate stuff kind of without it and then put that in later. It's kind of an independent question.
yeah,
So that's the big one. The other big non-baseball thing in here, and again, this is just because it makes it easier to calibrate, is that right now we don't have productive outs. And that's going to change the game in the sense that, home runs become a little bit more valuable than otherwise because it's hard to score without them. Uh, so yeah, there aren't a lot of pitchers because we don't have pitcher fatigue. So what we're doing kind of as a test to kind of let people play with the engine and give a little bit of feedback, but then, also, kind of get to play with it a little bit. What we've done is we've kind of selected a few players and the setup's going to be, just kind of since there's no fatigue, you get to pick a 9-man lineup, you get to pick a 4-man rotation, and sort of that's the setup. So you can think about this like a cap tournament. So you got, sort of 10,000 points to spend. And, players have these different costs and you can sort of spend up to the cap. And then what we're going to run, depending on exactly how many people are in, but I think based on this number, what we're going to do is we're going to run a double elimination tournament. So I guess this is going to be shocking to hear for people used to playing OOTP, but it turns out it is actually possible to run a tournament without, exactly a power of 2 players.
it sounds crazy.
But that's going to be the plan. So anyone that wants in, what you can do, so go to the eligible players, and here, maybe I should try building mine too. So we kind of took some players that are at least inspired by kind of stats. Tried to kind of get a range of some different options. So we can talk through what makes sense here. Okay, so first off, I'm buying Tony Suck, right?
You gotta buy it. You gotta buy Tony Suck.
That's my catcher. No question. Tony Suck absolutely has to be on my team. I mean, come on. Now, after Tony Suck, it gets tougher. So, I don't know. What are you thinking here?
Okay, so the first thing we should do is sell Tony Suck and buy a real card. No. No, I mean, I think probably, we get 4 pitchers.
All right, so maybe
The,
we'll start with the pitchers. Yeah.
you know, because this is a kind of double elimination thing and not a series, each pitcher is going to pitch roughly the same amount or similar amount, right? I mean, because we
Yes,
don't really know how many games we're going to play.
correct.
Um, so probably, it's worth trying to avoid the really, really bad pitchers, I think. But I don't know which ones the really bad pitchers
Yeah.
are. So
Right. I also should sort of, I should explain, by the way, a little bit while we're doing this. I should explain what the ratings are doing because it's different than OOTP because this is a pitch by pitch model.
oh yeah, that's a good
Okay.
point.
So to kind of explain what the ratings are doing, we'll start with the batting. So in OOTP, I basically is this player good at drawing walks because the simulation is outcome based, right? Yeah, so for people that tried it on stream with us last time, we've made a few adjustments, based on looking at how the players perform.
Yes.
But there
One
will
of which was
probably be a few
removing
players
the
that are
Brown.
misrated in here too, because we're still learning.
Yeah. So Willard Brown is no longer an option because he was too good.
He was too good, yes. So we got that one fixed. So in a pitch by pitch simulation, you should really think about it as something like, strike zone awareness. So a player with very high I is not going to swing at pitches out of the strike zone, is going to swing at pitches in the strike zone, and is also going to recognize early in the count, maybe that a pitch is really in a good spot for the pitcher in the strike zone and choose to take it rather than swing at a difficult pitch to hit. Okay. Contact is essentially, if you swing at a ball, do you tend to get the bat on it? So kind of what it sounds like. Power is really going to be something then about exit velocity profile. So the way the sim works, kind of what's under the hood, is this is based on StatCast data. So what's happening is, when the pitcher decides to say throw a slider, what we do is we look at real sliders. And, if a pitcher had if the pitcher had a 50 rating for everything, if everyone had 50 ratings, you would simply essentially pick a random slider from the StatCast database. You'd pick a random outcome from sort of a similar pitch, and that's what would happen. High ratings basically give you a chance to sort of weight the distribution, essentially to get a reroll. A really high stuff rating means that we actually look at a few different sliders, and you have a tendency to sort of take one of the better sliders that gets thrown in terms of stuff. And so this is built on some of the, kind of equivalent of Stuff Plus and Location Plus that I showed on stream a few months ago. Okay, so that's what the batter's doing. The pitcher, similarly, the ratings for command and stuff, really you should think about command not in the OTP version of, sort of do you avoid walking people, but really good command means do you locate the pitch in a useful spot? And that can be count dependent. So for example, Snell's slider almost always misses the strike zone. But it's still a really effective pitch because he tends to throw it on 0-2 and 1-2 counts. It only misses the strike zone by a little bit. And so he's actually locating it in a spot that's very valuable to throw sliders. Does that kind of make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining that
No, I
well.
think that's yeah, seems reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a few options. And again, a few of these players are going to be misrated, but that's part of the fun of this challenge is we get to use it to kind of learn a little bit more about what a model like this does. It's much harder to calibrate a pitch by pitch model. But we also get to have a little bit of fun, trying to figure out what's going to be over or undervalued in something like this.
And yeah, to London Joy's point, we set these prices without really knowing how well the players are going to do. This is, I think we tried to basically keep the average about what the average cost should be, and that was pretty much it. So it's very possible there's some players that are way too expensive and some players which are way too inexpensive.
Yep, and that's kind of the idea. And range, by the way, similarly does sort of what it sounds like. So range basically, are you fielding, 50 range means basically you're fielding balls that sort of, an average player at that position will field and so forth. Yeah. Framing, the way framing works, again, this is all, kind of data driven. So what Mathis's 100 framing does, basically what framing is doing is if you look at a pitch which is taken, 50 framing basically just says whatever the real umpire called that pitch, that's your answer. A high or low framing value basically is almost the equivalent of saying let's appeal the decision to another umpire. So with 100 framing, like if at some point Angel Hernandez might have called the pitch a strike, you're probably going to get the call. With 0 framing, if at some point Angel Hernandez would have called it a ball, you're probably not going to get the call. That's kind of the idea. So whether Jeff Mathis is going to steal strikes from you really depends on your pitcher's command. If the pitch is in the other batter's box, you're still not going to get the call no matter how good you're framing. But the more you have a guy that's kind of right around the edges and corners of the strike zone, the more framing is then going to become valuable. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Black. That's kind of the idea. It's kind of like having advantage in D&D or something.
Advantage in D&D 5. Yeah.
Sort option by rating. You know what? Hold on. Let me think if there's... So some of this stuff I can push out right now, actually. What would be the right thing to sort by is the problem. So I can definitely push out something that sorts, by something by default, right?
I guess by price if we're going to sort by one thing, but maybe position. We don't have a position listed. So
I have to think about how to do that.
So probably by price if you're just going to sort by one item.
Yeah, the other one's a little harder because then I have to debug JavaScript and that's a little harder to do live.
Doable, but not easily on stream.
My Java foo is not at that level, unfortunately.
Yeah, me neither.
But I can definitely do some other just kind of, let me think. Well, I think I should be able to tell it to sort by something by default, though. Let me at least try that. Let me think how I want to do that. That should be doable. This is the problem with having just sort of quickly thrown together a front end to make this testable, right?
Mm-hmm.
I bet I could find a way to get sort to work. Give me 5 minutes to.
Okay, I mean, I think
it's probably not a good thing to do on stream.
I think we could just maybe we should make a new channel at Discord for feature requests or something, so we just have a place to put them all.
Yeah, because I mean, part of this is that's fair. All right, but this I will do real quick. Let me just think about how to. Think about how to do that. All right, I think I can do that. All right, I think I can make that work. So for now, I'll just have it sort by price. I guess that's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're sort by a single thing, I guess that seems like the one that's consistent over all the players, at least.
Right. No, actually, I should probably at least sort by batter or pitcher first, right?
Maybe batter, pitcher, and then price. Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can that.
Because I guess right now, it's sorted by batter or pitcher, but just seems like kind of randomly within that. Or maybe it's just the order you entered them in.
Probably the order I stuck them in the database. Yeah, All right, let me see if I can fix that real quick. All right, see if this has successfully crashed everything.
Always important to crash as many things as possible.
Yes, it did. So let me roll that back and then figure out why I crashed it. All right, should be uncrashed. Should be uncrashed. And then I'll build my team and then we'll sort of run this. But let me take one more shot at this. I don't think it'll be too bad. I think I just have to change things in the database side as well. There we go. I think that will now work. Good. All right, where were we? All right, so who are we buying here? Let me think.
Well, so we've given everyone 10,000 credits, I guess we're calling them, or to buy players with.
We should call them something like suck bucks, right?
Suck bucks, yeah. I'm sure there's definitely no puns we could think of with suck in them for a currency.
No,
anyway,
definitely none. All right. So what are we going to buy here? All right, so you have 10,000.
Okay,
so the average is about 770.
Yeah, 770, right.
So, all right. I think I like Vita Blue best out of these pitchers. See, Radke doesn't walk people. That seems fine. Nolan Ryan, I can't tell. Like, is this 100 stuff going to be great, or is the fact that it's sort of mostly a fastball going to be a problem?
Hard to say.
All right, I'm going to try to go cheap. I'm going to go Pollitt and Rivera, but I'm going to skip the lower end options, I think.
You mean you don't want Hideki or Rabu?
I think I can skip that. All right, 5,900. So we're going to have to now find some cheap players here. But you know what? As much as I want to go cheap players, I got to take Barry Bonds, right?
He's an option. Oh, yeah, so hold on. Mr. Black, you can buy Willard Brown from a different place, but you shouldn't buy him in that place. You should buy him under the tournament.
Yeah. You need to buy players within the tournament. So
you're gonna have to go to tournaments. It's tournament/3/players/all.
Just click, or you can click turn here. You can click tournaments at the top and go to this stream tournament, and then you can go to eligible players or my players and see who you bought.
Mr. Otto, when you click buy a few times, did it charge you for? Because it should change to sell after you click on buy.
Yeah, it should change to sell if you click it again.
I mean, maybe if you click fast enough, you can get it to happen. But
I can check the validation on that. Yeah, oh, you weren't in the tournament. That would do it. Yeah, it's only the tournament that behaves correctly. All right, so we go to the tournament. All right, let's get this going here. How am I going to do this? Because now I got to find some cheap players, right? Okay, Billy Lush has a lot of I. You know, it's a Warbot stream. I got to make that work. Steve Jeltz is awful, but has a lot of I. What else do we got here? I kind of think this Joe Sewell or Frankie Frisch. I think this Frisch, like 35% line drives is a lot, right?
It certainly is.
I think Frankie Frisch might just be excellent. Now that leaves me not a ton of points, right? So what am I doing?
Yeah, Bonds is very expensive. He's very good, probably, but he is very expensive.
I guess really the decision is, do we have Bonds or do we have like everybody else?
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can't get everybody else, but you can get a lot of else.
Right. Okay, but I think Frisch is going to be great too. So like Frisch at second, Bonds. He's probably even my center fielder, right? At this point.
Could be.
Lush, Jelts. I can even play short. Lush, not field. So what do I need? I need to find 4 more players, right? I need to find 4 more players for 1,600. How am I going to do this?
Well, that is doable. No, for now, Mr. Audit, all pitchers just pitch the whole game. I mean, eventually there will be something.
Yeah,
For the
we're
moment,
trying. We simplified the model a little bit to make
yeah.
that. Okay, what if okay, I think Mario Mendoza is actually looking more and more appealing here.
That's the first time anyone has ever said that.
I know. It's really bad. Okay, you know what? This Brett Jackson is an outfielder. So everything about the bat's awful, but he has a 30% line drive percentage if he ever puts the ball in play, which he won't because he has no contact. But I think for 200 points, it's worth trying.
Sure.
I think we go Mario Mendoza because, we do.
Gotta have Mario Mendoza.
Can I somehow squeeze Adam Dunn onto this team? Because Adam Dunn is absolutely a Warbot type player, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I could go with like the cheap version of Adam Dunn and go Joey Gallo. Maybe do that.
Yeah.
Or Puig. And Puig's kind of fun too, actually. You know what? I kind of like this Puig idea. All right, I'm gonna go with Puig. So then that means, let me remind myself what I've got left here. Puig.
Not. Oh, I don't have a DH. I don't think. I screwed this up all afternoon.
Yeah, I needed to find a better.
No, I just
Mario Mendoza is going to be like my number 6 hitter, huh?
Yeah, I need a DH, and I only left myself with 75 points. Okay, that will not work.
I think did we make this cap too tight somehow?
No. I think it's good. We have to make tough choices. That seems like what's supposed to happen.
Yeah. All right. I need a first baseman, or do I get rid of Puig? I really wanted to find a way to make Adam Dunn work.
Yeah.
All right. I just don't have enough points. All right. It's not going to be Puig. Instead of Puig, it's going to be Joey Gallo. And then I'm going to be stuck running one of Mendez or Schnell. All right. This is going to be interesting. All right, whatever. I got my lineup. I think I got my plan. Yep. Joey Gallo at first. The bottom half of my lineup is horrendous.
Saying there's some reliance on Bonds to. It's like the real Giants. They had Bonds.
Pretty much, yeah. Mario Mendoza might be my designated hitter. All right. All right. I think I got one. Um, yeah, Frisch and Orr. See, I really like Orr, but I was just too tempted by Barry Bonds, is what it came down to. You know.
Yeah.
All right. Are we? How are we doing as far as the channel? Do we have some rosters in? Like, should I start to process this?
Okay,
We got 11 teams, which is a good number.
well, I've purchased a sufficient number of players, but I have to actually fill my my lineup out now.
All right. Let's say we'll give everyone another like 3 or 4 minutes.
Sure.
And you'll never guess what happens if you fail to put a player in your roster. I'll give you a hint. It might rhyme with Tony Suck.
Yeah.
But you'll never guess. Well, okay, you might
Might have an idea.
guess. You might guess. It's possible you'd guess. You know what I can do? I can play OTP in the meantime. I can boost my combinators because that is peak gameplay. So
Alrighty.
actually, I'm curious how many of us. Actually, I'll put a poll up. How many of us picked Bonds?
I have a lineup entered now. Don't know where everyone else is.
What do you think? What fraction of us do you think went Bonds?
Good question.
Did you go Bonds?
I did not.
Okay. I wasn't sure what the right price was to set, basically.
No, I think we made a reasonable choice. I mean, well, we don't really know because I'm not confident what actually makes
Yeah,
someone good or
we
not
may just
good.
be wrong on the ratings, in which case we're way off. That's part of the risk we're taking, essentially, with all this, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, if it happens, it happens. This is a test for a reason. You know,
Exactly.
it's
Yeah. No, that's part of the fun. I'm just hoping the infrastructure doesn't crash. If we get through this without an infrastructure crash, then I'm happy because then it means we can debug the rest. So if it's fun and we don't have an infrastructure problem, it's all good.
yep, agreed.
So, but I'm hoping that we also sort of set the prices in a way that they're real decisions.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I guess how much overlap there are between the teams that enter.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a quick way to check.
There's probably not a quick way with anything on the website. I can probably put something in the database. So
Okay,
one of the things I'm thinking about doing from the start here is logging every pitch, so you can kind of go back and
yeah,
reconstruct stuff. Uh,
yeah. So I mean, Looks like most of the teams have at least spent all their stuff, so it seems like we're getting close.
All right.
I don't know if
So
people have actually
what do we
entered a
got?
lineup.
11 teams. We got 11 teams.
There are 11 teams. It seems one team hasn't spent any of their credit, so I'm guessing they haven't. They
So
haven't picked a roster.
they may get Tony sucked.
They may get sucked.
Now I will say Tony Suck in the testing I did is quite a bit better than Jim Unknown.
Yeah, you're only losing games like 20-0, something.
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is there's a chance, okay? Or
Yeah,
we didn't
exactly.
put chance in the game, but you know what I mean.
We didn't put Chance in. We could have put Chance in. Chance would actually be interesting because we would get him catcher and infield. Or first, I guess.
Now, okay, next week there might be a chance.
Next week we could have a chance.
Yeah, I just tried to put in some people with a range of like different properties, but not just all, good players, because to make this work, there has to be sort of a range. And then what we can do is we can try some different challenges, as we develop it. Some of these players were chosen because I want to test different aspects of, what happens if you give it an Austin Adams who, can't really find the strike zone with a map, but has a fair bit of stuff.
Yeah,
and this is a better Austin Adams than the one we tried last week that completely didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, we did these basically by hand. Well, you did them mostly.
Yeah.
Just looked at the end. So that's definitely
No. It's the usual rule. If it works well, you get the credit. If it goes wrong, it's the part I did.
Well, whatever the result of the player balance is, I'm giving you the credit and the blame.
That's fair.
At this point.
I don't expect I balanced it that well. But all right, should we all right, let's get this going. So what I'm gonna do, and surely this is gonna work on the first try, because the first thing I should do is close registration, right?
Yes. I guess that would make sense.
Okay, we can no longer register. Okay. So we now have, so this is a double elimination tournament is the way we're doing it. So one team randomly is just getting a bye in the first round. Of course, you'll play next round. And then let me get some games running. So unfortunately, it takes a couple minutes to run a game. So that's kind of the.
Oh, it looks like I got the bye. Rigged.
You got the bye.
It's actually good to get the bye at the start, right?
Hold on one sec. Someone managed to do something to a lineup that isn't supposed to be doable.
Okay, well.
That's interesting. All right, let me figure out. We tested this with different kinds of lineups. Hold on one sec. Let me see.
Yeah, streamer luck, exactly. That's it.
Pretty much. I'm just going to inspect exactly the two lineups, see if I can figure out what broke. Aha, okay. So a team managed to submit a weird kind of broken lineup. Let me see which team it is, and what I'll do is I'll fix that in a moment. Thinking how to do it. All right, that's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is, while I try to fix it, I'm going to get one of the other games running.
Seems sensible.
Sorry about that. I see. So it looks like what's happening is that actually, hold on, this is common enough that I think there may be a problem with the submission form. So it looks like a lot of people are managing A lot of people seem to be managing to put in a lineup that's missing just a couple of positions, but not entirely empty.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I thought we had tested that.
Well, I tested an empty one.
No, but I did a partial one at some point and it worked fine. Well, it worked fine as in it took the partial and didn't
It
take the
did,
rest.
yeah. So what is broken here? All right. We tested this. We actually tested this one because we knew it would come up.
Well, okay, to be fair, I tested it by mistake to begin with. And then and then
But the
but
point is we tested it.
yeah.
So uh oh, I see what's happening. It's trying to make it's deciding that the first 9 people you entered are your lineup. That's what it's doing. Okay, that I can fix. One sec. It's good. People found other clever ways to break this. So, but this can be fixed. So hold on. All right. I think I can. Sorry about that. This is the problem with coding stuff live on stream, but it's gonna actually work. Uh, that does that. All right. Let me see if this will get around the empty lineup thing. Yes, we've got a game running.
Who?
There may be a lot of Tony Sucks in this one because it's one team that submitted a completely empty lineup and one team that has 2 blank spots in their lineup.
All right. Well,
So it's not the most thrilling, but it's gonna run.
who doesn't want to see Tony Suck play?
Everybody wants to see Tony Suck play. Except I think I didn't list it as Tony Suck because there's an actual Tony Suck in the database. Next
We can
time.
remedy that. Yeah.
Anyway, this will be running. So what that will do, if you refresh, it'll start to show. I'm just going to kind of keep running all these now as we go. And then as soon as it finishes processing, it's in the 7th right now. It looks like as soon as it finishes processing, it'll start to show up on the thing. One sec.
Yep.
And now I'm just going to keep basically running these until we get through the round is the idea. So they'll have slightly offset start times, which is fine.
Yeah. Not a big deal.
Good. So now this one finished processing. So as soon as it uploads, which it's working on now, all right. Just got a pitch log. Good. It actually worked. Good. So you'll now see if you kind of look there's a game that you can start to kind of take a look at is the idea. Hold on, give me a second. Actually, you should wait a second. It's still inserting. Yeah. Okay. And the game is actually currently in progress. So you'll see the game log kind of doesn't show you the whole game right now. So that's kind of the idea is it should, kind of spool live from good. So I think this is now working. Let me just make sure it's working. And then I
Yeah, I see
will
pitches. I see pitches. Few pitches come in every time I refresh.
good. I think we're good. One other change to, all right, got the next game running. I think this is now actually just going to work. So sorry about that. We found a creative way to break lineups, but now it should be working. So next one's processing and stuff. Good. So what'll happen is basically you'll be able to kind of see a game log live, and when it's done, there'll be a box score and and stuff like that, right?
Yep. And we can see how Tony did. Most importantly.
Probably not so well, all things considered.
Probably not so well. Yeah.
But what can you do, right?
Yeah. Put someone else on your roster.
I mean, you could, but why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit crazy.
I mean, come on.
A bit of a wild suggestion there on my part. I didn't say,
All right, next game we got two Nolan Ryans going, so that'll see how that goes. Actually, in this Tony Suckfield lineup, they got something interesting going 3-6 here. Oh, hold on. Why is I didn't? It's not showing the. No, they got a hit.
oh well.
Okay,
Well, it
yeah.
seems
So
like
now when it finishes, you should be able to sort of get a box score.
it was a
Yeah.
route for the non sucks.
So the Vida Blue gave up the one hit. 21 Ks, no walks, one hit. Okay, apparently Tony Suck can't really handle Vida Blue.
It appears not. I don't know who Tony Suck will be able to handle.
Yeah. Well, hey, Tony Suck went 1-for-4 with 2 walks off, off Tony Suck.
Yeah. Turns out Tony Suck is not a very good pitcher either.
Weird.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we'll have a full rosters for most of these is the plan. At least that's what we're hoping, right?
Yeah, that would be ideal, I suppose.
Anyway, sorry about that, but I think we got things running now. Yeah, the Sucks weren't good. There's probably another term for that, right?
No, I couldn't think of one.
But anyway, there should be more game. Let's see, the Ryan off should now be finished. It's just hold on. Did it not? One sec. I apparently did something really stupid. Well, multiple things really stupid, actually. I apparently did multiple things really stupid. I may have misclicked something. All right. I think I figured out what I have to do to get this to upload. Sorry about that. Write-off will be uploaded in a moment again. This is why you're supposed to automate stuff, right?
Yeah, I've heard about that automation business. It sounds
What happened was
does
I
sound
thought I could
useful.
get clever and parallelize this because I have to kind of run it remotely because the games take a couple minutes. But I figured, oh, I
Yeah,
bet I could run two of them at once. Uh, and I forgot that they share a bit of memory.
understand. Yeah, that would make it a bit tricky.
Yep. But should be working now. So in case we were curious, apparently the answer is that Nolan Ryan is actually pretty good at striking some of these batters out.
Okay, well, that's I guess that's probably what was intended to happen.
I think so. That's the hope, at least, right?
Yeah,
All right. So Mr. Black, we got your Ryan off finally uploaded. Since I apparently have to do things non-parallelized. Now I know,
right.
right?
Yeah,
The things you forget to test. Now we got what do we got here? We got Vita against Vita actually. Yeah, so see this will start. Oh, well, if you give up 4 runs in the first, that's probably a bad start, right?
and not ideal there. Yeah, not ideal.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at this. This is actually a yeah, that's actually just a bad curveball, isn't it? I'm just looking. So the location here, the way to read this, the first one, sort of the x coordinate around minus 0.75 to 0.75 is the strike zone, and then for the y, sort of 0 to 1 is the strike zone. It's scaled to the hitter.
Hmm.
Uh, so yeah, that was sort of a like a just middle kind of pitch that got hammered for a couple of runs and a double.
That's not ideal. But the
Okay,
other
you know
Nolan
what? You
Ryan
know
was
what though? This is one you got away with. Look at this. This 1-1 to Barry Bonds. This 0.48. This is about as middle of a curveball as you can get. And Barry missed it.
sometimes you get lucky.
Yeah, launch angle 78 degrees. He just popped up a middle curveball. So is that your team? Is that your Barry? No, this is whose Barry is this? This is I think Mr. Blacksberry. All right, good. I got my game going here. I can see how I'm doing. And my berry starts out by striking out, and then Vita running into trouble.
It was not yeah. A lot of first inning runs to this point.
No. Vito'll settle down. He'll be fine, right? He'll be fine. Maybe.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
He'll be fine. I'm beginning to think, the having like the bottom half of my lineup be completely,
Completely inept.
useless is
Yeah.
maybe not the best strategy, actually.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
I mean, it's tough because in return for that, I did get Barry Bonds.
You did. Yeah, Barry Bonds is good. At least we think he's good. We don't really know.
He's intended to be good, yes.
He's intended to be good.
Okay, no, I mean with those ratings, he's got to be good. I think
No, he must be.
I think I'm not certain whether he's good or like completely unplayably good, right?
Yeah.
But that's a lot of rating points. So he's got to be at least somewhere in the really good range.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, see, it's middle, but you hung a curveball to Steve Jelks. And what he did was he smashed it at 70 miles an hour.
Just hammering the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not looking. Oh, hold on. We got a rally going here. No, Joey Gallo pops up. All right. So I'm going to tell you running level 5 bronze Cano and the PTCS gold will be fine. I mean, no, it's hard for me to say that, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that card is fine in general. I think I'd rather have. Well, not sure. It's probably relatively close between Kano and L5 punts. I don't know which is better. Probably Kano is slightly better, but
Yeah, I actually might just go hunt. It's close though.
close. Yeah.
All right, so I think everyone's games should now be just about finished processing. So I'll wait for them to actually play out, and then we'll get the next round going. Oh, look at this. Tony Suck, 108.6 exit velocity.
Probably
Okay, he hit it
just
straight
about
at a
the
fielder.
maximum.
He hit it straight at a fielder, but so it's still an out. But
Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't get better than that for him.
but look at that exit velocity. I mean, that's how can you complain about that? Oh, apparently I need to populate fielder differently. All right, I will fix the fielder equals unknown bit at some point. I think that's just not storing the way I want it to.
Yeah, probably.
So Mr. Black, I think that means basically he rolled really well on his exit velocity, right? That's good. That's got to be like a career high, though.
Yeah, pretty much.
but we're still in a little trouble here. I think all the games for the round should now be uploaded.
Yeah, last one just showed up a second ago.
Yep. I can make them quicker actually. So right now I think they take about 10 minutes to play out, which I figured was good because, it takes a while for the round to process.
I guess
But
we're gonna be 21 games in this tournament.
yeah, but they go in
Um,
sort of in
you
parallel,
go
so it's
some
two
of
or
them go
three
at the
minutes
same
a
time.
game. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not so bad actually.
No.
But I can reduce that if people want. You also sold out for Bonds and Dunn. Yeah, I sold out for Bonds. I mean, come on, it's Barry Bonds, right? Uh, I'm not sure it's been a great strategy. How are these others going?
50-degree launch angle, 78.3 exit velocity double.
What is that? 78.3 on the exit velocity. Huh. So I can tell you if it's finding that, it means that it's finding something that looks like that in actual StatCast data.
No, I mean that I can. There's probably not a lot of those, but it's like
That's probably like a Texas leaguer, right?
or yeah, it was some kind of pop up which two fielders ran into each other and the guy got the second or something.
No, it could be like a Texas leaguer, right? You just sort of flare it over first
Uh,
base.
I don't know. With that combination, it's probably not going to get out of the infield.
I don't know.
Maybe it will. I don't know.
78.3. I don't know. I know that it's grabbing it from like a real example. So, you know, if it's doing that, it means that it is a thing that happened.
Right. Yeah, it's a real event. Okay, we do have a second game which has been completed now.
All right. I think mine's about to end, and it's not looking good for the stream team here.
Mhm.
We're down to our last out here, and it's Danny Shell.
Well, I don't like your chances then.
I'm thinking that that's not going to go so well, actually. No, hold on. Danny Shell walks to get to Mario Mendoza,
Who did not?
who struck out. I was hoping we'd get our own version of Barry Bonds at the bat here, you know?
Yeah.
So would this page be better if I ordered it the other way, by the way? The game log?
Oh, at least while it's in progress, I guess probably. But maybe after it's done, put it this way.
Yeah.
That seems to make sense, right? Because if you're sort of following along with live, you'll just
Yeah.
refresh and keep showing up the top, and then once it's done, you can scroll through to see what happened.
Well, how did we do here? Hey, look at this. Tony Suck went 1 for 3.
You also tied for the lead in hits on your team.
Tony Suck did better than Barry Bonds for me.
Well, that
That
settles it.
that there you go. It's unquestioned. You know. Should I move them up in the order? It's base. I mean, it's the same thing we say with OTP, right? These are short series. It's baseball.
Yep.
Small
Baseball is still
sample
baseball.
size and all that. I guess if you combine the two Barry Bonds, they're still better than the two Tony Sucks. But
Yeah.
we gave up 3 homers too, huh? Yeah, Puig
Yeah,
got
it's not
one, Garrett got one, Charlie Hayes got one.
like both Ryans and both Blues have gotten quite a number of strikeouts.
Well, we did give them a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, okay, this is 17 Ks. Wow. Okay, so here's the thing. It's 17 Ks, but I'm looking at, this lineup.
Yes, it's not outside of Bonds and Dunn, it's a little bit on the weekend of things, certainly.
Yeah. Because the tail of this lineup is what? Charlie Hayes, Steve Jeltz, Jeff Mathis, Donato Mendez, Mario Mendoza. You're going to get some strikeouts against that.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Certainly not ideal.
Striking out Yost 4 times is actually pretty good. But actually Yost, where is he? I seem to remember Yost actually struck out a bunch. I think I remember that from rating him. Like that was one of the weird things about him. Yeah, see, Yost, big eye, but actually struck out a lot for his era.
Yeah.
So so you actually will strike him out. All right, Tactile next beats London Enjoyer. Okay, so this is the Glavin off, huh?
Yes, and the Glavin unsurprisingly did not strike out so many, but also didn't walk anybody pretty
And
much.
Barry Bonds is that a grand slam for Barry? I think I got to check that one out.
Probably. Oh no, it can't be. There weren't ever 4 runs in the same inning.
Let's see. Okay, no, Barry Bonds has the 2-run double to put it away, and then where is it? Must have a homer here as well.
Oh, and the last game has also now completed. So that's a first round.
All right.
First round is in.
First round is in. I want to find Barry's homer. I'm just curious. Where's the? I'll come back to it. Barry.
I mean, it's definitely not a grand slam because there were never 4
Yeah,
runs.
I was just trying to find it. Oh, that. One sec. Let me fix that. I just realized what's happening because I'm getting an occasional error that something couldn't insert into the pitch log. What's happening is it's not inserting the home runs into the pitch log because it doesn't know what fielder they were hit to.
Ah. Well, that makes sense.
Let me just see if I can quickly fix that because we want the home runs in the pitch log, right?
Home runs, yeah, home runs are good to have.
Actually, what I'll do is I'll set up the next round and then do it so we can look at the pairings at least.
Oh, sure, that makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
So these are all finished, right?
Yes, all the games
All right.
reached their conclusion.
All right, we got our standings update. And there's double eliminations, so a few of these games are actually now elimination games. I've got, if you lost in the first round, basically you got an elimination game, right?
Yes.
But give me one sec before I play them. I'm just going to see if I can fix the output because we want to be able to see where the home runs got hit, right?
That would be probably a useful.
It seems fun, right? I mean, to be fair, it's a Tony Suck game, so we don't, we're okay if we skip the home runs. I mean, you get that coming in, but
Right. I mean, everyone's here for all the pass balls, clearly.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
just in case, I think I should try to. Uh,
So we have more streamer luck here. It's exactly right, London Enjoyer. Uh, yeah, tackle next. You got the buy. I guess it decided to give the buy team to the 0 and 1 instead of to the 1 and 0.
right.
So then the 1 1 and 0 team got a buy.
Let me see if this will work. All right, I think that'll work. I'm just going to test it real quick, and then we should be good. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can just get this to work as well. All right. I think that should work. I'm just testing it, and then we'll be good, right?
Yeah. Tactile necks
All right. I think that'll
probably
work.
that's okay. I think yeah, either O'Neill or Western is kind of necessary for all of these caps. Neiman, maybe it's too expensive. I don't know. Uh, I'm not sure what the other character. Maybe it's supposed to be both O'Neill and Western. I'm not totally sure. Um, Chunks.
I mean, I think I run O'Neill just in my typical gold build because I have the level 5 one.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I
Mean,
think
I wouldn't if I could actually boost Hairston or something, but
yeah, Harrison is impossible. No, I think you're like Posey is probably the boostable gold that you want, I guess. Um, so Chunks, I mean, mostly it's just I spent way too much time playing. But also, my general feeling is that there are no good players at ODP. Like, kind of everyone is just sort of different levels of bad. Um, but yeah, there's a like a very steep learning curve.
there's definitely a
For
bit of a learning curve. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
And every year, stuff gets changed a bit. You gotta sort of relearn it, so to speak. But it's yeah, there's a lot to sort of understand about the game before you can try to you know do well consistently all over the place. Let's see, where are
All
we?
right, I'm still having
Oh,
problems
we
with the
have
pitch log, but I'll
the
just
first game is
yeah. It's first game's up. I'm working on the second
oh,
one now. All right, we have a Hideki Irabu sighting.
oh boy.
Hideki Irabu against Vita Blue.
Well, it seems like a mismatch.
So Chunks, if there are specific questions you have, we're happy to try to help.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally the community is pretty good about being willing to answer a lot of questions. Um, I mean, I think a lot of the thing is that what everyone means when they say that they're good at the game or doing well at the game is very different. Um, so, like for new players, you know, kind of, like just managing a sort of a 50% win rate in some tournaments is probably good. And then for some more experienced players, you're probably sort of expecting to, you know, win a large number of tournaments per week, maybe dailies and weeklies per week, and like make perfect league relatively consistently. So it's very much sort of context kind of a thing, I guess. Um,
Makes sense, yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, I think, well, to some extent, that's one of the goals of doing this kind of thing, right? Is that, I think in general, OGP is held back pretty substantially by the engine because the engine, can't really speak to its quality in the late 1990s, but any engine kind of like this one that's based on a baseball understanding in the late 1990s is going to struggle somewhat compared to kind of a modern understanding. Um, so there's a lot of things with the OATP engine when you kind of look carefully, you find many things which don't really seem like baseball. Um,
Right.
and so on top of that, trying to add some kind of things that look like real life baseball strategy is very difficult because if the underlying thing kind of doesn't work, then it's going to be very hard to add anything that works on top of it. So I think if I were out of the park developments, I would kind of probably basically take a year off of writing any new features and just kind of fix the engine and the manager and all that stuff to actually sort of function in a sensible way, um, instead of what it does now, which is kind of you know baseball-ish, but not really.
Yeah, I mean that's one approach. I mean, it's tough because there is sort of a specific community that has a thing it's looking for, and you're kind of trying to figure out how to handle that at the same time, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably, you know, um, yeah, I mean, certainly, the business you have to actually, sell your game, otherwise it won't be a game anymore. So, having a whole cycle where you add new features or remove features is it's going to be tough probably. So I can understand why you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I think we've talked a lot about some of the issues, over the past few months, and that's part of why I've kind of been motivated to take a shot at writing something else, you know. But there are a lot of things OOTP's done really well. which are hard to reproduce. And one of them is building a community, but also even just things like the server infrastructure. There's a lot of stuff which you only notice when it breaks, and it no longer breaks.
Right.
So there's a lot of stuff like that, but then unfortunately, I think they've kind of paired that with game design choices. You know, I guess the best way I can say it is it's almost impossible as a game designer to find a way to design a game that works when you don't have strong players involved at some level. They can be part of the company, they can be external people you get advice from, but at some point, really what you're doing in any game when you design it, you're not just setting up a pure sandbox. What you're doing to make the game work is you're kind of predicting how are people going to react to the options I give them and trying to make sure that with their natural reaction, something interesting happens. And it needs to be their natural reaction. If a game basically has game designers saying, the players aren't playing the game the way I want it to, so I'm going to force them to, those don't tend to be the games that work the best. You really have to kind of design something where players do feel like they have choices and do get to kind of express their own ideas about how it should be played. But then you need to have enough of a sense of how they're going to react to the options you give them to create something that's going to work. And I think the place that, OOTP has really struggled, sort of has been there, that they don't have this, I think we're seeing, even when we talk about things like these PTCS formats, we're struggling with this problem that they're trying to pick formats that strong players will enjoy without having strong players involved. I don't think they're intentionally trying to pick something that doesn't work, right? I mean, that would be silly.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's hard to say, sure, of course, but it wouldn't make really much sense to do that on purpose.
No, it's just that, so things like that there's a big difference between certain kinds of cap numbers. It's not just, oh, let's try making this, the bronze, low bronze this time because it's different. It's what are players going to do if we make this low bronze, and what kind of rosters are they going to build, and is this really something that works as a tournament for players that have played bronze all cycle to qualify?
Yeah, and I mean, one thing which, there's a concept we it's been talked about a lot over many years for caps. I think often referred to as a cap number, which is basically the number of sort of um, maximum overall players that you can squeeze on your roster if you're willing to sort of punt everything else, right?
Right.
And it's like a decent shorthand for how tight a cap is, but I think one of the things which sort of realized last year, as there were a lot more different caps, is that it's actually like it's a decent approximation, but it doesn't actually work all that well. You kind of,
Right.
in order to make a good format, you have to actually try to play it. You have to try to make builds for the thing, because
Yeah.
sometimes
Right.
the same cap number will play very differently. Sometimes it will play similarly. It's and that's, I think, even more true in 25, right? Because the engine is so specific.
I think so. Yeah.
You know, the way the engine works in a particular format can be very different than the way the engine works in a even slightly different format. So it's yeah, it's just you know
I think that's one. So chunks. I think as far as kind of how you get good cards, there are usually a few different ways to get cards. So definitely finding a way to get packs. You need some kind of income as a team in order to keep up. So usually that's going to mean finding a way to get packs from some combinations of tournaments. There's some streams that have drops. You can find well, PT Live, I guess, will occasionally give drops, right? At the end of a week or month if you're on the leaderboard. but basically doing something that's kind of together. Yeah, so Mr. Audit, we noticed that the game log is having a problem with home runs because it tries to match it to a fielder and the home runs don't have a fielder. I've been trying to sort of fix this in the backgrounds. Um, but Chunks, I think if you're looking to win more tournaments, the main thing is kind of figuring out how to no, Mr. Ross, no, it's a problem. I mean, it's definitely not your fault, right? It's entirely my fault coding it. I'm just trying to figure out in the background why to do it, and I didn't want to stop running games to do it, so I was going to do it kind of in, while we wait for these to play out. You have all one more this round, right? I think you got the last one this round running, and then
Yep. And then it should be
and then they'll actually start to behave a little bit better because I suspect that all of the teams with missing stuff will.
yes. Also, three teams are going to be eliminated after this round.
Right, and I'm saying, but I think those are generally going to be the teams that didn't have complete rosters.
Yep.
But yeah, Chunks, I mean, one thing you can do is if you have a tournament and you kind of want some people to take a look at the roster, we can try to help. One thing that's become a lot tougher this cycle, unfortunately, is usually when you're kind of starting out and you don't have a lot of resources because it sort of takes a good team to get the resources. Usually there have been a couple levels. Often it's iron and bronze, where because iron and bronze cards aren't as expensive, you can kind of get in and really compete and kind of learn a little bit about how to win, but then immediately be able to start winning. And one of the things that's happened with the combinators this cycle is a top iron or bronze team actually costs as much as a league team in a lot of cases. So
I think, very often more.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are probably teams that have put a couple million perfect points into their iron or bronze teams.
Yeah.
I think we had Dr. Zevi. I don't know if he's still in chat, but he was mentioning he's been running bronze kind of really regularly whole cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I think
So
at this point
we could ask him how much he's put into his bronze team, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's in that range.
No, I think at this point probably the most accessible format is silver because the tournament edition cards are, for the moment at least, still kind of getting you something. You can run cards like that and Thon, whatever, but it's not good compared to like what you could do in 24 or earlier. I mean, you're still at a giant disadvantage compared to any kind of sort of well constructed combinator team. So yeah, starting out is definitely hard because you come in as a new player, you play stuff and then you sort of just get slaughtered. In a way that, I mean, you still could happen in previous cycles. If you didn't build your team well, or you ran up against a sort of someone with a lot of good cards that knew what they were doing. But like now, it just happens all the time. I mean, every turn
Right.
you'll see one of these teams and they'll crush you. So yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say what's the right thing to do as someone who's kind of a newer player, right? There isn't really a good answer in 25.
It's definitely a lot tougher.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think drafts are something. Obviously, everyone competes on the same kind of playing field there.
And it sounds like you said you're having some success in drafts. So what that means is you're not playing the game poorly. It's that you're starting out from fewer resources and you need to find some avenues where you can kind of build up enough resources to get the cards to compete. And that's where you need to find that's where usually there have been places where you can kind of do that with a cheaper tournament format. And there are a few quick formats that are runnable, but they don't fill as often. The ones that fill the most often are going to be the gold or maybe the bronze, and those you will run into some of these combinator heavy teams.
Yeah, and so Mr. Audit is suggesting live tournaments. I think live tournaments are a way to go for more experienced players who don't want as in combinators. I think live tournaments are actually quite bad for new players. Not because they can't compete in them; they certainly can. I think the problem is that very often will happen if a new player enters a live tournament and the roster is kind of constructed semi-decently, you'll do well. And or at least you'll kind of win sometimes, right? And the winning sometimes will sort of like you won't learn from it because all the cards are so similar, it's so random, and it's very, very difficult to actually gain valuable information about what's happening inside the game from these live tournaments. And I think it just ends up being more confusing than helpful, for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because on the one hand, it's confusing, but on the other hand, ultimately, anybody that plays a game like this, you're doing it to have fun. And I don't know about you, but for me, I need to win at least some of the time for it to be fun.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't know where to go because if you go to silver or bronze, let's say silver, you'll actually start having some understanding of what's good. You just won't be able to acquire it,
Right.
and so you'll lose. But if you play live, you'll do okay, but you won't know why.
Yeah, so I think still on balance, I probably would then try to play some of the tougher formats. You want to find, but ideally you want to find some resources to. Yeah, it's tough.
It's very tough. No, there's just not an entry point into 25 for someone who doesn't sort of already have some kind of base understanding. Um, and
It's not
yeah,
just the
I mean,
base understanding. I mean, I think if I were to, I mean, I've got an alt that I don't do anything with, but I think if I were to take that alt and try to, you know, really push something with it, I don't know that I'd be successful.
so my guess is that I don't know this for certain because I haven't tried, and I'm not going to try because I'm too lazy. Um, if I picked good tournament formats, I could outbuild people enough to get kind of a 55-ish% win rate and start getting something off of that. But whether I could do that to the point that I could sort of build up a team which could sort of reasonably play in Diamond League, I probably could. I probably could. I could. I don't think I could. I don't think I get a team to play
I think
effectively.
I'd get a team to diamond.
Yeah.
I think if you get a team to diamond, you might randomly get one to perfect eventually, just just sort of through like enough shots at the playoffs.
Yeah, I maybe. Certainly, you're not going to be able to build a team which does well in Diamond without perfect without
Probably, yeah.
yeah.
No, I mean, look,
Um,
ultimately it's a game where you have to find resources to compete. I mean, that's the way the game
yeah,
is set up.
yeah.
And that's part of what the card rating, in fact, I can flash that back up on screen because that's the other thing we do on stream when we're not, kind of when we're not playing around with this new idea. That's a lot of what we're trying to do when we're rating cards is, trying to kind of help figure out, okay, which of these are the cards that actually really are going to make an impact if you kind of add them to your team, and which are the cards that just, okay, it's a new card, it's going to be better than some of the existing cards, but really is not a card that helps you in competitive play, so you probably should skip because you don't have the points to buy everything.
Well, unless it's PT24, and then everyone who's decent has the points to buy everything. But yeah,
Yeah, the different game design things, but um, but that's the idea. So these ones that are Fs, it's, you know, they may be a card actually that in a draft. Some of these Fs in a draft I would still take because they're better than a lot of the other, cards that are,
no, I mean
also unplayable but older.
I think in all honesty, if someone just did a drafting by take the newest card, they would actually win above average. They would have above average win rates.
I think so, yeah.
Um, Mr. Audit, I ended the 24 cycle with I think
Got
somewhere
one
around
one
an
more
eight.
game going, by the way, to finish, and unfortunately, I think we're okay. That is actually embarrassing.
Oh no, you got sucked.
I played a Tony Suck team. I won 1-0.
Yeah, that's great.
How did we? You know what we did? We just could not. We must have left a small village on the bases.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot of walks, but no
We had,
hits.
I think,
Basically.
16 base runners, and we scored 1 run.
Yeah.
That's all right. Anyway, we got one last game going, and then
No. So
we'll.
to answer this question, I ended the cycle in 24 with somewhere around 8 million, I think, but I had many unopened choice packs, including some perfects that I just didn't bother with because there was no reason to open them. I think I could have reached 25 million probably if I had really needed to for something. Um, but there was no point, so I just stopped raising points of it.
Oh, actually, we got it closer. We got a 3-2 game. Tom Glavine trying to finish it against the heart of the order. And does. All right.
Yeah, my new, well, not really a goal, but I still occasionally, whenever I click into 24, which is relatively rare, I enter the next weeklies. I think in theory I have enough points to acquire every non-limited card. So I might try to do that.
Sounds kind of a fun idea.
But yeah, other than that, there's no reason to keep playing, really.
All right, let's try this again. All right. Next round should be up. What do we got here?
Let's see. So
I'm still alive
yes,
somehow.
we have three teams eliminated. So we're down to eight. We're at the magic power of two. So
We've got
now
our power of 2 now. It's true. Everything I play is
we
an elimination game from here. Oh, actually, I got a rematch. Oh, I got a rematch of game 1. It
okay.
looks like
I guess with different pitchers though this time.
with different pitchers. Yeah. Well, it's randomly paired, so
Right.
there's no particular bias for or against rematches.
Right. So I
You got
guess
Hideki for or against Mr. Audit?
so this round we'll have two more teams eliminated. So then we'll be down to
Yeah, it looks
six.
like we're only gonna have 2 the way it played. Or I guess this is sort of always
No,
the way it's
it's
played.
always going to be, yeah.
No, it could have been 2 or 3, I guess, depending
Well,
on how the
it
bye
could have been
team went.
yes, could have been two eliminated last round, and then it could have been three this round. But we'll always be at six after this round,
Yes.
I think. Maybe I,
All right. Yep. First game up. I'm seeing some Hideki Arabus in here.
oh boy, we got Hideki making an appearance.
We got Irabu against Glavin in this first one. I don't know. Maybe it's the right strategy. I mean, the thing is, right? Hideki still is rated as a major league pitcher, right?
He did appear in Major League Baseball games.
I'm
I'm
just saying
relatively
it's
confident.
it's not. Yeah,
He's not suck.
he doesn't suck, or with a capital S. With a
Right.
lowercase s, yeah.
Oh, Tactile next. We're up. All right. And to forget who I've got pitching in this game. I went much more kind of balanced, I guess.
I
Um,
just wanted Barry Bonds. Let's be honest.
so
I just
let's
wanted
see.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, Barry Bonds is Barry Bonds. Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's very hard to say because I mean, at least I don't have any kind of conception of what combination of ratings makes a good player at this
No,
moment.
I think what I'm going to do is, when this is finished, because I've got all the game logs and box scores, I'll be able to kind of post, how stuff went.
Yeah, and I guess in theory, if you do get it automated, you can sort of overnight run like a quintuple elimination or something,
Yeah,
the same teams, and
yeah, I could do that.
just to kind of.
And then we got a Carl Fisher against Mariano.
That's probably my game against Tacklex. I think I had a Mariano.
So Mariano, I'm a little curious how he's going to do because he's only got the one pitch. It's a really good pitch, but at the same time, if you just look globally, fastballs are just worse pitches than breaking balls.
Yeah, four-seam fastball is not a very good pitch.
Yeah. So like a well executed fastball is still behind sort of a moderately well executed breaking ball in most cases.
Right. My guess is, there's pitches like a splitter probably is one where the very good splitters are really high end and the bad splitters are really low end.
Yeah. Slider too probably because it's easy to throw a slider that's just not competitive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not the home run kind of, but it'd be just nowhere close to the strike zone.
Ooh, hold on. All right. Got a couple good ones going here. I won't spoil them, but your Mariano lost 1-0. 1-0's not bad, right?
No, you can't complain about that. That's on Barry. He's gotta knock some runs in.
Barry's got to find a way to get a run, right? Can you switch your
Yeah.
SP1? Technically, since we have no fatigue things, you probably could. Please don't.
That is what we call
um,
cheating.
so this is actually one of the things while I'm kind of running these that I wanted to get some thoughts on. So there are a few ways we could build a fatigue system in, and we got another Hideki here. We got Radke and Hideki. So trying to, so one thing we could do is build something in which is, more, again, data driven, because that's what we're trying to simulate. So that's going to mean things like, working out how much pitchers get tired as they throw more, penalties when they kind of face hitters again multiple times. So this is actually one I was wondering, so how you would handle this as a player, right? Again, thinking about, for game design, it's got to be something where we have interesting choices. What would you do with a system where basically if you face the same hitter more than once in a series, there's actually an advantage that builds up for the hitter? Because there is sort of a data-driven reason to do that potentially.
I think it could end up being frustrating because it would be very hard to know how often your pitchers had faced other hitters.
That makes sense, yeah.
Um,
So that would be one, or actually maybe another way to think about it is, let's say you're trying to figure out. So, Mr. Ott, I don't think there's as much evidence for a cumulative thing across the season, but there seems to be evidence for a reliever that kind of bringing in the same reliever multiple times in a series is tougher.
yeah, I think one thing which could definitely make sense. We've talked about this a little bit for OTP as well. Is some kind of thing where there's sort of a, for lack of a better term, a rating which tells you sort of how many innings the pitcher can throw, like per season, right? So you can kind of have the sort of a DeGrom kind of a player who will dominate for 100 innings, but only be able to throw 100 innings or something.
That's an interesting idea.
Um, it's probably a bit different than kind of a fatigue system per se, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I guess another question would be, so right, bullpen management's always one of the really tough things in OOTP. And
Yes.
part of this is because just making good bullpen management decisions is legitimately hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly when you're working on sort of an incomplete preset list of specifications.
So maybe that's a good way to ask it. How would you ideally like to be able to set up your pitching staff?
I think what I would most like to do probably is be able to. I guess maybe there's two things that I'd like to be able to do. The first is to be able to set pitchers kind of by, let's say, some kind of leverage order, right? So I can say like, I want, when the manager thinks situation that's likely to have the most leverage, bring in this pitcher, and when the manager thinks the situation like the third highest leverage, bring in this pitcher, and then kind of a second setting saying, I would like to bring this pitcher in against these types of hitters, whether that's left-handed hitters, right-handed hitters, home run hitters, hitters that walk a lot. Um, because yeah, you're not gonna be able to tell it always like, I want to bring the X guy into the seventh inning because what if my starter's doing really well and I actually don't want to take my starter out to begin with?
Right. Okay. So Mr. Black is thinking you'd basically have a priority list for low, medium, and high leverage situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty similar kind of.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then and that would be an easy enough thing to trigger because you can recognize the leverage index for a situation without knowing much else about what's going on.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I think there is sort of a secondary thing here, which is that um, you know, leverage is not created in a vacuum, right? Like if you're in the sixth inning of a 1-1 game and you have a one leverage index, it's unlikely that's going to be a high leverage situation relative to the context of the remainder of the game. But if you're in a 6-3 game in the sixth inning and you have a one leverage index, it's probably a pretty important situation in the game.
That's true as well. Yeah. That makes sense. So then from that point of view, essentially, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. So, and then the idea is if you combine that with fatigue, then you have to also have the manager make some kind of decision about how far down to move people that are fatigued, right?
Right. Yes. There's probably some amount of fatigue where the manager just sort of says, "Okay, I'm never going to bring this guy in." Um,
Your
Another
Hideki's having
situation.
trouble?
Mm.
Well, fortunately, you're still in the winner's bracket, right?
Oh yeah, it's not a good start for Hideki. Okay, so we do have one game finished. Mr. Black defeated T Chuck. So both managers are still in. That was
Oh
that
no,
was
Mr. Ross not in the winner's
Mr.
bracket,
Hideki.
actually. Okay, so no, your Hideki needs to come through
Uh,
here.
let's see. Tactile Necks. Looks like I'm up 2-1 in the eighth inning. Um,
And mine's still going. I need to win the rematch here to stay alive, it looks like.
yes. Yeah, so T Chuck was knocked out by Mr. Audit. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was not the case. The game between T Chuck was not no, I'm the game between Mr. Audit and yeah, okay. Never mind. I don't know how to read.
It's all right. I probably need to find a better way to kind of show this as well. But
Yeah, it does. It seems like the bad hitters are doing really, really badly, even against the not great pitchers.
I think so, yeah.
Um,
So it might be that we've rated them a little bit too poorly.
Maybe, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's also depends what kind of.
Yeah, well, we need to look instead of the anecdotal stuff. We need to actually
Yeah, we need to run a
aggregate the
lot.
box scores, which fortunately is easy to do when they're sitting in a database.
Yeah.
Um, the whole round should be processed, by the way. So
Yes, we have results through in 2 of the games, and the other 2 are. Mr. Auditarabu has done okay after getting sort of lit up in the first inning. And we have a Mirabella sighting also.
and the home runs should now be
Yes, there was a home run in my game, which
in there.
appeared.
And I see Puig hit 112.8.
Oh boy, yes.
That's up there, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
100. Oh, okay. Launch angle only 23. So just a line drive crushed.
Stantonian home run.
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe the thing to do was, did no one pick Austin Adams? I haven't seen any Austin Adamses yet.
I think people may have been too scared by the Austin Adams we tried on stream last time because this one has a little better ratings.
Oh, Mr. Black took him. Okay, I guess he'll start for the next game for you, right? Because I don't think he's pitched yet.
Yeah.
All right, so the next game is a Austin Adams special incoming.
No, but we've given him more stuff, so he still has the lack of control. But I don't think he's going to walk like 30 guys because I think the stuff is going to get some swing and misses.
Probably, yeah. At least a few.
Yeah, Mirabella I thought was going to be really bad, but I'm not completely sure.
The thing is, the sinkers are really not great pitches in general, right? Like I think they perform relatively poorly overall.
But yeah, that's why Mirabella with that pitch mix, because the other pitches are really bad. He's kind of got the one useful pitch that's maybe going to be okay.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
See how I'm doing. I need a little bit of the streamer luck here. We're all right. Up 2-0.
Bella's given up some.
Remind me, by the way, I need to include a team name in these to make it really easy to see who is up 2-0.
Yes, that would probably be helpful.
What I probably should do is make a similar live version, but of the box score. Actually, maybe that's the way to do it.
Oh, that could work. Yeah.
Yeah. So Caged Wisdom. The problem is since I'm using StatCast data, right now, if you add a knuckleballer, every knuckleballer looks like Waldron. So I need to kind of find a way to get something, either get more data or kind of be able to make some kind of mock data that looks reasonable. So I don't have a way to do that properly because like R.A. Dickey shouldn't look like Waldron.
Right. I guess there's the one George Kirby pitch.
It's one George Kirby pitch. Yes, there you go. All right. Well, 4-2, but we're hanging in there. Barry Bonds. How is this an out? 101, launch angle 23. He must have just hit it like straight at the center fielder or something. Right?
I guess so, yeah.
Look at this. He even chased a pitch to do it. He chased a pitch because he's like, you know what? I can crush this. And he was right.
But yeah, no luck.
Yeah, London Jury doesn't go. Yeah, it really, I think, only has Waldron. I think that's the problem. We can add Waldron, and he will behave exactly like Waldron if we do it, right?
Yes, so we can definitely make any modern pitcher look like themselves. That should be doable. You'd think. I mean, I guess okay. The other, I mean, it's a much more complicated kind of approach, but um, the other kind of approach to doing something like this is to kind of only take like the sort of like aspects of the pitch, and then have everything based off of sort of just like some
Right.
kind of simulation of physics, which to be fair is probably pretty hard to do with knuckleballs.
Yes, I think so. I mean, this is one of these things where, actually the timing of trying to do this is a little bit unfortunate because I think if I were trying to do this like literally a year later, I'd probably be able to work entirely from like swing metrics instead of just exit velocity and angle type things.
Right. I mean, you have to figure out a way to simulate sort of where the ball's going to go after it's impacted by a swing with a certain velocity and sort of uh, angle and
No,
whatever.
no, but even what I mean is that even just instead of kind of rating players on things like power, you'd rate them based on like swing profiles,
Oh, sure, yeah,
because you'll have the information to do it.
right,
Um, but you just can't quite do that yet, right?
yeah,
Like major league teams have that data, but it's not quite available in a way that we can just grab it.
yeah,
But I assume if the major league teams have it, there's going to be a point like in the not too distant future where it's all public.
yeah. Probably, you'd think so, at least.
5-3. We're busy trying to lose this, and I somehow don't think like Shell and Mendoza are gonna get a rally going here.
Yeah. So anyway, other results so far? We have the other three games are in all low scoring. I did beat Tackleneck, so yeah, that's a game indeed, sir. Um, so I guess I'm gonna have 0 losses, and Mr. Blacklow 0 losses. So we'll play each other.
See, at some point, it's not streamer luck; it's streamer skill.
Well, I did get a bye. That was good.
Okay, okay.
Um,
The buy. I think we'll have to call streamer luck.
I don't have any skill. I have no idea which of these players are good or bad.
Oh, sure. That's what he says now.
Let's see what else we have. We have so T Chuck will have 1 loss. I think JD 8865 is Matthew Coe, right? Yeah, that's correct. And then whichever team wins your game, Charles, will also have 1 loss.
Right.
So that will be the 4, and then it will be
Hoping we can survive here.
Yes, well, you're starting to score.
Scoring runs is good. It's
The
it's
goal of the game.
I will admit that Tony Suck might not have been my most inspired choice for a hitter, but
I mean, if you can just outscore the opposing team, you'll win every time. That's all you need to do.
oh, is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
Why wasn't I trying this strategy before?
I don't know. It's yeah.
So how do I get a Tony Suck combinator?
Yeah, combinators are the next feature we're implementing, of course. You can't have a good baseball game without some combinators in them. Everyone knows that.
No, no, no. Of course. I mean, okay, no, but actually, I think the next thing I'm going to try to do is to work out a fatigue system. So that's kind of why I was asking. So are there any other things that people feel they would really like to see in a fatigue
Well,
system that would kind of enhance it?
I mean, one thing I hear talked about a lot, and I don't know if there is or is not data supporting it, is that sort of there's some concept that different situations like
In
cause
fact,
more
I am leveling combinators in the background. Here, you see, I am leveling combinators in the background right now. It's the peak of gameplay.
playing the game properly. No, but I mean, like, you hear a lot talk about like this kind of high stress situations or low situations that those situations will cause different amounts of fatigue to the pitcher.
Right.
But I don't know if that's
But
supported by
that's
data.
been a
Really.
gameplay choice rather than a data-driven thing, right?
No, I mean, but that like I mean I hear that's talked about in real baseball. I don't know if there is data that supports it or not. I mean, I haven't seen anything either way.
So one thing I do feel is that if you're going to have a gameplay thing, I mean, if you're going to choose to add something to the model, there should be a gameplay reason it makes sense. All right, Howie Pollitt survives. So, yeah, all right, we'll take it. It's not. I'm not going to say it's a brilliant performance from Pollitt, but it's good enough, right?
Good enough indeed.
So here we go. New pairings. What do we got? Isidafo, Mr. Black in the winner's bracket.
That one was required.
And I get T-Chuck. Pactal next gets JD 8865. And this is probably going to be the highest scoring one, right? Because with no fatigue, these are going to be our fourth starters.
Correct. These will be everyone's.
All right. Well, the first game I see simming is Carl Fisher against Austin Adams.
Sounds like a good one.
All right. Over-under on pitches for Austin Adams' first complete game.
Okay. So Irabu had, I think, the longest one so far for Mr. Audit. He threw 188 pitches in 10
I'm
walks.
definitely taking the over.
I think 200 is probably where I kind of.
200 is pretty good. I'm gonna go over 200. Oh no! Hold on. Wait, we can make a prediction, can't we?
Oh yeah, we could make a prediction.
All right. Let me start this prediction.
You can. Yeah.
But remember, he could throw only 8 innings, right?
Well, who's the home team? I guess we don't know.
I'll call it 200.5, just so there's always a winner.
Sure.
Or should we give 3? No, let's do over under.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had 186 from Pollitt, 187 from Mirabella, 188 from Arabu. That looks like the most to this point. 145 from a different Irabu. 120. Yeah, it looks like 188 is the highest we've hit.
Right. On the other hand, you have to remember we really did bump Austin Adams' stuff ratings. So it could be that he's all over the place, but people just swing at it. If we made the stuff rating too high, especially with a slider, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I wonder, I mean, I have a Joe Sewell on my team, so that's sort of an interesting matchup. Joe Sewell basically just throwing his bat at these sliders 10 feet off the plate.
That's possible. I don't think Joe Sewell's going to strike out.
No, probably not.
I mean, Austin Adams is just sort of weird with this, right? Like, I think it's a player who's very hard to rate because you can miss one way and he just walks everybody. You can miss the other way and he strikes everybody out.
Yeah, you really need to have a system which is pretty dialed in to get the ratings to results.
So that's what we're
right.
doing. We're sort of learning how to dial it in. There's a good chance we missed in some direction with Austin Adams.
Oh, it's almost certainly missed in some direction.
All right, the next one is Mariano Rivera and Paul Mirabella. So this is my Rivera, right? Because I invested in 4 starters, Barry Bonds and Tony Sock.
Right.
So I'm hoping that means I've got an edge here with the pitching. I like that my output log is telling me that I'm kind of getting a bunch of anti-framing pitches with Rivera. Whoever my catcher is, needs to improve.
Needs to work on his game a bit.
Yep. Oh, he's costed like 5 strikes so far. That's a ton.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great.
Oh, guys are swinging quick on Adams, huh? Are they just swinging at like everything out of the strike zone? Did we give them enough stuff that that's what's happening?
Um,
Let's take a look.
yeah, he hasn't struck anyone out so far, I don't think. But
Let's see. All right. So the red are pitches that would be called balls by an average umpire, basically.
right.
So all right,
Oh no, he hasn't struck out anyone. In fact, he's only gotten 2 swinging strikes through 2 innings.
huh? It's just having a
Which
good
is a
day.
problem. The problem may, in fact, be that I have too many high contact hitters. And I'd actually rather them hitters with lower contact. But I don't know.
Possible. Well, let me see. The
Yeah,
other
'cause he's
game.
now-
Oh, this is going to be your high scoring game. The last game is a Mirabella against Irabu.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because he gave up a single to Brett Jackson, and then he struck out Mendoza and Mathis. They have no contact, but then all of a sudden, as soon as it gets back to the theoretically good hitters again, they start just hitting balls way off the plate for ground outs.
Which is then actually effective because since they're hitting a ball way off the plate, basically there are no examples of people actually hitting that ball well.
Right.
So actually Austin Adams is really good against like a free swinger with high contact and low eye. Right?
Yes.
Well, here, this is a good one. Look at this. Minus 2.48, 1.35 with a fastball. Well, okay, how do you throw that? Hold on. So that's it. The first one's in feet, right? So that means you've got a pitch that's like 2 feet outside, head high.
Yeah, it's not a good pitch.
No, hold on. Is it righty or lefty? Maybe it's 2 feet inside, head high, which is probably worse. All right, I think he was just I think he was throwing at the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it may be specifically against the lineup which I have that he's sort of more reasonable. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. So he's a good matchup. Actually, I kind of like that there's a little bit of a matchup element of this, though.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes some sense, certainly.
Yeah. I mean, because it's kind of like similar in OTP, right? When it's outcome based, there's a similar idea that the right shape does depend on the pitching.
Yeah, certainly.
But yeah, there are a couple of these. Yeah. Here's a slider that's 2 feet. Yeah. Okay, so he's missing a lot, but he's not walking people.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's walked so far. Maybe 1 or 2 or something.
So he's actually probably being pretty efficient here, all things considered.
It seems like it, yeah.
All right, I wonder. So maybe the answer is Austin Adams is a good pick.
Yeah, it seems quite possible that he has turned out to be a
Totally accurate Puig simulator. No, the Puig simulator would be, and he was given a take sign.
And then he, snaps his bat in half while
Yeah,
running to first.
exactly. He definitely is one of the guys capable of doing that. You know.
Yeah.
Look at that. See, this is the good Austin Adams, though, right? Against Mario Mendoza, he just throws 3 strikes. They all have like really high stuff scores, and just no chance, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's just getting so much swing, like early contact.
Yeah, it seems like he's no one's hitting the ball hard because they're swinging at pitches which are 2 feet outside. Okay,
Yeah.
there's the first hit by pitch. Oh, but it didn't count as hit by pitch; it just counted as a ball.
Oh,
Okay,
did I? You know what?
that seems like a bug.
That would you mind posting that in the dev channel real quick?
There's a dev channel.
I probably have to add you to the dev channel. At which point I will ask you to post to the dev channel.
Yes.
Did I give you a role of dev?
I thought you did.
I did. Let me give you a role of admin too. See if that works better.
Oh, there now it showed up.
Okay, apparently the dev channel is for admin instead of dev, which is probably the opposite.
Well, we can change that. Yeah, let's see. Edit channel.
Well, now you can, since you have admin rights.
Permissions. Roles. Add members of roles. Developer. Done. That was easy. Okay.
All right, I think the answer, yeah, against a team like mine, Austin Adams will just walk everybody, right? Okay, that actually would be sort of a fun thing, right? If you could have bullpen usage based on, teams.
Right. Or at least based on types of players, right? In the same way you could set a lefty specialist or righty specialist, you could set a walk specialist.
Yeah,
or a
exactly.
specialist.
Okay, so anyway, I think we'll try a version of the fatigue thing. I think that'll be the big thing I try to get in for the next time we do this. But yeah, Austin Adams is actually working.
He's cruising.
He is Does he has a shutout going here?
No, as soon as he kind of throws a ball in the strike zone, it's getting hit. But he's never
right, because what's happening is he's getting a bunch of people with really high contact ratings and low power. So anything he throws in the strike zone, they're just managing to like get weak contact.
Yep. Yeah, and then here Anderson, he finally threw a ball in the strike zone, and it got hit.
Right, because Garrett Anderson's basically unwalkable.
Yep.
In fact, I think he has a walk rating of 1. Isn't that?
I think you gave him a 1. I think you gave him a 1 eye.
Yeah, he has a 1 eye. Yeah, so
he did. Okay, yeah, he managed to walk Mathis because Mathis.
Right, because Mathis actually will not swing at pitches outside the strike zone.
Also, if he does, he'll miss them.
Oh yeah, here. Look at this at bat. Look at this at bat to like Mathis and Puig. So he's thrown 10 straight pitches outside the strike zone. He eventually walked Mathis, and he's 2-2 to Puig.
Right.
Yeah, he's just missing with 80% of his pitches and getting away with it because everybody swings.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, Mr. Black. So basically, you have like a pinch walker, whose job it is to.
I have a Lush in my lineup. It's like the only high I guy I went for, but I guess he's not doing well either. Somehow.
Right, and then of course Sewell. So look at this. These are basically he's throwing difficult strikes, but it's really difficult to strike out Sewell, so he just keeps fouling him off and then flies out, I guess.
Right. Yeah, see, it's funny because like the best hitters I think on my team exists are this like Brett Jackson and Jeff Mathis because they don't hit the ball, they swing at wild stuff.
I guess that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, Lush walked on 4 pitches wildly outside of the strike zone.
By the way, let me see if I can fix the fielder thing because I think what's happening is the problem is I'm giving it a fielder number and it's not translating it.
Yeah.
So that should be something like that's in the game log. I just have to fix it. It's probably tough to debug live. I just have to fix the display thing.
Yeah. Okay. So the game is
All right.
Adams
How
on
did it go? Austin Adams. Oh, and I lost a close one, 2-1. All right. Well done, T Chuck then. So we're out. So no streamer luck there. We lost to Paul freaking Mirabella.
14 strikeouts. I mean, I guess it's just
7 walks, 14 strike. Yeah, all right.
all these terrible hitters just.
Well, he did strike out Tony Suck 4 times. He struck out Mario Mendoza 4 times. He struck out Steve Jeltz twice. He struck out Danny Shell twice.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's where your strikeouts are
He's
coming
just strike out all the garbage.
from. Pretty much. Austin Adams, 153 pitches. He was the more efficient pitcher.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, like all his strikeouts are all against Mendoza and Mathis, who have no contact, and then the other guys he can't strike them out and they can't walk, so they just hit the
What
ball.
is Barry Bonds doing bunting?
Well, some things haven't changed.
You know what? I'm going to claim you had the shift on.
Yeah.
All right, we got our last game. 6-2, but with Rabu and Mirabelle, it's not over probably.
No. So what I guess following this game, we will have 1 team with no losses and 3 teams with 1 loss. So 2 of them will play each other. 1 of them will play Mr. Black.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's actually double elimination's about a good length for a stream actually if we do it this way.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. We probably have.
The only thing I'd like to do is I'd like to find a way to process the games simultaneously. But that's the other, so this week instead of speeding up the game engine, I was trying to get this front end to work so that we could actually look at stuff.
Yep.
But
oh no.
All right, I think this has worked out okay actually, and I think the players. The main thing is I do feel like the decisions I'm making have consequences, which is important.
Yeah, I mean,
unfortunately, the consequences were, half of my lineup doesn't know which end of the bat to use.
Only half?
Yeah. I don't know. You think it was a mistake to go Barry Bonds in this?
I think probably in the end, the really bad hitters are just so awful. But maybe the right thing to do was actually just to completely punt pitching. I mean, just take like Adams, Arabu, and Mirabella.
Adams just, may have just been efficient. We don't know.
Yeah, it's possible.
I want to see a second Adams game now.
Yeah, certainly also against the different hitters in particular.
Because Mirabella's been okay, yeah.
Oh, I guess we should finish the prediction. Right?
Oh yes.
Oh well, everyone voted on one side, so that's kind of a pointless one then.
The right side or the wrong side?
The right side, but it wouldn't matter. I mean,
everyone was under 200. Okay. No, I was just curious.
Under 200. Yes. Congratulations to everyone. I guess you just get what you wagered back.
I think that's how it works, right?
Well, London Joy, I don't know that's necessarily the worst hitters. I mean, it's just I think the case that what's the best hitters against Austin Adams. Like Barry Bonds would probably be tremendously good against Austin Adams, right? Because he'd just take every pitch until one got in the strike zone, then he's going to clobber it. And But hitters like Frisch or Sewell are not going to be very good.
Yeah, so I don't think it's that it encourages people to play their worst. It's that it's sort of the shape of, maybe a good way to say it is that, in a dead ball era where sort of everyone just like found a way to get the ball and play all the time and no one was up there to walk, Austin Adams would have been pretty good just sort of getting people to chase.
Right.
I guess that's the idea. But like it
Yeah.
should be worse against modern hitting.
Yeah, that
Either
makes
that or it's a weird one-off game. We'll find out.
yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know. You got a rally going against Mirabella. This one's not. Hold on, 6-5. This one's not over.
Not over by any means.
All right, get to the ninth, but I guess you're not getting Barry back up is the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you like Jeltz, Lush, Mendoza. The other possibility is we set the cap a little bit too low, and maybe with a higher cap and better hitters, then Adams gets crushed.
Also possible. Yeah. I mean, there weren't probably a lot of Duns or Gallows because they were expensive. And it seems like people chose the contact hitters a lot more than those kinds.
Right, but I guess if you went sort of that, okay. So this is the problem: is you're trying to get a comeback, but it's Jeltz, Mathis, Mendez. Is not looking good. No, hold on. Mendez singles, and it's up to Mario Mendoza, which is also not a good sign. But he's worked it full. And he flies out. All right.
Close.
So what do we got here?
Mirabella did go over 200. Mirabella threw 209 in that game.
All right. We've got undefeated Mr. Black against T-Chuck. Isidafo and Tactilnex.
These are both rematches, I believe.
What?
These I believe, are both rematches.
Are they directly rematches or just?
Not from the previous round, but from 2 rounds ago.
Okay. So it should be random when they have the same record, but I guess, or actually no, but I guess they don't have the same record, right? Because what happened was that you and Tactilnex both got the bye.
Oh, yeah. So probably what needs to happen is the bye needs to be counted as a win.
So we think, okay, so we should count the bye as a win to do it this way.
Yeah, I think that's probably what needs to happen. Because otherwise Tactilnex and I will always end up getting paired against each other anytime we have the same record, the same number of losses.
Okay.
Or in all honesty, you could just, pairing on number of losses would also fix the problem.
Right. Because I guess Mr. Black had to play one of the one-loss teams anyway.
Correct. Right. Mr. Black had to play somebody, and all the other teams won loss. So. Anyways, like you said yesterday, it's basically a Swiss where we eliminate some teams midway through.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah.
So Mr. Black, if they're an odd number, you could get a bye. In fact, if you win this game, you won't get a bye because there'll only be 2 left.
Well, no, I think if Mr. Black loses, what will happen is T-Chuck and Mr. Black will be forced with each other again because either me or Tactilnex will have a different record.
No, one of them is going to. So when there's a bye, I try to give it to the best record.
Well, but I think, it's going to be the case, right? If Mr. Black loses, then Mr. Black
he will have the same record as T-Chuck, and one of them will randomly get the bye, and the other will play the winner of your game.
No, but won't they play each other? Because the problem is that Tactilnex will only be 3-1. They'll both be 4-1.
Right, but no. But I'm saying what I do is I order everybody by record. And then I try to give the top record a bye. Okay, now I remember why I did it. So the idea was I order by record, I give the top team a bye, but to prevent sort of people from getting multiple byes, I didn't give them a win for it so they won't pop to the top the next time no matter what.
Oh, okay.
That was the reason I
Yeah,
had done it that way. But
but
you're
yeah,
right
probably
that
the
it's
way.
now creating this problem.
So probably the way
So,
to do it then is just to pair a number of losses instead of record.
right. So give the first pop the team off the top of the queue if it's odd
Right.
by record,
And then pair on number of losses.
then sort just by number of losses randomly again and pair.
Yeah. I think that would do it.
Okay, can do that. All right, we
I
got
think
one
that would
game
be fine.
processed. It was Ryan against Glavin, and the other is Glavin against Glavin. Okay, so I think we've got a clear answer for the right ace here.
Well, yeah, Mr. Black, we want this. I mean, you want this to work also in when it's not a double elimination, when it's a quintuple elimination or whatever. So,
Yeah,
but I think that system will always work no matter what the setup is.
right. I mean, I actually think this would be a neat setup for a tournament in general because it also fixes some of the like unevenness of earning, buys and stuff, and
Yeah,
because everyone has the same off day setup for the most part.
yeah. So I mean, for a tournament with a lot of teams, you need to make the number of losses much higher. But
You would, yeah, of course, but
um, I guess the right number of losses is what's probably the log base two of the number of teams, right?
something
Or
like that, yeah. Um, well, it's really as many as you're willing to let your tournament run for.
yeah, but I mean at least that many, right? Because you want to make sure
Yeah,
that
at least that many. But if you want to get a full ordering, but
yeah,
basically, the more that you can kind of tolerate, the better you're going to measure.
yeah.
Um, that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, we got a Glavinov going in the other one. It looks like.
That's my first time at Glavin has pitched because he had the bye game before.
Oh, okay. So you're saying is your Glavin is
He's
well rested.
well rested. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So I think one thing I'm seeing is that command is probably more important than stuff at the high end. But no, I don't think that's right actually. Because if
Well, it probably
Austin
depends on
Adams is
which
good, no, okay, I think really the answer
component.
is elite command or elite stuff is important. I guess that's the answer then, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it does depend a lot on which kinds of hitters, right? Because like
Yeah.
we've seen, but yeah, and it's hard to say. We definitely need to run more games than just the one,
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
whatever.
But actually, I think we'll have at least enough from this to like. I'll post an aggregate box score when I get a chance.
Yeah, well, it will at least give us some kind of a preliminary sort of
Yeah.
idea, I guess. Yeah.
Just Suckball also has the thing.
I mean, it's always good to have things in suckball, but not that thing.
Right.
No, I think I can show some of it next week.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think it's damaging to do it, right?
Probably not. Um, I mean, but also the people it will be damaging to probably aren't the ones in the chat. So probably worth
I
talking with
mean,
them before doing it.
no, not in that sense. I mean, damaging to the, like, I don't know what the best way to say it. It's the health of the roster building.
The illusion that it's a playable game.
Not even that. Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know. Well, what I will say is, I think my, I think probably what we had previously said about the game no longer looking like baseball is right, but for different reasons than it was before.
Yes, yeah, I think the way I was expecting it to play out is wrong because of the thing.
Right, but the thing will create problems that also look not baseball like in a different way.
Yes. It comes with different things.
Yes. Yes. It also, I do at least
And oh,
now.
and since people keep asking, you know, a thing is of course like an ancient Icelandic democratic tradition.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I will say, I think
Just to make sure we're all on the same page here.
yeah, of course. I think I do understand now why the Gym Unknown games are so high scoring this cycle, though, right? Like that's
Yeah.
because it's very compressed, so things change quickly.
Yes. Yes. Things change quickly. Yes. That is precisely right, actually.
See, what I really like about this is that there's actually despite the nonsense, there's actually a
Yeah,
conversation.
no, we're actually communicating. It's about the thing with the guy and the.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we try not to have those things in suckball.
No, I think those can be avoided.
It's just not the kinds of things you want to have. Literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but which one of us is which, Tactile Next? That's very important.
I have never seen that movie. I have no idea what you're talking about. So take your pick, I guess.
Alright, I'm boosting a combinator. Okay, never mind.
There
I'm
you
not
go.
boosting a combinator. Never mind. I failed to boost a combinator. All right, I'm trying again to boost a combinator because this is peak gameplay. What else can I do? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Combinator. No. At least it makes a nice sound and taunts you. I mean, because that's a lot more fun.
I think I turned that off.
Wait, but having it taunt you is half the fun.
Eh, we can do without it somehow. Who knows
I don't
now?
know.
We'll see. I think in total, I've probably bought close to 500 Negro League irons and bronzes over the past few days.
I believe we call that peak gameplay.
Yeah. But I got a level 5 Toriente, so
Now that really is peak gameplay. Just say it. I mean, I
yeah.
think that really is actually peak
No,
gameplay.
he's not a peak actually. He's a 1923 card.
Yeah, but I think that counts as good decision making anyway.
It's definitely a good card. I mean, I'm convinced of that.
I
Whether it was
agree.
worth all of that clicking, I'm less certain.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for the ones that are easy to boost now, but I still seem to fail to boost those.
The thing is that the Negro one, it was weird because it wasn't expensive, right? I mean, I paid pretty much 2 to 1 on, so I expected it to cost me like 150K ish to boost. I think in the end it's going to cost me more like 50 to 70K.
Mr. Black,
So
Glavin, he does beat Glavin, so there you go.
okay, so Mr. Black has eliminated T Chuck, and
So
in the
there
other
will be
game,
down to two. In the other
well, in the other
game,
game, oh, it's very close.
oh, 1-1 in the ninth.
I know the Glavin showdown here.
Nice. And Glavin just pounding the strike zone, too. Look at this.
I
You
think
got by Bonds and you got by
this
Gallo, so that's actually pretty good.
would this be the first extra? I think this would be the first extra inning game of the tournament, right? I don't remember another one.
Well, that
If
you
it
don't
if
you
it
don't think
managed.
Mario Mendoza's walking it off here?
Um, not optimistic. Oh, yep, we have indeed reached the 10th inning.
Nice. So whose Glavin will tire first
Neither.
in a game in which nobody tires? You know,
Yeah.
probably not the way to ask the question, is it? Clearly, this is telling us we need the players to tire so we can figure out which Glavin will tire first. So we know what the next thing is we're adding.
Yeah. All right, we're continuing here into the
Well, because all
11th inning.
all the bullpens are going to be completely, shot for for this next game. Mr. Black's just sitting there, right, getting to wait with his fresh pitching staff.
Well, the
And
good
all
news is
that
that Austin
extra
Adams
rest.
will not pitch again. So, for Mr. Black's opponent, will have a chance.
That's true. It's true.
Okay. Well, we did not consider the possibility that this game might extend indefinitely. Oh, that seems like
No.
a bug.
I know it will finish because I know the game spit out an output.
It seems like there is a bug of some sort, though, because Joey Gallo just hit a ball with no exit velocity, no launch angle.
Um. Huh. Now, to be fair, if anybody could do it, Joey Gallo would be up there on the list.
That's true.
Um, let me look. I'll check that one in the game log. But it was an out, so that's
It wasn't out. Well, clearly, it didn't. He didn't. The ball didn't move anywhere. It had no velocity.
we'll just call that one a foul tip.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's a little bit of data cleaning still needed.
Yeah, it could just be a StatCast blip or something.
That's my guess. Yeah, is that Statcast has something, because you're sort of pulling from that.
Right.
So there's probably something that didn't record, and then like that's how it shows. But it shouldn't be too hard to find a way to clean the data. Like
No, I think anything with zero exit velocity, I think, can be safely removed because it really makes no sense.
yeah. I mean, like really, this is something I can do. I shouldn't Well, hopefully I don't sound like I am. I'm not blaming StatCast. It's a great data set, and
Yeah, it's
like it's reasonable to think that I should do a little bit of cleaning to kind of get to the high quality data.
yeah. Yeah, Statcast data is definitely not 100% perfect, Mr. Black. Yeah, there are occasionally weirdnesses. And then there's like I don't know, I guess probably they just like the Ripwood Field game there was no tracking. So I guess probably they just exclude it.
I don't know. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, we're into the 15th now. The,
In the
the Glavins are
15th, in the Glavinoff,
the Glavins are
um,
continuing.
I mean, you've had chances, right? I saw the bases were loaded.
Yeah, there have been chances, but
Yep.
so far no luck.
I think Glavin's got this.
No. Well, Glavin again stranded the bases loaded in the top of the 15th inning. we're,
Oh.
we're on to the 16th.
Oh, no, I see what happened. What happened was you had the bases loaded for Jelt, Lush, Mendoza. So I think this is the place where the lack of productive outs is a big thing. So that's the other thing I'm gonna.
Yeah, I did find when I was, I have this like I kind of do
I
this
mean, it
global.
actually does make a big difference to
It
run
makes a
rate.
huge difference. I did not realize before I did that, like a couple of years ago, how big of a difference it made.
No, it's an enormous difference, and like I said, I did this to be able to calibrate stuff better, but that will be one of the immediate changes. So
Yeah, I mean, even like little things like changing the rate at which a double play gets turned on a ground ball, like resulted in an extra, third of a run per game or something. I mean, it was like very surprising how much, to me at least, the
right,
difference was.
yeah, it makes sense, right? I mean,
Yeah,
do you remember when the Red Sox went entirely down this like productive outs road for a few years?
no.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't that memorable, and because it wasn't a great idea. Hold on. Got a rally going. We got to run. All right, there we go. Oh,
Yes,
it's a walk off, except that like an idiot, I'm not doing an end of game check until the end of the inning.
yeah. So it forced the already lost Glavin to strike out Mendoza and Mathis again.
All right. So the answer is the pitcher that has thrown the most pitches is Tom Glavine.
Yes. Wow, he struck out 23 and 21 and walked one for each pitcher in 16 innings.
It's a control guy with
Yeah, I mean, this is like 16 and 14 is a huge number of hits to only score like a run apiece. I mean,
It
it's
is. Yeah, he just strands all because he doesn't walk, and they strand all of them, and yeah.
right because I mean this is definitely where the lack of
And then this
productive
is
out.
where Frankie Frisch just goes 4 for 8 and like gets stranded all the time.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was a marathon.
And in the
That was
end,
two
in the
games in one.
end, there were two.
Yes, it is.
Isidafo trying to get the streamer luck going, and Mr. Black.
Now there's no Austin Adams, thankfully. Thankfully, so
Well,
I have
there
a
is if you
chance.
go one more, right? It's Vita Blue and Brad Radke.
No, because this will be the number two pitchers, and then the
Oh,
number
that's
three will be the
right.
last possible game. So there's
I could switch it to the number fours if you want.
right. It's all right. I think we can stick with this.
So could end here, or we could go one more. So we get a
Yeah.
College World Series style, if necessary, game on the schedule. I guess is what that means, right?
Yes. Basically.
That's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's a double elimination, right? That's sort of what should happen at the end of the elimination. The team which has no losses gets two chances.
yeah,
So that's the right way to do things.
seems fair. So I guess that does mean, in principle, if you do this like for a long tournament, there's a chance of one team like needing to win 10 in a row or something. But I guess that would be
Yeah.
fair, right? If you end up in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get in that situation. Like the best of nines, you teams that need to win 5 games in a row sometimes. I mean, that's
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. So I guess that
I
would
think it's
just be a
just
fair.
fine.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like yeah. Taxel and us, I think we were just destined to face each other by the buys a lot. So, but
Wait, no, that
yeah,
was kind of fun the way it played out, though. I like that one.
yeah. Does this tournament give pity packs? No, it's a quick. It's a
It's a
quick.
it's a quick. No pity packs. No
Yeah.
pity packs for you.
So the winner of this tournament gets 3 credits and the loser gets 1, and everyone else gets nothing.
There you go. Um, yeah. I got to build my PTCS rosters too.
Well,
Okay, I
you
don't
put
really have to build PTCS rosters, right?
I mean, you put in the combinators, then you fill the remaining space with whichever players you have, and you're done.
It's true. You have a point. All right. Well, the game is processed, so we will find out. You know, is it your Radkey or your Vita?
I don't have a Vita, so it's
Your Radkey.
my Radkey.
Trying to take it to one more game.
Not a good start. Not a good start for Radkey here.
No, I liked this Vita. At least I thought I did. I mean, now I'm kind of liking Austin Adams. I actually am kind of liking Austin Adams a bit more now.
Well, if he faces the kind of lineup that I put together, then yes, it seems like he's quite good. Whether he's good against other lineups is, I think, harder to say for sure.
How is it that suddenly like all of the combinators on my watch list are for sale? Are people
Mm,
just suddenly ripping packs?
yeah, so I was interesting. I noticed it seemed like there was. I think moving Twipt to Wednesday resulted in a little bit less pack hoarding.
I don't know.
Because like there's a whole extra day of packs that people might otherwise have hoarded for next week that they're ripping now.
Hmm.
Somehow. I don't know. It seemed like there was more, like I was getting my buy orders on irons and bronzes filled faster yesterday than I would have on a regular Friday. Maybe it was just imaginary. Maybe people were ripping. I mean, standard packs were really good for a while. They were like plus
Oh yeah, that
200.
reminds me. I should just buy a crap ton
At
of
some
packs
point.
and get some
No,
Degroms,
they're
right?
bad now. They're bad now.
Oh, you tell
They're
me after I click, buy 1,000 packs.
yeah. They were like plus 200 for a day ish, and then
Well,
they went
I mean,
down
they
the
really
other.
shouldn't be plus for very long, right? I mean,
No, they're
that.
neutral. They're back to neutral as of yesterday at some point.
Yeah, they kind of have to be.
Yeah. I mean, they should go to neutral very quickly. I mean, the thing is that what
And
it
I
means pretty much all the time is every other type of pack is very, very negative.
I guess there are no live missions.
Yeah, I mean, there's the same ones, but they're free now.
Radkey's keeping you in it, but you got to score some runs.
Yeah. Which I'm not doing. I'm not even getting anyone on base, pretty much.
You're not supposed to say that out loud.
No, I got some people on base. Just not a lot of people on base.
Well, here we go. I ripped a Posey.
A gold posy?
No, the perfect posy.
Oh, the good one. That's a nice
Gold one's
card.
okay.
Yeah, the gold one's very playable. I was trying to look at the this
You hear every
OGP.
pack I rip? Wait, I thought you're not supposed to hear every pack I rip because is it coming through the stream but not the speaker?
Oh, I don't hear it, but I'm not
I don't
listening to the
hear
show.
it.
I'm listening
I have
to.
it muted, but you hear it. Okay, well then I will wait till I'm off stream to rip them. I thought if I all right.
Oh, Rad could give up another run, a home run to Gallo.
That sort of checks out, actually. Oh, you know
Yes,
what? Wait, hold on. Look at where this pitch is.
yeah, not
That
great.
is a sinker that is about as middle, right? Exact middle would be like 0, 0.5, right?
Yeah,
So it's middle slightly away. I mean, that's basically middle hanging sinker. And yeah, Gallo got him.
yeah,
That feels reasonable.
sure does.
Okay, but I will stop ripping packs then. I didn't realize that. Okay, that's huh.
Just amazed you have space to rip packs.
So if I have Posey, then I don't need Gibson. That's what we decided, right?
I think you still want Gibson. Gibson seems good.
Let's see if you can come. You're not losing this 2-0, right?
I'm not. I'm having no success against Vita Blue. Vita Blue is another home run now by Garrett Anderson on a high fastball, actually, middle high fastball.
Uh, huh.
This
Okay, then the next pitch was awful again. All right, Radke. This is not
he's
quite the
unraveling a
control we
bit.
were going for. Yeah.
No, he's having some difficulties here.
All right, 4-0. See if we can do this. All right, Frisch. Nope. Not looking good, is it?
Oh my God, he managed to walk. He managed to walk Garrett Anderson. That's almost impossible to do.
Where were the? Okay, no, I'm looking. No, okay, actually, I'm looking at where the pitches are. All right, so this he takes one sort of a fair bit high. This is like over a foot outside. This is basically bouncing. So he only had one close take, and that was still, like 4 inches off the plate.
Right.
So I guess that'll do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the
All right.
idea is as bad as his eye is, if there's basically a pitch that every major league hitter takes, he's going to take it, right?
Right. All right. We're into the bottom of the ninth now.
Bottom of the ninth. Okay, Billy Lush. All you got to do is get the tying run to the plate. That's the goal, right?
That's certainly the start.
Okay. All right, Mendoza's not going to help. Mathis, just walk him, right? Just walk him.
Yeah.
No, hold on. All right. 4-1.
Starting to get somewhere.
Puig. All right, Puig strikes out. No, I think that's going to do it.
That will do it. Mr. Black is the winner of 3 credits. Hooray!
All right.
Congratulations.
And that will do it. So congrats to Mr. Black, clobbering everybody, undefeated. The inaugural Suckball World Champion. There you go. All right, we should do that again next week. I'll work on some of the things we talked about. As kind of the next. See, you get a trophy made. We have to figure out what it should look like, and Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if Willard Brown had been in this, everyone would have picked him.
Yeah, Willard Brown was clearly
pretty much whatever the price was, he would have picked Willard Brown because he was hitting like he batted 600, I think, in that series. Pretty much.
I think something like that. Yeah. All right, I'll get some aggregate stat. That sounds fun. Okay, anything else we should? Oh, right, that's what we're gonna do. We were gonna do a Twift draft before we go, right?
Oh, okay, sure.
And then
you do a Twift draft and call it a day.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. So we have a Twift draft, but I realized we also do have PTCS drafts we could do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we can do time for all of them. Whichever one you want to do.
We never do yours on stream. We could do yours.
I don't actually. I managed to miss both of them somehow.
Oh, really?
I wasn't paying attention. I just entered random stuff and missed both instead of making one. Just very stupid.
I mean, that's just miscounting usually, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Well, it wasn't so much miscounting as not counting. I just sort of assumed, and then I just entered randomly.
I see. All right. Well, all right. We'll do a trip draft as warm up because that's always fun. Get all our bad cards out of the way because that's the way the trip draft works, right? And then we'll go for it.
Sure. Yeah. Try to run through the trip one, and then
all right.
I think we can.
Should we speed trip draft?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
All right.
We should be able to do it, right?
What's a good speed target for a TWIP draft anyway?
With 2 people, it's always slower, so probably 3 minutes.
All right. Oh, how did we do in the one we drafted before coming on stream? I should check actually.
Didn't even look.
Okay, one way we could do the 3-minute thing is we could just alternate. Oh, I played you apparently. So one of us knocked the other out.
Oh, wow.
You beat me in the semis.
One and a half minutes is all you need.
See, I was under 1 minute. That's why you beat me.
The problem, my cards don't even load in time for me to click through in a minute. Like it's too slow. Yep. I can't see the images fast enough. Yeah, I did manage to fill all the positions, which was helpful because I think you said you had some questionable selections.
All right, here we go. Whip draft. It's still Comerica. It's still 2 each. All right. How about we do it this way? We each shout one pick out. Okay. We hope they're different.
They're going to be the same a lot.
All right, let's try it.
Let's try it.
McCann?
Oh, I'm too slow. I'm behind. Judge. Judge is like legitimately pretty good.
All right.
No, seriously, look at that card. It's actually like sort of playable.
Right. Which one of us is saying Trout and which is saying Mays?
Trout.
All right, I'm going Mays. Yeah. Ooh. It is tough because there are 3 options here, but I'm gonna go A-Rod.
Holiday.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's right.
Yeah. I think so.
Ooh. Wagner?
I think Festa.
Not Necro, is it?
All right. No, Necro's terrible.
Well, I'll take the easy pick and go Maz.
I'll take the other easy pick.
You going Poindexter, or do you wanna?
No. This is you take Duffy and put Judge at first.
I forgot how much you like Duffy. All right. That's. Oh
Judge
wait,
is a
Judge
great
does
first
play
baseman.
first, doesn't he? I mean, he always
Yeah,
plays
Judge is a
right.
great first baseman.
Yeah. All right. Darn it, I'll just run Tyler Anderson in this park.
Okay, well then I'll take Rosado. It's the two of them. So
um. Well, okay. Saberhagen's the easy one.
yeah, Saberhagen's easy.
Probably
And then
Rooker, but what do you want?
probably yeah, Rooker. Yeah, let's enjoy it. If we run more, we'll post them in that Discord. So
Right. I know I'm not supposed to, but I'm still taking Berkman.
yeah, it's always Burke. And the other cards are awful. Probably it's
I gave you the hard one. All right, I can take the hard one if you want, but
no. It's okay. It's probably it's either Barucki or Walker. I'm not sure which.
probably is Baraki. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you take the easy one. All right, no,
Hey,
actually,
actually, but we have a million outfielders though. We're supposed to take two outfiders here, but we have
we're
so many
supposed to
already.
take AG Fothergill, right?
Yeah, of course. But we have so many outfielders already.
um,
And no shortstop. We're not off the shortstop. We just take the good cards. Yeah, we do.
just take AG Fothergill, right?
Yeah, just take the good cards.
Aaron Judge can play short, right?
Actually, we might be able to. I wouldn't be totally shocked. He might be able to play third, and we could put A-Rod in short. That's more likely.
Okay, we may have ran out of good cards.
Take the catcher and
All right, you take the catcher. I've got to pick somebody then, don't I? Wow. Um, Arcia just because we need the positions, I guess.
yes, yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a bunch of garbage. It doesn't really matter.
I'll go petite. I think as bad as it is for the part. No. You know what? I got to take Miller Huggins, don't I? It's petite. No, it's petite. All right, who do you want?
I don't remember which positions John Denny plays, but if it's other positions besides just third, then him.
Third. He technically plays short, but 54
Great.
range.
He's the third baseman. A-Rod's our shortstop.
Danny, it is. All right.
He probably judges third baseman if he's willing to do it.
Well, I'm always taking Bill Lee, but I really want to find a way to take Goose, and I don't know how to do it.
Nah, it's gotta be Kidtree, right?
I mean, it does, but I really wanted to take Goose.
Gotta be Kidtree.
All right. One of us has to take a hitter, one of us has to take a pitcher. I don't want to take either of them.
Well, I almost want to take Jerry May and just tell the other catcher that he was a mistake and he should go. But
You try telling Brian McCann he was a mistake.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of garbage. I guess
Probably Harry
I don't know,
Simpson or Husky. I mean, we need.
it doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. None of these cards are playing.
It's a first baseman, and pick your favorite pitcher. Merriweather's at least exciting, right?
Great.
You keep telling me you want stuff. Here's some stuff.
Yeah, I want stuff and things. Mostly things, but stuff is all right.
All right. I don't think we need to do too much here.
Best of one anyway. Who cares?
We never really do all of these.
No.
So what is it? I'm just curious what it did. It put Arcia at short, Judge and right, DH Duffy.
Yeah, I think
first.
I think the right thing to do
was to put Judge gets to play third.
Yeah, Judge should be at third. AG should be in left. Holiday should be at DH.
No, Holiday
should just be.
No, Fothergill plays right probably. AG, the other AG, then VL. right?
I think Age did in both ways. I don't know. It doesn't really matter too much. One of them in Holiday and Duffy someplace. And then, yeah, Judge a third. Oh,
Oh,
AG can't play
AG,
right.
that's right. AG,
Duffy. Oh, we could put you could put Duffy in right and Holiday at DH.
yeah. AG's really wasted in left, though.
Yeah, but
But Mays doesn't do anything else. So,
yeah,
all right. Well, that was our good warm-up draft. That was a draft.
was a draft.
I mean, the way this goes, this will probably be the best one we do. This will be the deep run.
All right. So what is the format on this PTCS?
I have no idea.
I don't either. Let's see.
Let's find out. Are there two different formats, or is it a double of
No,
one?
it was the same. I'm pretty sure. Just says, oh, it's bronze to perfect. Okay,
Why is that interesting?
it's not.
Okay. No other weirdness? I mean, Citizens Bank
No.
Park again, I guess. So, slight home run.
Slight home run, modern, nothing going on of any consequence.
All right, here we
Just
go. So, actually, it's just a high bronze and a low bronze round. But it's only 1 out of 6, so it's all
it's
right.
3 out of 12 at the end. So okay, this is either Holiday or Collins.
It's the
Just
same
flexibility.
discussion we had before, right?
Yeah, except it's modern
But
now.
now it's modern, and I think modern it's probably going to be Collins, right? But we'll do
Yeah,
the
I mean, it's
comparison.
it's flexibility versus better card. I don't. It's sort of yeah. I don't know which one's better. I mean, if you play them at both, if you're going to play either one at third, then it's Collins. But you might play Holiday at second or short, and then so
I guess the other thing is Collins is a little more VL, for whatever that's worth.
yeah. I mean, probably I take Holiday here, especially if you're going to be able to micro. But
I
I
mean,
think
I'll
either
be
one.
able to micro. I don't think I'm going to bother, but I'll be able to micro.
Fair enough.
All right, we'll go Holiday.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Well,
So
I guess it's Boone, but this
yeah,
this makes me think I would rather have gone Collins now.
probably yes.
But it's still Boone, right? I mean, there's nothing else to.
Yeah, Guerrero is not awful, but yeah, it's been
But I guess, yeah, Guerrero, I'm not sure where you're putting him. Yeah, all right, it's got to
no,
be
yeah, it's put
Boone.
first.
I still got to take Ortiz. I mean, come on.
No, it actually is Ortiz. The other, it's 4 bad cards, a reliever, and
Come on.
Ortiz.
I mean, look at that picture.
No, it's definitely right. It's definitely right.
Um, well, it's Kingman and it's probably Hill,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
I mean, I'd like to find a picture of it. It's got to be Hill, I think.
They're all terrible. Yeah. Oh, this is a tough round. These are a lot of good cards.
Yeah, okay. So Maddox is maybe the best for his position at this, but he's a reliever. So I don't think we're
Yeah.
doing that.
I don't think it's ever Maddox.
I think
I
it's
don't think.
got to be Leonard as one. I
Yeah, I think it
mean,
has to be Leonard, and then I guess given that you have a first baseman already, it's probably Duffy.
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I don't hate Reed in a draft though. Is the funny thing either, which is
Reed,
weird because he normally wouldn't pop to the top of the list.
Reed does fill up the infield.
It's probably fine. I think Leonard Duffy works.
Yeah,
Okay, well actually that solves a bunch because Arias is great at short. And
probably
Necro, I mean, this is fine, right?
it's not great. I mean, could take Pius, could take the reliever.
So they're two really good relievers. Staley and Lindblad are both great. On the other hand, I kind of like the idea of the knuckleballer in drafts just because you're not going to go as deep into the pen.
Oh, it's two knuckleballers, in fact. You have a theme team going on here.
We do. We have. That's true.
Did they get chemistry for a knuckleball?
I don't think anybody gets chemistry for a knuckleball. You get anti-chemistry with your catchers.
That's true. Yeah, it probably is a pitcher, and
Probably
then
is
probably
Micro then, right?
yeah, yeah. It's not great, but what do you
If
do?
we could find a couple starters, we'd be pretty happy here. Okay, well, I don't hate Romy. I
There's
mean,
always Kelly Wunsch. No, it's Romy and Phillips. Yeah,
Romy's completely flat, but that's fine.
yeah, it's Romy and Phillips, right? It's
Tinning
not
doesn't
really.
have enough, so I think it's just Phillips, right?
Yeah, you can even play Phillips in the outfield. He's like perfectly legitimate
There's a
there.
little bit of an argument for Ionetta.
Oh, yeah, it's not awful. How many catches? How many catches? You only seen 4 out of 10. Okay, yeah, it's probably
Probably
Phillips
Phillips
then.
is more flexible, right?
Yeah.
It's not Wunsch, huh?
No. Well,
Okay, so first
how much for that?
question. We happy to run Covey as a
Happy?
starter?
No. But definitely not happy.
I mean, he's not borderline. He's just starter. So
He's not very good.
well, I
He does is a starter.
think he's a little
I
better than
guess he's
Michaelis, or
probably
could
better.
run
Well,
Michaelis.
probably. Man, that's probably pretty close.
Take
Uh,
two lives. That would be great.
I mean, does the Sawtells is terrible, right? He's like 10 million avoid K, nothing
Right.
else, if
I
I
mean,
remember.
there's Swisher, but we
Swisher
already
is more
have three
flexible, but
outfielders,
need
so
him.
it's a little bit of a luxury. Sawtell's the bat. I mean, Sawtell actually the bat's fine.
Oh, this is better than I thought it was.
So
This
I
might
think
actually be
DeSautos is
more than you think.
probably one. But is it Covey or is it Michaelis or you just go Swisher and hope?
I think it has to be a pitcher.
Probably Covey then, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, we have a couple guys that'll go deep, so Covey just get out of there quickly. All right, well, we're still taking AG.
Yeah, and I don't know whether Matlock or Prendergast or Acker is better, but it's one of them.
I mean, Hacker would have been better. Sorry, Acker would have been better in a couple eras, I think. But I mean, here's the comparison. Probably pretty
Probably Matlock.
close, right?
Yeah, I think I take Matlock.
Yeah, I think so. But
You do also get some Negro League chemistry. You have one other.
yeah, Rome. Yeah.
I did a draft a few days ago where I actually got a lot of Negro League players, and I got like 20% chemistry off of it.
Oh, right,
But
because they have the extra factor five.
yeah,
Um.
so this is
Well, I
Rusty
think we're definitely
Stahl.
taking Rusty. Uh, our outfield's a bit crowded because Ortiz is still DH. Well, Ortiz can hold on,
He
Ortiz
can
can
play
play
first.
first,
He can play
right?
first. Not well, but he can do it.
He's got 25 range. That's 25 more than Tony Suck.
Fair enough. This probably is supposed to be another pitcher, right?
Falter or Rom, I think.
I think I think Rom, if I remember,
Rom
is like
Rom was good before the
okay.
re-rate.
Oh, did he get rated badly? Oh, that's not
Oh, he's
bad.
fine. Yeah, I was gonna say he was good before the
Fine.
re-rate. I just don't think I looked at him since the re-rate. Okay, Addison Reed's fine here.
Addison Reed's, yeah, very good. And then probably Duke
I think we
Sims.
just, yeah, I was gonna say, I think we just take the other catcher, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, we get three this round.
Oh, okay. Then
So I
is
want
Ruby
probably it's a second pitcher, but the pitchers are
decent?
all awful. Except is Gott okay? No.
No, that's terrible.
Okay, but hold on. So we are gonna have six more picks after this,
Yep.
and we want five more pitchers plus Reed.
So it needs to be a pitcher, basically.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know which one's the best of these. They're all 65. We all have no control. So
Right. Hold on, wait, that doesn't add up. 11. We have 9 picks left.
Right?
We need 6 pitchers. No, okay, that's right. We need 5 pitchers plus the. Okay, that's right. So pitchers are all awful, but maybe, I mean, Bolton just has homer suppression and nothing. US is okay
Juhas
versus
looks better than
righties.
Bolton.
What?
I think Juhas is better than Bolton, right? He just the same
Yeah.
shape, a few more points. But probably
So is
him.
it that or is it Gott?
No, Gott looks really, really awful.
Probably US. All right. Just bury him in the end bullpen, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Got a
well, we're taking
bunch of
golf.
good
Let's start with
position.
that.
No, well, there's 3 good position players here. You have Dolph, Hernandez, and Brown.
Right. No, I think we're always taking Dolph because we actually
Do we
like
need Dolph
need
with
another
Ortiz?
first base option, right?
Do we? Do we need it? No, Arias plays first and Holiday plays first. We're fine. We don't need. It's not required.
Okay. I really like Brown and I like Kike as well. So I think then that commits us to taking. Oh, you know what? Hold on. In the last round, we're getting 8 pitchers.
Okay.
So and we're getting a catcher we're not taking. So I think we actually can take just one pitcher here and we're okay. And probably
Okay.
the
So
one pitcher is Seats. I mean, he's awful, but
Ortega is like 20 home run, right? He's just gonna get slobbered.
yeah, this is not going to work.
Um,
And Hauk,
how I think is like kind of okay. Oh no, he's not.
I mean, Hauk or Seats are the options, right? Here's the comparison. Maybe it's Hauk, actually.
Maybe.
It's probably Hauk.
Yeah. It's just various levels of bad.
All right. So the thing is, a lot of Brown's value is that he plays left and center. And we don't need
Hernandez
him to
also
do
does.
that, right?
Well, Hernandez also plays left and center.
Right.
I think Hernandez is better than Brown, probably. But I think it's kind of always Hernandez, and then it's either Brown or Camille, depending on what you think you need more.
Probably Camille. I mean, just think about what we're running.
Was Camille ever? No, because Staub is just as good.
Duffy's, because I think Duffy and AG are sitting versus righties, is the idea.
I think it's Camille does overlap with Staub a good deal.
So, yeah, so my thinking is that versus righties, I think Duffy and AG sit. The outfield is Kingman, Hill, and Staub. Ortiz at first, Camille D8, or I guess Camille out first, Ortiz D8. Well, maybe to avoid the penalty, Ortiz still plays first. That's a good question.
And then I guess the other way, Ortiz is going to play first. AG is going to be in center. Hill
Duffy's
will
going to be in the outfield. Kingman's going to be in the outfield. Camille, or Kingman's D and DH. Hill's the other outfielder. Camille sits.
Right, and Hernandez is the backup outfielder.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
I think this is better. All right, and then we need to go 3 pitchers now.
Okay, so Danny Patterson is the only semi-playable one.
Wow. This Gossman is bad.
Gossman is really bad. Gary Lucas might be okay against lefties if you can get him to work. I know it's not very good even then.
Right. Well, Albuquerque is really not going to work.
Yeah.
It's probably
just
Gossman.
Not a good
I mean, this Live Smith Shaver is also awful.
You can play first, second, third, and short.
I don't even want to look at Karinchik, but I will just to be sure.
Actually, it might be that. It actually might be that.
No!
I think it's actually Karinchik.
I think it is, but how am I taking this card on a stream?
That's a lot of stuff.
Still.
L5 Desmond. L5 Desmond or Connie Day.
It's
Only other
probably
non.
still Connie Day, but that's
I probably would not
close.
say. It's 14 points though. Desmond's at 55. So what are you doing with the 14 points otherwise?
Oh, I assumed it was just yeah, equal.
Because I mean, I guess you could play the 71 Desmond. The 71 Desmond is obviously worse than Day.
So we're gonna have a few problems with this pitching staff. I don't even know who the high leverage options are in this pitching staff.
Run away
Probably
and hide. That's the
Rom.
leverage option.
What?
The high leverage option is running away and hiding. It's quite ugly.
I think Rom is the high leverage. It's something like this, right? Ugly.
Yeah, very ugly bullpen.
On the other hand, this team's gonna hit. Okay, obviously they put Kingman at first. That's fun. Wrong, but fun.
What is the fan upgrades? Upgrade Neiman to walk and plus. Isn't Neiman to walk and plus 18 points? Or
Yeah,
Neiman's at
no,
56.
Neiman, yeah.
16. So you have to find 2 more points. Can you find 2 points easily? I think I'd probably still play Day.
All right, so I think the idea here is that AG and Duffy are the ones that are sitting versus right. Right? So Kingman. I guess Staub then has to play. There's a bad defensive outfield if we do it this way, but it's a lot of hitting, right?
Yeah, there's no choice. I mean, the other option is to play Duffy instead of Staub, I guess.
It's a lot of bad.
It's a lot of bad.
I think. I mean, it's at least I feel like in general, what you want to do in these is give yourself a win condition, and I think this does give a win condition.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like if it's Dale Berra, then it's quite easy, right? Like I think that's but Desmond is a lot worse than that. So you're giving up a lot compared to the people who have a Berra.
So who's the other VL bat here? Actually, is it Phillips? Might be. No, it's probably Kike.
Probably yeah, either one of the two. No, you don't need another one, right? Because Ortiz is at first.
No, I
Oh,
need
you're gonna
DH. Yeah.
DH. Well, then we should
Unless
run the
it's like,
outfield.
well, the other option is we let Hill. No, maybe no. It's
Oh,
just
well,
Hill. It's just Hill.
yeah, but whoever it is
Actually,
should go in the outfield and move either Duffy or Kingman to DH, right? Like
probably Kingman. Kingman to DH. Duffy. Actually, Duffy's not a horrible right fielder with this shape, right?
yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe the better alignment's actually Duffy and right, Hill and left.
Yeah.
Although I like that it has Duffy and Hill as like my backup outfielders. That's a choice for sure.
Yeah, so in the end, this would have been stronger with Collins, but oh well.
Yeah, I think we realized that as soon as we saw round two, but before
Right,
round two, you're guessing, right?
right, yeah.
So
I mean, there was always a chance that you hit a Bob Horn or something, and then all of a sudden Holler's at shortstop. But
yeah. Let's see. Well, Holiday is like still possibly a backup shortstop for us.
oh yeah, well I guess Phillips would probably back shortstop. Because I guess you'd rather keep he's more range and you'd rather keep the more double play at second. I assume.
Yeah. Sure, it's not too bad. And most importantly, can it set a lineup?
No,
No. Actually, almost just moving Arias down a bunch is a good start, right? Like, I can almost do anything other than what they did.
Usually the case. Yeah.
This one's sort of okay.
I mean, Kingman 8 is a bit sketchy. I'm not sure. I'm on board with that one.
No, no, perhaps that's.
I mean, it seems like it's almost to the point that it not only ignores power, it actually punishes power.
There's definitely something weird going on there, yeah.
Well, I mean, the theory, which I think makes a lot of sense, is that um, the lineup builder was using contact when it was, contact was all of power of Void K and BABIP, and now it's still using contact, but the, the power is just gone from the equation.
Yeah. Which is weird because I would have thought we would have done if it's doing it like 20 to 25 year ago style is just decide like these are the qualities that a hitter should have in a certain spot.
Well,
You
see,
know?
that's the thing which probably has changed, but it's more like because it's not like they haven't changed the game. It's like it's this kind of Frankenstein of patches, right? It's like you have this base thing, and then
Yeah.
you stick a patch on, and stick another patch on, stick another patch. And you never actually go fix the base thing. So at some point, you've got a hole in the patch that you can't patch, and then that's when kind of where we're at,
Well, that's what just get the combinator version of the code.
right?
All right. One more draft and then they're done, which is exactly the same format. How
Look at that.
fascinating. Well, this time we're taking columns.
I'm behind.
No, this time the server. No, no. I mean, if we get him,
Oh,
the server's actually freezing is the answer.
think
Um,
I think. Well, we can pick. That means we can pick any card, right? So let's take
Aha,
both
here
of
we
them.
go. All right, actually, all
Nope,
right, we have a bit of a decision. It's not much of a decision,
not
but
much of a decision.
do you want Tanana or I mean, technically there's Tanana.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Is the 101 Pedro or 101 cards eligible for these? I don't know. I haven't seen one ever.
I don't know.
It could be a bug. There could be a bug. It's very possible in the bug.
Never. All right, so which Tanana do you think we should take?
Uh, the Frank one. He's a
All
very
right,
honest Tanana.
let's do it. Um, I mean, it's Kowser, but you know,
Can we go back and take Edmonds?
I'd like to. There's nothing but Kowser here, though. I guess. I mean, Spires is never gonna work,
No,
right?
no, it's Cowser. Yeah. Okay, this is
It's probably
DiMaggio.
Joe, but right?
I mean, it's garbage, and at least he's good VL.
I mean, it's Joe or yeah.
No, but it's 5 garbage, and at least DiMaggio's good on one side. So okay, it's better than nothing.
You thought
This
that was
is
garbage.
absolutely awful. Um, I
I'll show you
concede.
garbage.
Is conceding an option?
Can I trade like all these cards for the other red chainings?
Yeah, that would be good. Okay, it's probably Sternweiss
It's snuffy
and
because he at least has some BABIP.
is Jordan Montgomery good? I have no clue.
You mean like in real life or
Oh, that looks not atrocious. I mean, it's basically taking a bad silver in the gold round, but you don't have anything better really. So
I mean the other option is Duval and decide that lefties don't exist.
I don't think the Hall's even good. I
He's good
mean,
against
Montgomery at least,
righties.
yeah, Montgomery, sure. Montgomery at least he just looks like a bad silver, right? I mean, that's kind of what you're getting,
All right.
but at least it's something.
Well, there's a little bit. All right. So
So always A
A-Rod's
Rod
new.
and probably
It's
Cronin.
probably Cronin, yeah. I like Nady a lot. That's probably Cronin, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably Cronin.
Ruzi's pretty good too, right?
No, I
Maybe not in
think
this
it's
part, yeah.
um,
All right. Well, probably just Ellis Fernandez, but I know you like Pius as well.
Fernandez is really bad. I don't know if it's Fernandez. It's like
Well, it's
control.
no
Oh no, he's not
stuff,
that
but
bad.
it kind of survives everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's always Ellis, even though he's not that good, but he's just nowhere. It could be Tanner Scott, maybe. I don't know what the
I mean,
lives.
Pius really makes us very strongly VL, right? We already have DiMaggio. I mean,
Yeah, that's true. What is Tanner
Fernandez
Scott with
Fernandez
the
is going to be probably a little better than the silvers we pick up, but not much, I
Not
guess.
much. I mean, he's not going to be better than the good silvers, but he'll be better than the average silver, I guess.
So maybe go Pius and hope.
Maybe, yeah. Hope everyone else took Tanan also.
All right.
Well, that was not successful.
Okay, Kipnis is actually pretty good. I mean, the problem
Except he has no
is,
place to play.
you put him at second and Snuffy, you know,
Backs up. Okay, sure.
Snuffy plays three positions.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, you run Kipnis one
And
way.
the rest of the round is just abysmal. I mean,
Yeah, well,
I guess it's probably Nick Johnson.
probably is, but does it have to be?
No,
Probably does
but
have to be.
all the other cards look awful. So yeah,
It is not an excellent draft here.
this one is worse than the last one for sure. Okay, well,
Well,
Matlock, I guess we have to take basically because we
yeah,
just have no pitchers.
it's probably
Mango,
Dink, but Samardzija might or well, Alvarez actually might be needed.
yeah. I mean, the thing is that Fothergill and Phelps are also reasonable position players, but we just can't take more.
Could take Fothergill actually. It makes us even more VL, right?
Phelps is a very heavy VR bat. He's super splitty. It was probably actually Moffel could be the catcher. Moffel probably just take Moffel and put him a catcher.
I like that idea. Yeah, we really need to find some pitching, and we found Tom Browning.
Jakey May is not the worst card.
Is eligible to pitch.
I mean, it's like Lou Brissy, except he lost 50 points at P home run. You know, Lou Brissy's good.
That's true. I mean, this Hines is at least a new card, so that's probably the thing to
What
take.
does Barlow look like?
It's probably Hines over that.
Probably Lions, yeah, not very good. Okay,
It's fine. Hines is at least, food for thought or whatever. All right, well,
that works.
at this point, we're always just rolling the dice with Bronze Mauer and assuming nobody knows what openers are.
Yep. Well, I mean, you rarely see openers in a draft.
Um,
It has to be
yeah,
such a
but this
big
is the one
order.
situation in which you would do it, right? Um, Ryan Fernandez is
Oh, that looks okay. Sure. Everyone else is
is
technical.
Urania okay also? No.
Probably has zero people, but yeah.
Rash, not really.
No. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
we got
looks
to
like
find pitching, so
now it looks like it has. It's just Fernandez because there's nothing else.
all right.
Yeah, you're not
Okay,
taking
well,
a guy.
Bannister's fine.
Bannister's too bad.
Quisenberry, is a pitcher.
I think I might take live Gary Sanchez actually. Right, because at least this lets Dink kind of move around when Mauer it has to sit or there's a lefty. But I don't know how bad the pitching need is.
Um, I mean, Dimitri Young is worth a thought. Maybe not quite.
I don't see what he's doing.
I like Fishland. He just seems a bit of a luxury, but I like the card.
Yeah, it's a decent card.
Maybe it is actually Fishland. I'm thinking, yeah, because Dink's really a catcher, so that means
Oh, I
we
forgot we get
have
three here. Okay.
what?
I forgot we got three here for a second. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's probably this then. Yeah, probably Fishland is the other.
Yeah, probably this. Okay.
Okay, oh, Trout's actually good.
Oh, very good.
Scheinblum is like interesting.
Should get some chemistry, right?
Yeah,
Something.
and probably it's one more pitcher if we can find one.
All look bad.
Well, they all look bad, but
Because they
we're
look
gonna
bad.
need three of the other five as the alternative.
Okay, well then you got to take one. I guess you don't have to, but
You don't have
it's
to, but I mean
probably a
that's
good
the
idea to.
decision, right?
It's probably a good idea to take one.
I mean, it feels safer because I don't think there's another position player we're desperate for,
No, no,
right?
I think you take another one. Yeah.
Maybe I think it's
Oh, that
Simus,
looks okay.
Simus,
That
Simus.
looks that looks not offensive.
It's not great.
It's like a bronze version of the Alex Fernandez we took. So,
All right. Oral's fine.
TJ McFarland's actually kind of okay.
Okay, I was gonna say Soroka's okay too. Yeah, McFarland's fine. Yeah, okay, we'll go Rocket. So McFarland, and then what do we want? Probably an infielder, but a little flexible.
This looks like a bunch of garbage.
They're all bad.
All bad.
Okay, so one option if they're all bad is Noakes.
I don't hate Noakes. I don't hate Noakes. It lets Dink move a little, right? Like that's something.
Yeah.
He's not good, but it's more flexibility for the roster. And if none of the other cards do anything useful, then that's probably better.
Well, the
Like
idea
if
is
that
that we could have Noakes be the backup catcher VR.
well, no, I mean Noakes is better than Mauer VL for sure because like random irons are better than Mauer VL.
Yes. All right.
So at least he's backing up one side.
All right. We're not winning this one, but you know.
No, this one is definitely worse than the other one.
I mean, I think
Bannister,
Trout's probably
Bannister.
better than Jordan Montgomery, right?
Oh, I think both Bannister and Trout are in the rotation.
Probably over maybe May or Matlock. Really
I
both,
think
actually.
probably maybe Montgomery is in over one of the other one. Maybe Montgomery's probably the fifth starter, and the other two
No, I
soldiers are
think
in the
Matlock is here. Here's
Matlock.
the well, here's the comparison. Let's see. No, probably is
No,
Montgomery.
Montgomery.
Yeah.
So Montgomery's number five, and then the other guys are okay.
So we could manage five lefty starters out of this.
No, but you have to take Bannister out. That's not worth it. Bannister is much better than those random silvers. There's no way that's worth it.
Even on a short
Especially in
hook.
a draft especially in a draft when there's limited platooning and people aren't, like
Yeah. Probably right. Um, it's not going to work, but I'm going to pretend I can run specialists because,
is
you know,
that the game we'll never put them in?
I can pretend, can't I?
You could try.
All right, and let's see how badly it messed up the lineups here. Well, okay, Mauer is not running versus righties. Let's start with that. That's an easy one, right?
Yep. Okay, so what's happening here, VL? I guess we're just playing DiMaggio anyway because he has more points.
Okay, so
Sternweiss should be
well, Kipnis
out of the
should
lineup.
be yeah.
Kipnis should be at second, and Mothel should be DHing, I guess, or maybe he's better outfielder than one of the other guys.
Mothel, not a great outfielder. It looks like is he better than? Guess Joe's running
How's it
both
doing there?
ways.
Yeah, go there. Maybe
Probably Matlock has a little bit of a bat, right?
no, it's not worth using. This looks okay. Probably Hines should be the backup second baseman instead of Sternweiss.
That's what I was looking. Yeah, forgot Hines plays second.
He'd probably be the backup first baseman too, I guess. Okay,
Instead of Dink, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, Mauer needs to get out of everything VL. Just remove him entirely from the depth. Otherwise,
This
this
isn't
looks.
horrible.
Oh, Kipnis probably should go for Hines at DH.
OPL, yeah.
Yeah.
Scheinblum doesn't quite play there. Yeah, it's probably about right.
I mean, it's bad. It's just a bad draft. There's nothing to do about it.
You know what? I think it's Scheinblum instead of Pius
VR? Yeah, it could be.
VR. All right, let's play the lineup lottery.
It's a lottery where you're guaranteed to lose.
You know, as weird as this is, it's awful. All right, well, how do we actually want to do this? That's a good question. I think Joe Mauer maybe, you know what, I think maybe Joe Mauer actually can lead off here.
Mauer was pretty good.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
I mean, this is actually legitimately a pretty good lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe Bannister and Trout are enough to kind of save this. But, because like Tanana's good. The pitching beyond Tanana is very questionable. But maybe Bannister and Trout are just kind of enough to save it.
Maybe that and a lot of micro.
Yeah. I mean, Bannister and Trout are basically getting, Bannister and Trout are probably better than the average silver pitcher, right? I mean, they're
that's fair. All right, we did it. Anything else you want to look at with PTCS? Any rosters you want to talk about, or are we good?
Nope, it's the combinated team, the combinated tournaments, and the Ken Griffey Jr. tournament.
I still have to remember to build mine, but all right, sounds good. It was a lot of fun. Congrats to Mr. Black, our current champion of suck. The suckiest player we have.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we can make that a role in the Discord, can't we?
Yes, suckiest.
Someone knows how to do that. Let's.
It's not a real word, but it's okay.
All right, and we can raid into who can we raid into at this hour?
Oh, it looks like Cheeky is.
Oh, I can raid into Cheeky. So Chunks, there are two good Discords for this. Kidney's Discord is where we're discussing mostly OOTP stuff, and we've also got one for kind of the game we're putting together.
I can link Kidneys.
So here, this is
there's Kidneys.
That's
I think
Kidneys.
actually the link to the other one is in Kidneys. If you just scroll back a bit.
Those are two. All right. Yeah, let's raid Cheeky.
Yeah, I would if you're just for OOTP, I wouldn't really expect any OOTP discussion in the second one. That's not the point of it. But you're welcome to join, of course.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna ban it or anything. Like people discuss what they want to discuss, but
sure, yes,
but it's more kind of thinking about this other game we're playing with. Yeah. And all right, let's go raid Cheeky. Everyone say hi to him. He's nice guy anyway. I think he's a new affiliate, right?
I've kind of lost track I think so, but I'm not certain.
All right, sounds good. Well, say hi to Cheeky, and we will catch y'all. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Boiled egg is also going. Should we raid boiled egg?
I'm fine with anything.
Let's raid boiled egg. Actually, that seems fun.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, nice member of the community. You know, kind of. I
Yeah,
think just starting up the streams. So, you know.
sounds good to me.
All right, sounds good. See y'all. I guess next week then.
Yep.